Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
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 ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
带的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Σήμερα, η Ελπέν είναι μία από τις μεγαλύτερες ελληνικές βιομηχανίες, χάρη στις σύγχρονες υποδομές της, τις πρωτοποριακές της έρευνες, την ισχυρή διεθνή δραστηριότητα και τη μοναδική συνεισφορά της στην εθνική οικονομία. Με όραμα να πρωταγωνιστούμε στην ανάπτυξη του ελληνικού φαρμάκου και να διευρύνουμε την παρουσία μας στις διεθνείς αγορές, δημιουργούμε για πάνω από 50 χρόνια θεραπείες που βελτιώνουν τη ζωή των ανθρώπων. Στοχεύουμε σε ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους και προχωράμε δυναμικά μπροστά. Ελπέν, σταθερά στην κορυφή.
a healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare, listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Create tomorrow. Start today. With new investment products backed by superior risk management. Asset management in a time of disruptive change. Financial well-being, accessible to all. Calabas. Today for tomorrow.
Λένε πως για να γίνεις καλύτερος, πρέπει να έχεις κάποιον να ξεπεράσεις. Στον Όμιλο Κουάλκο έτσι γίναμε καλύτεροι. Ξεπεράσαμε προκλήσεις, δουλεύοντας με όραμα. Ξεπεράσαμε εμπόδια, δουλεύοντας με γνώση. Ξεπεράσαμε τα δεδομένα της τεχνολογίας, δημιουργώντας τη δική μας. Και όταν ξεπεράσαμε και τα σύνορα της χώρας και γίναμε ένας όμιλος με διεθνές κύρος, δεν σταματήσαμε να γινόμαστε καλύτεροι για το καλύτερο όλων. Και ενοτομούμε διαρκώς την τεχνολογία, προσφέροντας λύσεις που δουλεύουν για όλους. Και δημιουργούμε αξία για την κοινωνία, επενδύοντας στη συλλογική πρόοδο. Πάντα ξεπερνώντας ακόμα και τον ίδιο μας τον εαυτό. Όμιλος Κουάλκο. Δημιουργούμε την τεχνολογία που μας πάει όλους μπροστά.
Αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. May I ask you please to take your seats because we're going to get underway very, very shortly. Thank you very much.
Ξεκινούμε σε λίγο.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2.
Καλώς ορίσατε στην δεύτερη ημέρα της συνάντησης κορυφής του Economist. Η επωνομαζόμενη και στρογγυλή τράπεζα με την ελληνική κυβέρνηση. Παρακαλώ, καθίστε. Στην πρώτη λοιπόν συνεδρία, το θέμα μας είναι η περιφερειακή και διαπεριφερειακή συνεργασία σε θέματα ενέργειας και βεβαίως οι προκλήσεις για την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια και την ενεργειακή μετάβαση. Έχουμε 3 συνεδρίες που θα αφιερωθούν στην ενέργεια, την κλιματική αλλαγή και τη στρατηγική για την πρόθεση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας. Θα μιλήσουμε λοιπόν για την περιφερειακή συνεργασία, το εφοδιασμό με ενέργεια, την ενεργειακή ασφάλεια. Έχουμε ένα πολύ μεγάλο πάνελ, εξαιρετικό πάνελ. Έχουμε 12 ομιλητές, το οποίο υπογραμμίζει και τη σημασία που έχει η ενέργεια για την περιφέρεια της Νοτιοανατολικής Μεσογείου ευρύτερα. Να καλέσω τους ομιλητές μας. Παρακαλώ, καθίστε από αριστερά προς τα δεξιά. Ας καλωσορίσω λοιπόν τον κύριο
Energy Government of Greece. Welcome, Minister. Please do join me on the stage. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. I know you've got a busy day today, and take a seat. And next up, let me welcome George Papanastasiou, Minister of Energy, Commerce and Industry, Government of Cyprus. Welcome, sir. Nice to see you again.
Good morning.
Good morning. Next, Dorin Jungietu, Minister of Energy, Government of Moldova. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, gentlemen.
Orhan Zeynalov, Deputy Minister of Energy, Government of Azerbaijan. Welcome. Eva Petrova, Deputy Minister of Energy, Government of Bulgaria. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome. Jeffrey Pyatt, former Assistant Secretary of State for Energy, U.S. Department of State, former U.S. Ambassador to Greece. Welcome, Jeff. Great to have you back with us. Osama Mubarak, Secretary General of the Eastern Mediterranean Gas Forum. Welcome. Now, we always like to have government together with business. You know, that's been a feature of our events, and we're going to continue with that. So I'm going to ask our business representatives now to join me on the stage. First of all, Dan Stratton, Chief Executive and Founder, RCI Holding, Romania. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you.
Andreas Siamishis, Chief Executive of Hellenic Energy. Welcome, sir. Nice to have you back with us. Morning. Fabrizio Matana, Chief Executive, IGI Poseidon. Welcome. Maria Rita Gali, Chief Executive of DESFA. Hi, Maria. Nice to see you. And Notis Sardelas, Managing Partner, Sardelas Petzer Law Firm. Welcome.
Nice to see you again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, photographers have got a few seconds to take a photograph and try and get everybody in the photograph.
You too.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, look, we've got 12 speakers. I think this is a world record. It's a record for our event. Very impressive panel, I have to say. But it does mean that time is a big constraint. We have to finish at 10:15, and the Minister has very important business to attend to in the Hellenic Parliament and must leave at 9:45. So what I'm going to ask you, all of you, is to keep your opening remarks as concise as possible, even less than what you've been told already, which is quite short, I know, but please just make key points, key messages. There's a clock here, which is going to count you down. I'm going to be very strict, because I do want to have some questions at the end, and if possible, put a question to the Minister before he leaves. So I'm handing straight over to you, Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with esteemed colleagues, which we're working together in Europe, and with business leaders. And I think this will be a very interesting debate, and I wish you good luck with handling it. Yesterday, Mario Draghi congratulated the Greek people for its economic reforms, and I think this is now a well-known fact. Greece in 2024 has a growth rate which is more than double of the EU average of 2.3. Greece in 2024 has the largest debt reduction in the EU. The debt to GDP was 209% in 2020. It is down to 156% in 2024, and it's foreseen to be 120% debt to GDP in 2030. The unemployment since 2019 has dropped to 8.3, and we had 4.8 primary surplus. So this, I think, is well known, and this is due to the hardship of the Greek people, and which is well recognized by Mario Draghi yesterday. What I think is not known is the equal success we have in the energy sector. We have now electricity produced by solar and wind more than 56% in Greece. We have more than doubled the installed capacity in renewables since 2018. And we have cut our use of lignite since 2005 by 91%, and greenhouse gas emissions by 46%. Greece is moving into the clean energy trajectory, and this we're doing, and actually the bill in the parliament that unfortunately I will have to leave because it's voted, is for the introduction of a framework for the use of biomethane and hydrogen. So Greece is expanding its diversification of energy from all possible sources, and at the same time it reinforces its interconnection within the country with a historic, a landmark interconnection which we had with Crete, and we're now moving ahead with the Dodecanese and the North Aegean, and at the same time with the regional cooperation, which I'm sure we're going to speak later. Regional cooperation is key. In the next 4 months, we're going to have two very important meetings, which I think illustrate the importance of regional cooperation. We will have the energy community in the 17th of July in Greece, where we will celebrate 20 years with the Commissioner of Energy, Mr. Jorgensen being here, which we're going to celebrate the 20 years, but which also shows that the importance of the EU and the Southeast countries that do not belong in the EU to cooperate together. And in the first 10 days of November, Secretary of Energy Chris Wright will be here in the frame of the Transatlantic Partnership in Cooperation. Again, another expression of the new reality where energy is playing a broader geopolitical role. So I'm happy that I made it on time, and I already saved you 1 minute.
One and a half minutes. Thank you very much, Minister. That's great. Okay, you set the bar very high. So over to you now, George Papanastasiou.
Yes, thank you very much, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I cannot promise you that I will save the 1.3 minutes that the minister saved.
We'll take one.
So,
1 minute.
and it's the first time that a non-Greek speaker pronounces my surname well.
Oh.
So thank you for that as well. I will keep it a little bit more regional. I will not focus on Cyprus. The region, and for us the region, is the Mediterranean. And more focusing on the Eastern Mediterranean. We understand that there are quite some challenges. We have a war a little bit north. We had another war, and we don't know if we have a new one a little bit on the east side. And amid of all these changes and these disputes and the turmoils, we have to manage the one single important issue, which is called energy. And the energy links very much with geopolitics. And in the old times, it was water and geopolitics. This time is energy and geopolitics. And now, in terms of focusing a little bit more on Europe, it's a view that we have seen a Europe pushing hard on the transition, towards the Green Deal. Personal opinion is that the Green Deal, we pushed it too hard and too quickly at the time that the technology could not support the speed we were trying to implement the Green Deal. And we need to consider to see Europe now with a new eye, given the challenges that Europe is facing with the non-independency, is still reliant on, dependent on external sources of supply of energy. Possibly it was Russia a few months back, a few years back. Now it's dependencies that they link to the equipment, possibly the technologies that they are supplied in order to support the Green Deal. And of course, it's the LNG that is coming from other sources, and I have in mind the US and the Middle East. In terms of putting Cyprus in perspective, Cyprus is in the mid of the Eastern Mediterranean, it's in the center of the Eastern Mediterranean. It's a very strategic location, simply because its proximity to North Africa, to the Middle East, and to Europe. It's a gateway to Europe simply because it's a member state which, the first member state from the side of energy. I'm talking about the Middle East now. And Cyprus is a place where we see that it can provide solutions to energy, and I have in mind interconnections. And the one interconnection which is being discussed a lot lately is the Great Sea Interconnector, which is managed by IPTO, the Independent Power Transmission Operator of Greece. And I will leave it there, and I will save you the minute again.
1.5 again.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to have further conversations. Just one more point. It's very important to have the private sector here. It's the solutions, they are not in the public sector. The solutions, they cannot be in isolation with the private sector. I see the relationship of the public and the private sector is very important for growth when we speak about energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Next, over to Minister Georgescu from Moldova. Great to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Well, it looks like I have my 3 minutes plus with the courtesy another 3 minutes. I'm joking. Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and it's a great honor to represent Republic of Moldova's government and the energy sector of Moldova. Well, as Madam Commissioner for Enlargement, Marta Kos, likes to say, Moldova is the best student in her class. The 2025 was a year of bold reforms in energy sector of Republic of the country. And
Last week, on the 26th of June, our Parliament adopted the new electricity law bill in the second lecture, which strengthens the market rules, supports the prosumers, and aligns with the EU acquis. And we have the target to do market coupling with the European Union market by 2027 on electricity. The amendments which were done to the natural gas law as well are introduced to have a better consumer protection and non-discriminatory access to all the market participants. And all these reforms were developed in close coordination with the Energy Community Secretariat, with the support of EU and of the international development partners. At the end, in conclusion, and what is important to mention, that the regulatory certainty and market liberalization remains the central to Moldova's energy transformation for the years to come. Talking about the natural gas sector developments, since 2023, Moldova has started the unbundling process, and the unbundling finalization, it's imminent to be finished, and to have separation between the three components of the gas system. Which will ensure that Moldova's legislation and it's aligned with the European third energy package. And of course, it's one important thing to mention that together with all the country partners along the South Gas Corridor, we managed to have since 1 month, a bundled product, a common product, making the vertical corridor feasible and economically feasible for all the countries. Talking about opportunities, we just recently finished the first public auction for renewables, 165 megawatt, which was very successful. We had a big interest from the private sector, and we are announcing that by September we will launch the second public auction of approximately 170 megawatt wind power plants, but this time combined with the battery energy storage system, which is very important for the energy sector of Moldova. As well, in the government, we are working to launch the auction for the balancing and system services market, which is very important. We have a potential of approximately 270 megawatt for balancing, and this auction it's very important, and we intend to launch it by this autumn as well. Talking about the interconnectors, electrical interconnectors, as you know, Moldova it's working now to finalize its major interconnector with Romania, Vulcănești-Chișinău, removing the bottleneck from the left bank, and to enhance, to increase, and to consolidate its level of energy independence and securing the energy supply. Well, timing is off. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. And another half a minute saved, so thanks for that. Let me turn now to Deputy Minister of Energy of the Government of Azerbaijan, Orhan Zeynalov.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here and to address this public and private sector leaders. So Azerbaijan remains to be a strategic energy partner for the EU. We are providing the uninterrupted supply of natural gas to the EU for many years. Last year, we produced 50 BCM of gas, and half of that, more than half of that has been exported. Export to EU was around 13 BCM. It was increased to 57% from 2021. We will continue to do so, and in fact, coming to 2030, we were expecting additional 8 BCM from 5 existing and new fields. Apart from that, the new green energy projects will allow us to release 1.5 BCM. So we're talking about 9.5 BCM of gas additionally. But right now, the Southern Gas Corridor picked this limit. It's generally infrastructure limitation is a subject right now. So in order to increase, you need the full-fledged expansion of the corridor. It requires around 8 to 9 billion euro investment. But it also requires two prerequisites. First one is, of course, the long-term offtakes, 15-year plus offtakes from the buyers. This is a very important point. No one is going to invest without the long-term commitment from the buyers. The secondly is, of course, the financial and regulatory support from the European Union. So we're continuing with the Commission this dialogue. 2 weeks ago, we were in Brussels. Minister and Commissioner Jorgensen, they are co-chairing the high-level energy dialogue with the European Union, and we've extensively discussed this issue. So we have the huge potential. The potential is still there. Europe is using the gas for the electricity. In average, it's 13–14%, but in some countries, it's 30–35–40% even. So the demand for the natural gas will remain so, and the gas is the very important transitional fuel for that. Up to date, we have 14 BCM of additional requirements from 14 countries on paper. So it means the demand is still there. And generally, as of today, we're providing gas to 12 countries, including 10 in Europe. In terms of the green corridor, green energy, we're investing a lot into the energy transition in Azerbaijan. We're planning 6.5 gigawatt within the next 5 years. And the 2 gigawatt by 2027 is already contracted, and we're expecting close to 3 billion foreign direct investment from partner countries, from the Middle East, from China. The Chinese companies are very important and very active with their technologies, with their expertise. We're currently engaging within the 4 regional corridors, which has been enabled by Azerbaijan and our partners. First one is Caspian Black Sea Europe Green Energy Corridor, which will connect the Caspian and Black Sea regions into Europe, and Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and Hungary are the participants, and Bulgaria is also joining this project. So we're expecting 3.9 gigawatt of energy within the 3 phases for this corridor. The feasibility is near the end, and we're also expecting the data cable run through the seabed of the Black Sea. Second important corridor is Central Asia-Azerbaijan corridor. We're working with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan with their huge potential in solar in the Central Asia. So potentially this corridor interconnector can be connected to the Caspian Black Sea corridor, and we're talking about connecting the large regions of the Central Asia through Europe, all the way through these 2 seas. Another important corridor, the feasibility has been completed recently, is Azerbaijan-Turkey, so that the capacities could be from 0.5 gigawatt to 3 gigawatt, and this is a very good chance to expand it into the other countries in the region. And last but not least, East-West corridor proposed by the Bulgarian side during the COP29 in Baku last year. The participants are Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, and Bulgaria, so it will go run through the land line Azerbaijan to Georgia and connecting Turkey and Bulgaria. And we are also completing the terms of reference for this project and expecting to start the feasibility very soon. So in general, the prospects are very good, that transition goals are common in the region. There is a huge potential in the countries in the region, including in Azerbaijan. All we have to do is to match the technical requirements with the commercial and business models in order to make those projects successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Over now to Eva Petrova, Deputy Minister of Energy of the Government of Bulgaria. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It is really a pleasure to be here today and to take part in our exchanges on energy cooperation and the challenges to energy security and transition. I think we gather at the very right point, because it is urgent more than ever to deliver on secure, affordable and sustainable energy supplies for our citizens and businesses. And in order to do so, we need a clear vision. This means a clear strategy in a changing world, and also a strategy that cannot have a success without a strong cooperation among all of us, including the public and private sector, and also a strategy that needs to tailor the regional specifics. I come from Bulgaria, and we have been consistent in our vision to prioritize diversification of energy supplies and roads in terms to provide for secure energy supplies. And what we've learned is actually that security is a collective effort. It needs committed partners, it needs collaboration, and it needs commitment to collective resilience. And in our region, I think we are having a model of strategic foresight and example for a strong regional solidarity, and that's the Southern Gas Corridor that was expanded in 2022 with the Greece-Bulgaria gas interconnector, and became a model of a cutting-edge regional cooperation that delivered on security and affordability of energy supplies. Building on this, Bulgaria is committed to develop the vertical gas corridors investments, and this is, as my colleague said, another strategic initiative of the region that will avail additional quantities from trusted suppliers to the countries in Central, Eastern, including Moldova and Ukraine, and Southeastern Europe. When it comes to electricity, Bulgaria has one of the best interconnected electricity transmission system in Southeastern Europe, but we all know that in the current challenges, this is simply not enough. We are working bilaterally with all our neighbors to add additional cross-border capacities, but also we are actively engaged in the regional multi-country initiatives, as my colleague mentioned, emerging in the concept of the green energy zones and corridors, availing the green energy from the Caspian Sea to Europe, or from the North African belt, which is crucial for all of us. What we see as our role in these regional initiatives, apart from having the well-interconnected transmission electricity grid, is actually that Bulgaria has the ambition to offer to be the balancing backbone of all these flows, because currently we have a portfolio of new and upgrade of existing pump hydropower plants, totaling a 4 gigawatt installed capacity that potentially would avail like more than 70 gigawatt hours of long duration storage to the market. And just another point I would like to make is that actually through this regional cooperation, we don't develop just technical infrastructures. We share experience, we create stable partnerships, we exchange technologies. New models of operation, of ownership of energy infrastructures, of funding the investments are emerging. And basically, from my perspective, these are valuable assets that could be transferred also to other regions. That's why Bulgaria initiated at COP29 in Baku last year a non-paper focusing also the need to interconnect different regional initiatives, different regions in Europe. This idea gathered a huge support. Many of you who are here today supported this non-paper, including countries that are not with us, like Belgium, for example, UK, Czech Republic, and so on. And I really think this is the way forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And saved another minute. Thank you very much indeed. Now to somebody who brings very important transatlantic perspective combined with a very deep local and regional knowledge. Jeffrey Pyatt, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Joan. It's wonderful to be back in Greece, but it's especially a pleasure to be speaking on this panel, and I want to congratulate the organizers on putting together a really stellar group that I think illustrates the truly dramatic transformation of Greece's role in the region and the degree to which Greece has really redrawn the map of energy in this part of the world. I think every one of the ministers used the word interconnection in their presentations, and certainly looking back on my time here as ambassador and then working on these issues in the Biden administration, one of the really strategic developments has been the expansion of infrastructure, especially for gas. So projects like the Southern Gas Corridor, the IGB pipeline, the expansion of the Revathusa terminal, the new terminal at Alexandroupoli, progress that's being made with North Macedonia, the North Macedonia gas interconnector. And I was very glad to hear this morning that, and Andres will speak of this, I'm sure, that the Vardax pipeline connecting Greece and North Macedonia is also now making progress. This is reflected in the data. In 2020, Greece imported about 7 BCM of gas. Today, that figure is 17 BCM. That additional 11 BCM of capacity, almost all of it has not been consumed in Greece. It's been exported onward to neighbors. It's played a critical role in helping Europe to navigate towards the strong commitment that the Commission and Commissioner Jorgensen has emphasized to phasing out all Russian energy by 2027. That would not have been possible in Southeastern Europe without this new infrastructure. And I think it's a credit to the Greek government and Prime Minister Mitsotakis' team that all of these projects have been able to make the kind of dramatic progress that they've achieved. It's also important, and I'm sure Secretary Wright will talk about this when he comes to Athens, that a lot of that additional 11 BCM of capacity is coming from American LNG producers. And it's worth noting, the United States today is the world's largest LNG producer, but by 2030, we will double the capacity for liquefaction in the United States. So you are looking at a complete remapping of the world's gas supply, a lot of which is driven by the United States, and especially in the transatlantic context, where about 70% of America's LNG production today is going to European consumers. I think the other half of the challenge, and I was really glad that the Cypriot minister emphasized this in his presentation, is building power interconnectors. So projects like the Great Sea Interconnector, the Gregi Interconnector, they leverage two phenomena. One is a significant expansion of very low-cost renewable energy generation, especially in Egypt, in the Middle East, funded by the Saudis, by the UAE, producing power at a much lower price than is achievable in much of Europe. And then the second half of the equation is what the International Energy Agency has called the electrification of everything, expanding demand for power, for data centers, for cooling, for electric transportation, all of which are expanding here in Greece, but are expanding across Europe. So I think the challenge for the next couple of years is both to bring to completion those key Mediterranean power interconnectors, and my friend Osama Mubarak and I have talked a lot about the importance of using the framework that the EastMed Gas Forum provides to leverage cooperation also in the power sector, but then also to build that connectivity all the way up to Ukraine and beyond into Central Europe. So and Greece is really right at the center of this agenda. And I think, as several of the panelists have said, the work now falls to the private sector. So it's great to be sort of right here in the middle of the conversation, and I look forward to the rest of it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Pope. So over now to somebody whose organization, the East Mediterranean Gas Forum, has been at the center, really, of many of these exciting developments in recent years, but most importantly in driving this all-important inter-regional energy cooperation. So, Osama Mubarak.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. It's great to be back here, and it's also a great pleasure for me to be among these distinguished panels. And if we really want to talk about how can we overcome uncertainties and geopolitical disturbances, I think the key word is collaboration. And this is one of the main objectives of the EMGF, is to bring the different stakeholders from the different governments, also industry, where we have a lot of the giant companies that with the EMGF, the governments, the industry, the regulators coming together to have more integrated energy projects which can overstand some of the geopolitical disturbances. And I think what I would like to highlight briefly is the latest successful model in this regard. These are the agreements signed by Cyprus and Egypt early this year in February, and these agreements will allow Cyprus to develop some of their major gas discoveries. It will also allow the companies to recover their investments and also have returns of these investments. Some of this gas is going to Egypt for the domestic market, so it will satisfy the domestic market. Some of it will be liquefied in the Egyptian facilities, going mainly to Europe. Most of it is going through Greece infrastructure, reliable infrastructure, the regasification that Jeff was talking about. And also, some of this gas will be going to Southeast Europe through the interconnectors that connecting Greece with the other countries, which making Greece is a very important hub for Southeast Europe. So I think it's win-win. What I believe is that, as I said, this is one of the main objectives of the EMGF. We can replicate this in the other parts of the Eastern Mediterranean, but also this can be replicated in other parts of the region.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
So,
it gets better and better. Thank you very much. More time for discussion. Now, before we move to the private sector and business, because the Minister will have to go, I guess it would be good to, ask you a question and then we can ask the business representatives to respond. So
we're having very good representatives of the business sector here, so I'm sure that they will be able to contribute. Unfortunately, the plenary cannot start without my presence, and I think, and I'm sorry that I cannot participate more in the discussion, but I would be more than happy to answer your question. Okay, yeah, we've got a few minutes before you have to leave, I think. So, well, a couple of things, just really quick answers, if you can. You spoke in your opening remarks about energy disparities within Europe, energy divide. Where and how do you see this divide, and how can Greece and others in the room here contribute to overcoming that? This is actually a serious concern, not only for Greece, but for Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Cyprus. Southeast Europe is facing persistent divergence in terms of the pricing. This is happening year after year. And we're very happy that the Southeastern European countries succeeded in incorporating this recognition in the recent EU Energy Ministers' Council. Clearly, it has to do with the infrastructure of the region, yes, but at the same time, I think there's great room of improvement. The Prime Minister Mitsotakis has surfaced this issue last July and this year in January, and fortunately, the Commission has reacted to this concern, which is a concern that I believe has far more reaching consequences in the sense that it challenges the socio-economic legitimation of the EU project, and it allows populistic voices to be heard. So a new task force has been formed in an EU Commission level, which will start operating in the coming days, and we'll try to see, A, how we can improve the efficiencies of the cooperation, and B, how this algorithm that is the basis of the pricing can be potentially improved in terms of efficiency. It's a very important issue. It affects many countries, and it affects the legitimation of Europe. And fortunately, the EU recognized the issue, and as in everything in our personal life, recognizing a problem is the first step for solving it.
Absolutely, yeah, I know that the Prime Minister has made this, consistently raised this in Brussels, so it's good to see that something has actually, that there's been a response. Just another question really on coming back to the issue of regional cooperation, which everybody here has emphasized very much in their opening remarks. And obviously Greece is collaborating very closely with neighboring countries, Bulgaria, Albania, Italy, and so on cross-border energy grid integration. Can you just say a bit more about what role these partnerships play in Greece's broader green transition strategy and its role as a regional hub?
Yeah, I mean, to give you an indication, with our colleagues from Bulgaria, for example, from the energy, either Zecho or the other deputy minister, who have met the last 30 days more than 5 or 6 times. Energy has become a connecting element for the region. And as Ambassador Payet said, Greece has become from a net importer a net exporter. And this has happened through investing in its networks and signaling to the region its commitment to support. We, I think, played a crucial role after the 2022 with the Russian gas, the lack of the Russian gas, having our infrastructure with Revithousa, FSRU, IGB, in order to support the region, who have been working hard for the vertical corridor. The vertical corridor is very important. It transforms. Until now, our countries were neighboring, but they were not really interconnected. Now the vertical corridor transforms that. And this is only the beginning. This can happen also with a railway interconnection. It has nothing to do with energy, but it's important for the region, and with the road. This right part of Europe is becoming a new corridor for the region. And because we are discussing about geopolitical developments, there is the Silk Road, where it would transport products from China through the mainland to Europe and the West. There's now a serious discussion about the IMEC, bringing products from India through the Middle East to Europe. European countries are not competing. Greece and the North can be one of the gateways, and the vertical corridor, one of the gateways from India products reaching Europe. So I think Greece is a real energy hub, working very close with its neighbors and transforming the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for joining us, even though you have to rush back to the Parliament. We do appreciate it very much. So feel free to go when you have to. But please thank the Minister. Okay, well, we do have, you know, thanks to this great discipline, quite a bit of time now to hear from the private sector, the business representatives here, and have a conversation. So let me turn now to Dan Stratton, Chief Executive and Founder of RCI Holding Romania. And feel free to respond to anything you've heard from the ministers and other speakers. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Joan. Good morning, everyone. I will ask technical support to show some slides, if it's possible, because I think, you know, images speak sometimes for themselves.
Yes, we have a PowerPoint, so if we can put that up now, it would be helpful. Thank you.
First of all, who we are. We are a professional services group focusing on critical infrastructure. Few figures about ourselves. We are employing more than 230 people full-time, and project-based about 250. We are caring for about 25 billion plus in energy and infrastructure investments. And we have a footprint, regional footprint, covering 18 countries. We have dedicated 25 years of our existence to projects which have a regional focus. We have a very unique value proposition, which is bringing together business, regulatory, sustainability, technology, and process. And we are focusing on innovative and integrated solutions. We are dedicated to cross-border projects, many of them and many of you being working with us in the region. We are also a dedicated strategic organizer of ecosystem and partners, and we have continuously invested in talent and in expertise sharing. We are operating through 5 pillars: financial advisory, consulting engineering, energy markets, digital innovation and technology, and management consulting. And we have also been active in defense projects throughout the region for the last 15 years and more. Because I happen to be the only Romanian present at this conference because of the newly appointed Romanian government and president, in fact, few words about the role of Romania in green transition and in regional security, energy security. We are about to reach our targets for renewable as well as storage capacities, both in renewables, both in PV as well as in wind. And we are also starting offshore wind production because of the potential in the Black Sea. We face a lot of challenges for this. One is obviously the decarbonization targets, the ESG integration, and the green taxonomy compliance. But I think the biggest challenge of all is the grid modernization and the storage capacity. What is important is that we are dedicated to support what energy security and progress in Europe is, and the regional collaboration. And we have been, I think, pioneers in this respect. Very short word about Romania as gas supplier and balancing partner in Southeastern Europe. As you know, we are among the very few EU states with gas resources, and the recent addition of Neptune Deep is going to add about 100 billion cubic meters of gas. We are also an important player and integrator in the regional supply routes, and here I think the interconnections play a very significant role. What I want to speak and what next, from my point of view, are three things. One is the lack of human resources, because we all spoke about physical infrastructure, about interconnectors, but we are neglecting somehow the talent availability. In Romania only, because of the very age group in energy, we are facing about 30 to 40,000 experts which are needed in both legacy as well as new technologies. The second issue that we have is access to capital, and access to capital covers both startup, so venture capital, as well as late stage capital. And finally, because we are focusing on cross-border energy zones, hydrogen corridors, grid interconnectors, innovation hubs, and energy system digitalization and cybersecurity resilience, I want to have a very concrete proposal, which is we should move from political statements to reality, to action. And as my dear geopolitical advisor just mentioned this morning to me, I think an initiative in Southeast Europe, including Azerbaijan and Georgia, is something that is badly needed in order to reach not only the talent pool, but also the critical mass for such projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very interesting, enticing proposal. You know, I hope maybe we can discuss that a little bit more. But let's turn now to Andreas Siamichis, who is the Chief Executive of Hellenic Energy.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel. I think the idea of having a mix between politicians and businesses is a very good one, because it gives a perspective and it emphasizes the cooperation needed in order to move forward. Let me try and spend the next few minutes talking about energy, let's call it energy transition, and regionality or interdependencies. I'll start by briefly saying who we are, for two reasons. First of all, it's always standard policy practice. We need to promote our company in this event. So, Hellenic Energy is a company which is roughly about a $15 to $20 billion turnover company. So we have the size to be able to have a view of what is happening. It's a company which is engaged in a number of sectors in the energy chain, from hydrocarbons to power and gas, renewables, and what is a fast-growing segment, which is the sustainable fuels, be it biofuels or hydrogen or synthetic fuels. And we also have presence or business deals with pretty much all of the countries that are represented here. We have in-market presence in 7 countries outside of Greece, and we import either crude or gas from some of the countries represented here, or we export into those countries. Now, you may know Hellenic Energy as Hellenic Petroleum until recently. Today, we're actually less petroleum than we used to be. That's why we changed our name into Hellenic Energy. Actually, 80% of our capex went behind renewables and power and gas over the last 4 years. And less Hellenic than our name suggests, given that about 60% of our business it's outside of Greece. We're not planning to change the Hellenic part of the name, though. So it does give us the ability to be able to comment on the transition and the regionality of energy. So going on to the energy transition, we've seen over the last 15 years a big focus on energy transition, mainly with the angle of the climate crisis. Yeah? And it was right. Clearly, we had to do things in a different way. And moving from environmentally heavier footprints, emphasis on CO2, plus a couple of other emissions as well, but CO2 was the most common one used, to renewables is something that needs to happen. The problem in Europe is that while we design the end state in an ambitious way, broadly correct to be honest, we failed to design the transition from where each country was to that end state. And each country has a different starting point. So Germany has a different starting point. Greece had a different starting point, moving from lignite to renewables. Cyprus, for example, is until recently about 85–90% dependent on liquid hydrocarbons for its energy supplies. And what people fail to understand is that even today, 60% of the energy demand is covered by hydrocarbons. So it's not just electrons, which is the energy market. So that transition was not planned as a multivariate system. It was just a climate angle that sort of took precedent over affordability, over security of supply, over sustainability overall. I mean, there is a competition between, having renewables throughout Europe with PVs and having agricultural land, for example. So all of these things were not planned in a holistic way. That means that interdependencies are much more important, and the regionality aspect of energy has recently been escalated, but we need to do more on that. Regionality has to do with in-market grids, which is a problem because moving from few power generation plants to many PV or wind farms has a totally different setup on the grid. It has to do with cross-border energy flows. We know that because hydrocarbons have been the primary source of energy for a number of years. And Greece, with its shipping and refining capacity, has been sending fuels across the region for a number of years. So what we need to do is to recognize and escalate the level of connectivity of the markets so that we are able to work together and get to the end point on the energy transition.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for that. Let me now turn to Maria Rita Gali, Chief Executive of DESFA.
So Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be back again to this event because year after year it gives us the possibility really to witness the concrete results that this public-private and private-to-private cooperation is delivering in removing physical and commercial bottlenecks to the creation of an integrated natural gas market in Southeast Europe. I was looking at the things which have happened around this event in the last few years, and let me start saying that, of course, focusing on 2022, exactly here, the first memorandum of understanding, the cooperation agreement has been signed between us and Nomagas, the North Macedonian company, for the development of the new interconnection between Greece and North Macedonia. Always in 2022, Greece, so DESFA, together with other 9 altogether transmission system operators and system operators, joined the vertical corridor. And we are in 2025, and the result of the vertical corridor are available all in front of us. The export capacity of Greece has increased from 2 billion in 2022, excluding TAP, to approximately 8.5 billion by the end of this year, and 5 billion by the end of 2024, with addition, of course, of the ICGP interconnection or of the FSRU of Alexandroupolis. And this capacity is not a project, it's there. And we have also cooperated among countries, among TSOs, to remove commercial barriers. And one of the most significant, let me say, even if it's small achievement, is the launch of this super bundle product, like we called it. That means that as of yesterday, and physically yesterday for the first time, Ukrainian buyers have been able to buy gas at the Greek virtual trading point and receive it in Ukraine with a single contract that has been booked on a digital platform. This is, let's say, commercial innovation that comes through really the cooperation among the private sector, all the transmission system operator, and the public sector, because in a record time, all the regulatory authorities of the countries have approved this product and have approved the fact that, let's say, each company have made a solidarity gesture of reducing, and Moldova even more recently, the transit tariff in order to make this product commercially viable. And as I mentioned before, let's say when it comes to North Macedonia, we signed the cooperation agreement here at the Economist 2022. Last year, we started the construction on the Greek side. Next week, our colleagues in North Macedonia will have a groundbreaking ceremony in which also the construction on the North Macedonian side will start. So let's say we are really moving ahead with the steps that will enable significant flows of gas coming from through Greece to be exported through the southern corridor and to the vertical corridor to Southeast Europe. And at the same time, as the minister left us to go to the parliament to discuss the hydrogen law, also important achievements are being made. Of course, we are at the baby steps vis-à-vis the new future energy corridors, and here I'm talking about the future hydrogen corridors. Greece has obtained by the European Commission the approval of 2 projects of common interest. Last year, the Hydria project, which is the interconnection between Greece and Bulgaria, for which also grant financing have been given by the European Commission for the first studies. And this year, a second project of common interest has been approved. That, again, is an example of cooperation between us, DESFA, IGI Poseidon, and SNAM for a possible second corridor for hydrogen future export through Italy up to Austria and Germany. So step by step, but by continuously working together, I think that we are really proving the case that this collaboration can really deliver significant results.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria. And over now to Fabrizio Matana, an old friend, a regular on these panels, and always with great insights on the subject, on the topic, interconnectivity.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be here in such a distinguished panel. Again, in my 4 minutes, I will try to remark 4 points. And the first one is starting from the context. I think that we are experiencing, and we have experienced, that the geopolitical instability is creating a very huge impact in the energy system, and then in terms of security of supply, and then in terms of competitiveness of energy and competitiveness of our country. And what we see is that when we have this kind of complexity and instability, the system should call for cooperation. We mentioned, everybody mentioned this before, but the reality, and this is what we saw, is that if this cooperation is not prepared, in the emergency situation, every country will look for his own security. And here comes the second point I wanted to mention, that is the role of infrastructures, because the way to prepare this long-term stable cooperation is through infrastructure. Infrastructures take time. We mentioned, of course, I'm in the gas infrastructures, and they are complex, they are very capital intensive, they have geopolitical complexities, but this is something that has to be prepared. I think that it is true, has been said, that public and private sector have to work together. I think European Commission here have an important role in order to de-risk the development phase of the project, but in the end, the market will decide, the private sector will take his own risk, and the market will match demand and supply and feasibility of each project. But the public, and in my case, European Commission has a role in order to de-risk the initial phase. The third point, I will tackle a little bit the point of energy transition from another perspective. I think we have experience. I mean, I'm perceiving that the approach to the energy transition is changing. Is becoming, luckily, less ideological, more pragmatic, and I think this will help in going through a concrete and real transition that is bringing affordability and security in a more concrete way. What we were facing before was an ambitious target. I fully share the previous point. Ambitious target without a real competitive solution. And the risk was very high, and we experienced that. I think the situation is changing, the approach is changing, is becoming more pragmatic, and this means that also natural gas will have a longer time frame, and probably an easier acceptability, even in Brussels, but not because of ideology, but because we need it. And when we talk about gas, I come to my last point that is related to the area we are working in, that is the EastMed area, the Mediterranean area, and in particular the EastMed Basin. I think that when we talk about security of supply and energy, EastMed area is a huge opportunity for security and stability for Europe and for the Mediterranean area. It's the biggest area of discovered resources. It's the closest, so also in terms of efficiency of transport and competitiveness of pricing, hopefully, is an important, great important area. But what is missing now, and this is related to the 3 points I mentioned before, is an energy corridor, is an interconnecting infrastructure or system of infrastructure that brings the molecules. Today is gas, in the future could be hydrogen, connecting Europe to the EastMed Basin. We have been working a lot as IGI Poseidon in this kind of infrastructure. We mentioned IGB as a first effort of interconnecting the areas, and we have been working a lot on EastMed pipeline. We still think, even knowing the complexity around the project, we still think is a huge strategic option for the area, for the energy stability, energy security, for Europe and its Med Basin.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. Thank you. Just let me come now to Notis Sardelis to maybe comment on what you've heard from our collective here and throughout some key points.
I'd like, first of all, to thank you personally, thank the organizers and the economists personally on behalf of Sardelis Petsa for inviting us.
I think the mic needs to be turned up.
Hello?
Okay.
1, 2. Yeah. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the economists personally on behalf of Sardelis Petsa for inviting us to participate in this prestigious conference. I would like to make some very brief remarks, and I won't use the time at all, about certain legal aspects relating to the green transition and the progress made in Greece in the last year. It is true that significant progress has been made since last year. Policies have been formulated and important measures have been taken to confront the oversupply caused by the increased penetration of renewables in Greece. For example, the curtailment compensation mechanism, the recent ministerial decision for GCO for standalone batteries, and the future introduction of negative prices in the balancing market. However, there are still very important challenges that remain, and allow me to say something briefly about 3 important issues that are still here with us and affect the whole green transition issue. Boosting interconnection has been mentioned before. The second is we need an updated spatial planning. And the third is land security. About boosting interconnections, despite progress on green transition, we still face oversupply, negative prices, and curtailments. Interconnections, both domestic and cross-border, must be prioritized. And this means that there must be fast-tracked licensing and permits, of course, without compromising environmental standards, but these have to be redesigned. We need solid funding and smart financing, and we need incentives not just for large players, but also for other medium enterprises, which can play an equally pivotal role in many aspects. The second is we need spatial planning for infrastructure. We need updated, stable infrastructure for both electricity and gas, but development depends on a realistic and modernized spatial plan. Up to today, storage integration has been mainly achieved through fragmented legislative initiative. We need to complete new and updated frameworks for spatial planning based on past lessons and best practices. And third and last, land security. As a lawyer, I cannot stress enough the importance of securing land for any project, not only energy projects. Major projects need significant space and legal clarity on land. With the land registry, which is now complete and operating, almost within all territory in Greece, it's time to review and modernize the expropriation law. For example, high preparatory costs and procedural delays often defeat the purpose of expropriation. Therefore, some focused legal fixes are urgently needed. And I'm closing by saying that, yes, the wider region sees that the wider area sees instability and challenges and changes, but I think this is not something that would have to make us to change our goals, but to act faster, because time is running out. Thank you
very much. Okay. We've heard from everybody, and I think we've got about 12 minutes left. That gives everybody about 1 minute, which is, so this is very challenging. So I was thinking, first it would be good to talk about, everybody's mentioned geopolitics and the challenges that this has posed for energy security and developing the sort of connectivity that everybody's been talking about. So arising from that, I'm just going to randomly pick out a few people. Nobody's mentioned Ukraine, so maybe, Jeffrey, you would say something about that. Where does Ukraine fit in?
Yeah, thank you, Joan. And Ukraine and Russia's invasion, I think, is central to the way Washington thinks about energy as a geopolitical instrument. Certainly, Russia's use of energy in 2022 to try to break transatlantic unity. It was a big part of the larger narrative around the war. I was really glad to hear Minister Papakonstantinou talking about the importance of the vertical corridor. And I see Alexandra Saruku has arrived, and as deputy minister, she played a leading role working with the Commission to build out this vision. As Maria Rita pointed out, there is now agreement among Greece, Bulgaria, Romania on a pancaking formula to consolidate pricing there. And I will just note, lastly, that one of my last projects in government was helping the Biden administration to shape its approach to Ukraine's decision in December, at the end of December last year, to end all transit of Russian gas. There were great debates about whether this was going to be destabilizing to our partners in Europe, about how the Ukrainian grid would sustain itself. It happened, and there wasn't a single ripple. And I think that demonstrates both the strategic defeat that Russia has faced with its loss of its European market for its gas, and that's a market that Russia has not been able to redestine, but also, back to my original point, the absolutely critical role that Greece has played as a regional energy hub and as a gateway, facilitating the delivery of American and other molecules, along with the gas that comes through the Southern Gas Corridor, to build energy security and to create an environment that makes Europe both energy secure, but also advancing the region's national security.
Thanks. Wanted to come back to you then, Minister, just, I guess, continuing on this theme of the geopolitics and geopolitical uncertainty and pressures and instability and wars. You know, from your experience, is this something that is actually undermined, or has it actually emphasized or accentuated the push towards greater regional connectivity and cooperation in the region?
Yes. As we said before, geopolitics, they are very much linked to energy. And when there is a turmoil somewhere in the world, you understand that immediately it impacts the cost of energy. And affordability is a matter that the citizens, especially of Europe, they need to consider seriously, and not the citizens, the governments of the European member states, they need to take it very, very seriously, simply because competitiveness of Europe is under question mark. And with Cyprus taking over the EU presidency on the 1st of January 2026, and my ministry being energy, commerce and industry, we will be leading 3 councils. The Council of Energy, Competitiveness and Trade. You understand that if I take the competitiveness and connect it to energy, you understand they are very much linked. And because you spoke about geopolitics and Jeff spoke about the Ukraine impact, I mean the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, you understand you remember what we lived in Europe, the time that the Russian gas was shut off from the system of Europe. Immediately prices went up. Certainly, we found ourselves in Europe in a period trying to move through the transition to implement the Green Deal. Of course, the Green Deal supports the independency. Again, I keep connected to competitiveness, and I heard a few words here like being realistic, being pragmatic. I believe that it's very important for Europe to take competitiveness into consideration. And I will say one more thing. We see Europe trying to implement renewables. We started the Green Deal for the climate change. I believe we need to change it and switch it a little bit differently and explain the Green Deal differently. Instead of saying climate change, we say supporting our economic model and then climate change. So we put competitiveness first, and then we put the climate change. Having said that, energy is not anymore produced where it is consumed. And because this is the case, we need to transport energy from where it is produced to where it is consumed. The Mediterranean is a place of production because of the PVs, photovoltaics, because of the wind. We see, the dynamic of wind in the Aegean Sea. We see what is happening in the north of Africa. We see the Middle East developing big PV plants, but also we need to see the connectivity of the world. Middle East, we spoke about India, Middle East, Europe corridor. This is something very important, and we need to be supportive in order to deliver it. In closing, I would say that competitiveness should be number one. Green Deal supporting our competitiveness. Climate change, it's coming second. Thank you.
Thanks. Now I realize the challenge of this panel of 12 speakers, because I did want everybody to have a chance to, to come back and say something. So I'm going to take very quick points from each of you. And in terms of our discussion, feel free to really just emphasize, what is the kind of key issue for you, whether it's a financing question, the problems of accessing finance from the business side, is there enough venture capital going into, tech and infrastructure in the energy field? Is it the geopolitical challenge and connections with, improving connections with Europe for Moldova, obviously facing big security challenges? Is it pricing, energy divide, any of these things? So, but please just, 30 seconds maybe from each of you, and I'm just going to go down the panel just to give you all a chance to give a key message. So, Minister.
Works?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Interconnectivity, it's the key for better cooperation, for grid stability around the region. And in Moldova, we know the best this part, as we are working now to complete our major interconnector with Romania, and we have another 2 to come. One is already financed, and we have it already on the pipeline. Very soon we'll launch the auction and the construction process for that. It's the Bălți-Suceava. It's an interconnector, 400 kilovolt interconnector with Romania. And as you mentioned, Madam, the financing is very important, the financing mechanism and the finances availability for the third interconnector, which it's also crucial. We are targeting and we are aiming to do market coupling by 2027, and as well to be able to integrate more renewables into the grid to expand at the full extent the potential of renewables in the region. We need to have better grid stability and better interconnectivity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was just thinking that this word uncertainty, the environment is changing, so maybe priorities are shifting as well, considering the geopolitical changes. As my colleague said, we were in a rush to complete the climate goals, but now we have to look also at security and affordability. We had these events in Spain, recently in North Macedonia, in Serbia, where we felt what it is like to have a blackout. And as the minister said, in our region, we are now having an upward pressure on prices. This is continuing for more than a year and a half. So affordability affecting competitiveness at the end of our region is really a key priority. But what I think is undoubted is a sound foundation to walk steadily in this uncertainty. These are grids. We need future-proof, flexible, scaled-up, interconnected grids that are protected also against cyber, physical, or hybrid threats. And we need cooperation. We cannot deal it without having a strong cooperation, especially in our region. This is the base between Greece, Bulgaria, Romania. Also, we have the trusted partner, Azerbaijan, that is a good example of regional leadership with a global impact.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have to mention that Greece is an important partner within the SGC and we will continue to partner with them. And this year we're planning to supply even a bit more gas than in the previous years. Regional interconnectors is the future of the energy, and based on our projects, I would like to mention 2 points. The technical points have been mentioned by my colleagues, the commercial aspect. First aspect, how to raise the IRR of the project, to bring down the capital cost. So 60–70% of some of the projects are the supply chain, and in order to that, you need the private sector involvement to raising the ratio of the equity. Not easy, but when the IRR is good in the double-digit area, when there is an incentive for the private sector, including from the public sector actually, the IGAs could be helpful in some cases. We're talking about the multi-billion-dollar projects. Without the public sector stepping in and helping the private sector is not possible. But at the same time, the supply chain. Supply chain is a really delayer in some parts. We're talking about the China. Some projects in China, the huge offshore projects, they take less than 2 years. They take 4 or 5 years in other parts of the world. Why? Because the supply chain is very near, the materials are there, technology is there. So we have to think how to align those commercial supply chain and commercial breakout of the projects under the one umbrella. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump over you, Jeffrey, and go to some. I'm asking for 30 seconds now, sorry, because we do have to finish.
So maybe my last remarks are that resources underground does not have value. So, and the word competitiveness and pragmatism has been recurring in this panel. So I think we need to be very pragmatic to bring the different stakeholders together so that we can bring these resources off ground so that we have value, share this value among the stakeholders, and this is going to be very good to energy security and also withstanding uncertainty and geopolitical tensions.
Thank you very much. Dan.
My opinion is that the business of energy is shifting from hardware infrastructures to energy management solutions. What we see now in Romania is negative prices. By the way, we are balancing 80% of all the balancing market of Romania in nominal terms. We are seeing problems of congestion management, flexibility services, energy efficiency, new technologies. We are seeing a lot of value into forecasting of energy, whether it is production or demand or technical losses. So what I believe is that the new era for energy is about technology and especially AI-driven technologies. For this reason, access to capital for startups as seed capital, as follow-on financing, and especially for late-stage financing, which practically is very scarce in our region. And I think the role, and this is an important message, of the big players in energy in our part of the world should replicate what Verbund is doing in Austria, E.ON is doing somewhere else in Germany and all over the place, by investing in startup technologies and by supporting what we have as a talent pool. We ourselves are looking at raising a venture capital fund, but of course the big players should be the ones who drive the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Andreas?
Yep. Well, let me tackle the finance point in very simple terms. You have generally 3 pools of finance. You have centrally coordinated, whether it's governments, whether it's European funds, whether it's infrastructure funds. Then you have industrialists, and then you have funds. Each one of these pools responds to different signals. Signals mean constraints, technology risk, regulation, incentives, grants, and all of that. What we need to do is to ensure that Europe and each country will align those signals with the transition path that we need. Today, we have a big issue because we are being called to invest in technologies which are not proven. So everybody thinks that hydrogen is a solution. Well, it might be in 10 years, not now. We need to invest to get there, so somebody has to take the technology risk. Everybody is talking about renewables. Well, guess what? You cannot run a country on PVs. So there has to be the appropriate signaling to make sure that funds are invested in the right technology.
Okay, very clear message there. Fabrizio?
Yeah, maybe on the same path. I think that if we want to really achieve a sustainable energy transition and the decarbonization of the sector, I think we really have to focus on carbon neutrality. Carbon neutrality through technological neutrality. This is also linked to financing. We don't have to set targets on a single technology. There is no one single route. There is technological neutrality. We set the target, the market, the cooperation between private and public sector will bring the most competitive and sustainable solution. So I think that technological neutrality is the key, also to achieve an ambitious target.
Thank you very much. And last word to you, Maria.
Well, I can only agree with what Fabrizio and Andreas said before me, technological neutrality. And let's say it's very important to understand that energy investments are capital intensive, have a long life. And let's say we all have to avoid, for the benefit of the cost of energy for the consumers, any risk of stranded asset. So we need energy policies which are stable, and this is not what we have had in the last few years. We have had energy policies, we have changed a lot, and it's very difficult to take the right investment decisions. So stability of energy policy, realism and pragmatism, and I totally agree, we need to have technology neutral targets.
Thank you. The Minister just wants to make a final point. I think we've set up the discussion for the next panel quite well, which is the focus on the climate change and targets and so on. So, Minister, final word.
Thank you very much for this exceptional treatment. As we heard from all the speakers, we cannot afford to exclude any energy technology. And this is my takeaway from this conversation here. And the reason is because you hear, renewables technology may not be there to support our competitiveness. We heard the words natural gas. We heard wind, PVs, technology, AIs, so you understand that we cannot afford to exclude any technology. So it has to be in a mix, and gradually and in a realistic way, we move towards the Green Deal to support our economic model, to support the European competitiveness. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So, been a great panel. Thank you all very much indeed. We've had our photographs, so I'm handing straight over to John, and we're moving ahead with the next panel. Thanks, all of you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ladies and gentlemen, Sedati or Sedati, we're going to move pretty quickly because we have fallen 10 minutes behind our schedule, which I guess is actually no surprise. This next topic is combating climate change, the need to reevaluate strategy. Now, I am allegedly a chair, but as a journalist, this means that I know about a lot of different things, but my knowledge is skin deep. My co-chair is Andreas Papandreou. Now, Andreas actually does know a lot about sustainable development goals and climate change. So, Andreas, please come here. It's my pleasure to ask Alexandra Sluku, who is the chair of Empowerment Med Women, spokesperson of New Democracy, and Sir David King, a very, very distinguished scientist, looking much younger than his real age. And David used to be the chief scientific advisor to the UK government, so he will, I think, have a lot of provocative things to say. Then it's my pleasure to ask Dimitris Chanis from the Heracles Group. Thank you, Dimitris. Aristotelis Chentavas, Chief Executive of Principia, Solar Power Europe. And last but not least, Kostas Androsopoulos, who is the affiliate professor of finance and energy management at the Alba Graduate Business School. That is basically, nice to see you. Nice to see you. I guess,
where am I sitting?
Would you mind being, I'm sorry about this. This is no disrespect to you. I think it actually gives you pride of place. We won't forget you. But I should probably be sitting here. And I think actually, let's ask Alexandra first of all to, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Now, the thing is, there is a clock here, a countdown clock. So we can always be very cruel and say, Alexandra, look at the clock. You've 30 seconds over or whatever. So the challenge is yours.
Don't be so strict with me.
Go for Alexandra. But the real questions for this panel will come from Andreas here. So, you know, he's the main guy. I'm just the sort of the light fluff on this. After you.
So we start already?
Please, absolutely.
I just say whatever I want?
No, I'll start.
Okay.
Let Andreas, why don't you give a little bit about what you expect from this as well?
What do I expect from this?
What you want?
Well, first of all, I'm not the main guy. You're the main guy.
No.
Yeah.
That's it.
Second of all, what do I expect from this? Well, this is, I mean, no doubt we're, I think, at a very critical junction with respect to overall attempts to deal with climate change. We've had serious upheavals in terms of geopolitics, in terms of alliances, in terms of international organizations. All of this, not necessarily started, but certainly Trump has played a key role in these new developments. So addressing the broad picture on climate action, I think, is the main focus of this session. And I will start with Ms. Duku, and the question will be, given that we seem to be underperforming on climate action, both globally and even within the EU, although the EU has generally been a bright spot in terms of leadership and policy, maybe less so in terms of transition within its own industry, for instance, the automobile industry and EVs. I was wondering, from your experience, what do you consider the main obstacles from moving from incremental change to serious transformative change that's needed if we're going to ever achieve the targets that we've set in Paris?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. My feeling when we're talking about underperforming is that the climate strategy, I have the feeling that when it was designed some years ago, we were more optimistic and there was stability. And we don't have these two elements, I think, today. So there is a need to reevaluate this climate strategy. And this is not because we do not care, actually, but because I think the world has changed. And I have the feeling as well, when we discuss about this issue, that we are not so passionate as we used to be some years ago. Obviously, the reason is that the global landscape has changed. The reason is that we see so many different things happening, the war in Ukraine, obviously, the crisis, the instability in the Middle East. We see inflation, we see food insecurity, energy prices. So when you have so different serious challenges, and when you actually see even bombs and missiles being exchanged, I'm wondering who's caring about meeting climate goals. So the priorities have been changed, inevitably, and given that these priorities have been changed, there is a need for all of us, either Europe or worldwide, to reevaluate our climate strategy. I think that in Europe, Mr. Papandreou, we are on track somehow. We're doing well. Let's say we are a leader in meeting climate goals. I read recently a report from European Commission that was based actually on the assessment of the national energy and climate plans. You know, the countries had submitted their NECPs, so there was an assessment there, and the EU said that we are well on track to reach 2030 climate goals. They say that we are going to achieve these 54% of emissions reductions by 2030, which is 1% less than the 55%, the goal of 2030. But of course, these energy and climate targets, if we want to have them clearly achievable, we would definitely need effective national policies, and we would need also credible financing. And I'm not sure if financing, which is a prerequisite, is really on the table. If we don't have these things, I think the implementation will fall short. The second thing I want to say is the elephant in the room, which is the trade war and the tariffs. And the fact that we have two, the major actually global emitters, US and China, who are in a constant rivalry today, I'm afraid that this will have also a global effect in Europe and everywhere, given the fact that they are manufacturers of clean technology. I'm not sure if this investment appetite will continue to be like that. We also need research and development as well. I mean, new technologies to be merged. And given this uncertainty, the tariffs, the trade war, I'm not sure if we will continue to have this optimism to keep the pace. In your question, what are the challenges that the government has? I think first of all is the political parties for every state need to have a common approach for this issue. I'm not sure that we have common approaches in every country. Even in Greece, we are new democracy as a government, but I don't see in the issues of climate goals the other parties to be aligned with that. We always face a criticism about why you do this, why you do the other. The second thing is obviously the green transition needs a lot of money. So where we get this money, it costs a lot. And for sure, we cannot transfer these costs into the society. And we are also in a vicious circle, let's say, or in a spiral. Why I'm saying this? Because we are hit by, I don't know, a flood or a wildfire. We need to give money for that to restore. Yes, I'm finishing. In what? You watch the clock, okay. Just two challenges. So if you have like fires or floods or whatever, and you need to spend, let's say, 1% or 2% of the national GDP to restore an area, how you will find the money to meet the climate goals, to continue with the green transition? That's a second, for me, a big challenge. Not to mention, obviously, bureaucracy, red tape, permitting procedures, how we will attract investments on that. If we don't have, stable frameworks everywhere, in Greece, in Europe, or whatever. If it takes 7 years, for example, for someone to build a wind park. Lastly, we need to explain it better to the society. We need to explain better to the society why is this needed. We don't have the society yet as an alliance on that. I'm stopping here.
Let me stop you there, because David King has thought about this a lot and has been advising governments. And I imagine that you must despair at times, David, because you've got a guy in the States saying, drill, baby, drill. You've got a lot of popular pressure in the UK and elsewhere to go back from goals that were set. It's easy to set goals when they're far in the future. As you get nearer them, somehow it becomes difficult to get the popular support. So David, over to you.
Well, thank you, and I will always avoid despair. I just want to start with a headline in the European papers today. It comes from a WHO report, and the headline is, "Lethal heat is Europe's new climate reality." Not ideology, climate reality. And what the report says is over the next 3 days in Europe, 4,500 people are very likely to die from heat stress. Southern Europe is reaching 46 degrees centigrade over these days. This is a new heat record for Central Europe. So what we're seeing already, and the demonstration is there for us today, is the reality of climate change with us. And I'm going to say we have entered a period of climate disasters of increasing intensity year on year, particularly over the last 5 years, as a result of the desultory response of the world's political systems to clear warnings from the climate scientists. And I'm, of course, one of those, and my despair may come across in those comments. Over the past 4 decades, these messages have been put across. Greenhouse gas levels are still rising, and rising more rapidly than before. Now, because we're adding methane leakage to the overall greenhouse gas levels in the atmosphere. If you want to know why it's getting so bad, maybe the increased use of LNG lies behind this. So this big dependence on finding more gas to deal with the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and I understand the nature of the crisis, is nevertheless creating major problems. Let me just, if I may, talk about not just the fossil fuel lobby, the lobby that defends the incumbent energy producers, and I'm afraid I felt I could hear it in the last discussion. But let me talk about loss and damage to these extreme weather events. Last year, well in excess of $500 billion globally was lost in infrastructure due to extreme weather events. There's been an actuarial analysis. The actuaries based in London working for the insurance and reinsurance sectors have got together with the climate scientists from the University of Exeter, produced a report where they're estimating going forward in time what loss and damage is likely to be over the coming years. And I want to stress this, in 25 years' time, they're saying 15%, plus or minus 5, there's an error margin on this, 15% of global GDP in infrastructure will be lost every year. Just 25 years' time. Are we addressing that problem as we go forward? Let me go through some of these extreme events that are already occurring. Vietnam. This is a country very close to sea level. Vietnam, third biggest rice producer in the world, we're now estimating will be under seawater, 85% of the landmass under seawater 2 to 3 months in the year, again in 25 years' time. I'm going to stick to 2050 as my predictive point. Rice production in Indonesia, Southeast China, is also at risk because those rice paddy fields are also close to sea level. We're looking at a massive loss of food production from that area for the world. Northeast Greece, I'm going back to extreme events. July 2023, I happened to be in Greece at that time. Forest fire, 2,000 square kilometers of forest burnt down. Northeast Greece, the area is called Deranakoria. And in that loss, we lost the biggest natural forest in Europe. And I'm going to say to you, we lost hotels, residences, schools, barns, but the loss is not so easily reversible. Let me take you to a totally different part of the world, southern Brazil. In southern Brazil, Porto Alegre, the capital of the southern state, suffered from extreme flooding. Now, all these events have never occurred of this kind before. 620,000 people were evacuated from that city. This is the biggest city in southern Brazil, and they were evacuated over a 4-week period, 190 deaths. And the point I'm making here is these extreme weather events, I could go on and on, are occurring around the world in a way they haven't before. We've all heard of Los Angeles and the fire that destroyed a big part of that great city, and that around $150 billion of loss and damage just from that one event. So I'm saying this is not an ideology, this is an imperative for action, and we need to see that we step up to the plate. What is the cause of this? Is greenhouse gas increases. Since that meeting in Paris 2015, I was one of the senior negotiators at that event. We have just seen greenhouse gases increase year on year, and as I've just said, methane emissions, and methane is 120 times more effective as a greenhouse gas than a carbon dioxide molecule. So methane is terrible, and the methane leaking from all this methane recovery, methane also coming from cattle quite effectively, all of this is leading to greenhouse gas increases, and as predicted by the climate scientists, temperatures go up. Temperatures have now exceeded 1.5 degrees centigrade, and this is not reversing. In fact, this year we've reached an average global temperature rise of 1.7 degrees centigrade. That target of staying below 1.5 has been exceeded, and that was seen to be a level we should never go beyond.
David,
sorry, can I make one more point?
Sure.
The Arctic Circle, then I want to come back, but the Arctic Circle...
There'll be lots of questions from Andreas for you afterwards, but carry on, yeah.
The Arctic Circle, Greenland is now losing 30 million tons of ice per hour.
Wow.
Per hour, billions of tons a year. Now, Greenland has enough ice that when it's all melted, global sea levels will have risen by 6.5 meters. 6.5 meters. We certainly couldn't be sitting here. No. Or 24 feet. Is that happening irreversibly? Without deliberate human intervention, yes, that is now happening irreversibly. So what we're looking at is global sea level rise, temperature rise, heat stress deaths. What do we do now? I want to come back and discuss that.
Excellent, you will. I like the way you said you're not going to despair, but Dimitris, and there will be lots of questions from Andreas afterwards. But Dimitris, please.
Sure, wait, can I ask some questions? What?
Yeah, but we need to get, because I'm worried about this time, so if you ask a question now to...
Not to David.
Not to
Sir David.
Not to Sir.
To Dimitri.
To Dimitri, fine.
Yes, that's the objective.
Okay, go for it.
Spare 2 minutes for you.
Okay, well, I just want to say that, first of all, we just heard from our two previous speakers a huge disconnect between what the priorities the change in priorities that we've seen over the last few years, and of course, the fact that climate change really should be right at the center of our objectives and right at the top of our priorities. Now, Mr. Hanis, you may give us some hope because I know that you represent one of the hard-to-abate sectors, including cement, and we've seen, I know you're a leader in addressing these issues, so on the one hand, I want you to give us that hope and potentially to other hard-to-abate areas, but also tell us of the new challenges that you're confronting.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. If you don't mind, I'll switch to Greek for the sake of the suggestion of the organization.
Good morning. we, despite international challenges of the last years, either they concern geopolitical turbulence, inflation, or the supply chain problems, we focus as Holcim International and Hercules Group in Greece within our goals to fulfill the goal for zero CO2 footprint by 2050. We focus on this goal, reassessing developments and situations. Nonetheless, we have followed in the last decade a strategy, and we will continue following it, which is quite effective in the field of climate efficiency and economic efficiency. We see these two go hand in hand. We are proud to implement a quite specific strategic plan of investments. We invested in the last 5 years in the country 170 million, and we have a plan of 600 million of investment by 2030 to upgrade our equipment. These investments do have an effect as a capital-intensive industry. We saw our emissions for level 1 from 670 tons of produced cement are decreased by 24% via a plan of alternative fuels and demolitions, introducing circularity in construction, using materials that were rejected otherwise in the production, using them in the production. We have decreased our emissions by 500 kilograms of CO2 emission per ton of produced product, and the aim is to increase further more. We have started our effort 1.5 years ago. It is an investment in EVIA of 400 million euros, carbon capture and storage facility that will allow our facility in Milaki to stop its emissions. We will stop emitting 1 million tons of CO2 emissions after a few years, and by 2030 we will be able to give the international market the first ton of cement with zero footprint. Our goal in 2030 for our plant in Evia is one of the three respecting the environment. Thank you very much.
Ask Mr. Handavas, who represents in different forms the solar industry. We've got sometimes disparate narratives about what the energy mix will be coming in the future. Some believe it has to be a mix of everything. Certainly it has to be a mix of everything, but the actual proportions matter. There are many who believe that renewables are going to be the key to addressing the climate change, capturing the large majority of electrification in the economy. At the same time, we've seen critics raising questions, for instance, the disruption in Spain recently. So I would like you to both give us the sense, your view on how critical renewables will be in moving forward, why we're not moving as fast as we'd like, and whether what happened in Spain is something that can be attributed to renewables or it's another matter. A lot of questions. Huh?
No.
No, to you.
The more the better. Let me first respectfully disagree with many of the statements that we heard in the previous panel. And there were some very correct words that were mentioned. It was competitiveness, it was realism, it was pragmatism. And if we want to be realistic and pragmatic, and let's see the reality. And what is the reality? That renewable energy, wind, solar, together with storage these days, is the lowest cost of the option we have today to generate energy at the lowest cost all around the world. This is climate friendly because, as it was mentioned, we live now the consequences of the climate change. The climate change is here. And also it's geopolitically safe. Every country generates the energy they need in the country, without imports, without exports, and stuff like this. Some of them may be needed for balancing purposes, but the core generation happens in the country. So why we are here now to target the climate change, the energy transition targets? Because this is maybe the easiest way to cover the fact that the policymakers have failed. And why the policymakers have failed? Because the policymakers didn't make the right decisions on time in a speedy way. The policymakers tackled only a part of the problem. And the part of the it's like saying I'm going to reform the transportation sector and I'm going to buy new wheels for the buses of a city. This is what happened in energy. Because there should have been an holistic approach there. We wanted to modernize and bring generation from renewables, and this is something that went pretty well in the market, while at the same time we needed to incorporate storage solutions. We needed to increase electricity demand. We needed to accelerate electrification. We needed to enable the creation of data centers and infrastructure that will consume this energy. And of course, phase out the traditional sources of electricity. But we only did one of these 6, 7 parts in a kind of I would say, appropriate, timely way. So we cannot blame today renewables or the turn into climate change for the lack of competitiveness of Europe, for example, because this is a talk of the town in Brussels. And they try to compare themselves with other countries that have, at the same time, different means to achieve competitiveness. I mean, everybody wants to be as good in quality and speed with China, but nobody wants to live in China. Everybody wants to become like the US, but nobody wants to exercise power like the US, or even in labor, have employment at will and work for 20 years and get fired in one day without compensation. This is how their industry is competitive. So how can we say now that the fact that renewables bring you the fastest, the cheapest electricity, so this is one of the means that you can become competitive, is the elephant in the room and the problem. So this is where we are today. I think we need to reflect on this, see the reality. Of course, we need interconnections. Of course, we need to decide on the energy mix. Probably we have more solar than we need in Greece. We need to tackle it. We need to put storage. We need to put more wind, for example. We need to see the repowering solutions we have. We were one of the first countries in wind. But let's discuss these solutions, but not say, okay, this was a mistake. Let's go back to gas. Because this is, it's like saying, because we cannot find the way to use cars, let's start riding horses. This is what's happening. So, and since I have only 8 seconds, let me just reply on the Spanish issue. I think it was clear, it was announced by everybody that was involved, by regulatory authorities, the government of Spain, TSO. It was a grid problem. And this is what we are shouting all these years. The grid must be modernized in every country, and of course in the interconnection between the countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Andriosopoulos about climate finance. We've seen that this has been a topic that's been raised in previous sessions, and today we raise it again as being critical for addressing the climate crisis. We're also in a world in which, priorities are shifting. Interest rates may be rising higher, which could be a big problem for some of the financing of renewables and so forth. What do you see as the main changes needed in sustainable finance to address these issues?
Okay, thank you for the question. Indeed, financing is very critical. We have lived through a world where we had stable pricing in terms of renewables if we go into the financing of renewable sector. Now we see uncertainty. So this volatility that comes into the market and to the forecasted revenue generation that we have, it definitely adds a bit of difficulty, let's say, in terms of the financing. However, we have a lot of ESG targets or green targets that all the industries, the sector, the financing sector as well, has and needs to apply, which makes it easier to attract, let's say, financing for green projects. So even though interest rates are increasing, costs have been going down, as Telis has said earlier, in terms of, for the renewable energy sector at least to become the most competitive in terms of electricity generation. So there are some positive and some negative effects that we have seen in the past, but at the end of the day, all this green push that we have seen in the finance sector makes green energy projects bankable and very appealing to the finance sector to finance. However, it's not only the green energy projects. We have discussed that also in the previous panel that there are other technologies there as well. If we group them into three categories of green projects, then you have the traditional project, because the world needs to keep going. We need to remind to everybody that we have today the biggest consumption of oil in the world than what we had in the past in terms of barrels per day. We are more than 100 million barrels per day of consumption. So someone needs to address that question as well. We need to say that out loud, because absolute numbers matter. I like to speak about the world as a whole. If we are 10 billion people in 20 years from now, that means that we will need at least 30% more energy than what we are consuming in absolute terms than today. So somehow we need to cover this gap. So what we need to bring realism and pragmatism again also into the financing of all of these projects, and we have seen that from US banks, for example, or from the US financial system, whereas the European financial system has been a little bit more let's say, less appealing in terms of financing natural gas projects or oil projects. There is regulatory uncertainty on this, but we see that the world will still need other products and other technologies as well to be able to electrify, and not only, but also to sustain our energy systems. And then we have a third group, which is the new technologies. And this is a lot of hype and a lot of discussion as well in Europe. We're talking about green hydrogen. We're talking about e-fuels, all of these very nice products that the technology exists. Is not something that does not exist, but it's expensive to produce, needs to be supported. So we need to identify the tools, the mechanisms that can support the finance sector with all the difficulties that we mentioned before, to take a little bit out of this pain of the uncertainty on one hand and the expensiveness and the non-bankability that exists as of now, so that we are able to move forward. We talked about greening the industry. We have the CBAM, we have the carbon tax adjustment mechanism of Europe. If we keep making things more expensive, we need to be able to pay for all of this, the products at the end of the day, and to make the industry survive in this environment. If you don't have the incentives or you don't have the subsidies that even the cement industry has received to capture the CO2, this wouldn't be a viable project. So it's not only interest rates. The interest rate environment obviously does not help. It's always better when we have low-cost financing. But we need to see an array of different financial products and mechanisms and instruments that the politicians, the EU, need, on one hand, improvise them, but then they need to implement them, and to implement them in a fast way, because the acceleration that we need is not really there. We need to be able to move faster, is a word that has been heard also in the previous panel, as much as we can, because yes, climate crisis does not wait, cannot wait, and also industry cannot wait, because we cannot put them hostages in this situation where the old situation, should not exist anymore, but the new situation that the companies, the new environment that they will be operating is not there yet, and it needs some support. So all of this needs to come together, and we need to make them fast with very decisive measures from all ends of the industry. And my final comment is that, given that I'm representing as well a business school here, being with the heart of the professor, as some of us at least on this panel here, we need to educate our societies. We need to educate people. We need to educate the policy makers and the leaders that are taking this decision, because unfortunately, many of the times, they are not informed. They do not have the full picture. And this is the problem that is creating all the issues that we discussed earlier. And of course, educate the industry as well, and the executives, the leaders of tomorrow, that they need to understand what the reality of tomorrow will be, so that they can take the right measures from today. They need to have the right tools. And this is our task as well as academics, to be able to do that in the academic environment as well, which is usually the safest environment as well.
You're assuming that people want to be educated. That's just,
okay.
This is, of course, a big... I want to ask a very pointy question, but let me just ask a question to David first. I mean, David, you were an advisor to a government, the Blair government. And you've had your warnings about what awaits us in terms of climate change are pretty dire. But I mean, as I think Juncker said, we all know what needs to happen, but if we do what needs to happen, we won't be elected. So if you were advising governments now, including the UK government, what would you do?
That's a very important question. When I was working with Tony Blair, we began a process of effectively demanding that utilities switched across to renewables. But the initial percentage that we were demanding was low, and they were putting the cost straight onto the consumers. The consumers didn't notice. But as we increased the amount required, the price came crashing down. In other words, as the marketplace increased to meet the demand, the price of renewables came crashing down. Today, the cheapest electricity in Britain, by the way, we have reduced our emissions since I joined by 54% since that time. And we have promised we will reduce our emissions by 81% by 2035, and we can deliver it. So we're on track. The cheapest form of electricity on our grid today, and this surprises everybody, including me, is offshore wind. The most expensive form of electricity today is gas. The price of gas is volatile. All of the fossil fuel products are volatile. They depend on demand. And so what we have created is a system which does produce competitive energy. Now, of course, if I'm really advising governments around the world, which, by the way, we are, the Climate Crisis Advisory Group is still traveling around the world talking to governments as we go. China is the exemplar, and I know a lot of people would be surprised to hear that. But we were in China in October. The Chinese, since that time, just this year, in 3 months, have produced 110 gigawatts just from solar panels alone. And last year, they produced 4 times that amount of solar energy onto their grid. 110 gigawatts is the total for Britain. And they did that in 3 to 4 months. So what we're looking at is also a country where nuclear power, they have put up 102 2-gigawatt nuclear power stations since 2010. China is focused on the following. All energy usage in China will be from electricity. All electricity will be produced without fossil fuel usage. That's their direction of travel, and I believe they will achieve that. It's not easy, because they have a big new middle class. Our estimate is 850 billion people were taken, sorry, million. 850 million people were taken out of poverty in the 20 years between 2000 and 2020 in China. That's a big new demand from a big new middle class. And they have to meet all that electricity demand by increasing it. They have the right focus. I do think it's unpopular to say China is a global leader on this issue, but nevertheless, watch what the Chinese are doing and mimic what they're doing. You could hardly do better.
Andres.
Yeah, well, let me follow up on that question. When I said in the beginning that Europe is also underperforming, I was less focusing on reduction of carbon dioxide emissions, greenhouse gases, which they've achieved their target, and more focusing on the point that you just raised, that while it's leader at the political front, at the level of the industry and actually what it's doing in terms of its fundamental transition and transformation, for instance, like EVs, it's lagging. And now of course, the automotive industries are going to China and trying to find from them the new technology and compete with them. So but one issue, and this also touches on solar and expansion of renewables, is that when we move towards renewables and which can ultimately make energy cheaper, we also have something called the green paradox, which is that people find cheaper electricity, they start using more of it.
The Jevons paradox, yeah.
And of course, we have now data centers, and we're amazing at finding new uses of energy. Economists have a solution for that, but politicians don't like it, and that's a carbon tax or emission tradings. It was particularly disappointing with what happened in Canada, because they had a carbon tax which actually was quite ingenious, because they were returning money to the consumers, recovering the costs of the tax, and still it was unpopular. So I want to ask, and this is open to anyone, how do we deal with what we see as more and more? We make it cheaper, we address it, but we still want more energy, we want more using it. If we're not going to use carbon taxes to do it, is there another way of approaching that? And then just the broader question that we raised from the beginning, this gap between our priorities. We're talking about carbon finance now, defense budget is increasing, which will be completely competing with that. How do we address this disconnect between our understanding that climate crisis remains the critical issue for our generations, and the fact that we're losing substantial time now in terms of priorities?
Just a quick point, Andres. What is the status of the border carbon tax, which is supposed to be brought in by
2026?
Yeah, which is after all just next year. Is it still going to happen? Or is this going to be a problem with the states and so on?
Certainly with the states, that's going to be big issues, because the states are now negotiating on tariffs, and they don't like the carbon border adjustment mechanism. So this is going to be a critical question for how Europe deals with that, because that's at the heart of their competitiveness approach. And certainly cement has, I think, issues with the CBAM, which might be interesting to hear. So I raised a lot of points. Anyone would like to address some of these or others?
I would love to answer that. So first of all, the Jevons, sorry, I apologize. The Jevons paradox has not followed through. So if we look at the production of electricity in the UK, we are switching across, again, all energy usage across to electricity, including electric vehicles on the road. Electric vehicles on the road, when do you charge them? You charge them at night when wind turbines are still producing electricity. The cost is extremely low. I know, I've got an electric vehicle. And so You're using electricity when demand is very low. You don't have to increase the amount of gigawatts to completely transform the car transport system into electric vehicles. So there are big, big advantages. The big driver for new electricity demand is actually AI. Right, so what we're seeing...
And that is the Jevons paradox, because that's going to go...
Well, you say it's a Jevons paradox, but there's a group of companies that made commitments to net zero, that have abandoned those commitments, and just building more and more AI, massive electricity usage. So this is a demand that has nothing to do with the Jevons paradox. What I do want to stress is Europe, from east to west, is a long distance. And if we could get interconnectors across Europe, we have massive advantages because the sun is going to be shining in different parts of Europe at different times of the day. So I just push for that. Stop.
Okay, we've run out of time.
Yeah, but those are, Dimitri, I mean, you asked a question by Andreas, so please.
I just wanted to say, first of all, I fully agree that we cannot afford, obviously, a climate strategy that is built on idealism alone, and that we should adapt this strategy into the real world, obviously. But as I was listening to David King advising, let's say, to the governments of what they should do, and obviously we all agree here that renewables is the cheapest way of having cheap energy. From my experience at the ministry, I think in the last 6 years, I think we were not persuasive to the citizens outside telling this story. Because when I was telling this story, you know what, green transition is beneficial for the economy, for the society, for everything, then immediately the question was coming up. Then why, Ms. Duku, we see an electricity bill that is keep on being increased? Because you need investments for grids, and you transfer these costs to the society, because the electricity price, I don't know what is happening in Europe, but keeps on being increased. So why you're telling us this story, and at the same time, when I go back at home, I get an electricity bill that is more and more increased. And here, I think that politicians lack of arguments on that, or tangible.
We're under extreme instructions from Nectaria, must always be obeyed, that we need to stop now. So, Dimitri, I asked you if we well, you could have 20 seconds. Yeah. Okay, 20 seconds now.
Just a note, following on what Mr. Papandreou said. Look, all this energy transition, and when it comes to cement business, or European cement business, and in particular Greek cement business, is in the end a matter of viability of our business, a matter of viability of our plants. We as a company have experienced shutting down a plant in the previous decade, the crisis decade. We are struggling like hell to keep the rest of one surviving. And our way towards this goes through energy transition and fighting the climate change effects in our business.
Well, at least you're not indulging in despair. I mean,
not at all.
Adaptation is going to happen. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you.
And I wish we had more time, but we don't. Goodness. Yeah, come on.
This old man, he'll make his way down.
Well, I mean, careful. We're going to be immortalized on film, and we mustn't trip up when we step down. You're quite right. Thank you, everybody. And now it's my pleasure to ask Daniel to take the hot seat again.
It's hi. Nice to meet you. Fanny says hi. Shall we go in the middle? Well, thank you very much, John. We're going to follow on with, I guess, what you could call another sort of sustainability, the sustainability of the Greek economy. And we're going to have a conversation for the next 15 minutes, taking us up to the break, with Alexandros Exarchou, who's very familiar to you here in Greece. His company of which he's chair and chief executive, Actor Group, straddles construction and banking, and so has been a pretty good barometer of the Greek economy in recent years, and therefore a pretty good entry point to look at what might come next. So I want to start a little bit with the past, and then we're going to look ahead, if that's all right, and also set it in the European context of the European economy and the strategic vision, if you like, for the European economy. But you know, your businesses really reflect what's happened in Greece with a banking crisis, and you bought two of the smaller banks, and that's now recovered. And the construction industry, which is, I suppose, going gangbusters, it's fair to say. How would you describe the period that we've reached now in Greece in terms of economic vibrancy and dynamism?
Well, thank you, first of all. Well, Greek economy is, in my opinion, a small miracle after what has happened 10 years ago. Greece was called to survive with the hardest currency in the world. So when you're at the edge of bankruptcy, or you are bankrupt, as it was with Greek economy, to be able to survive and regain power using the strongest currency globally is a miracle, in my opinion. However, what has happened in Greek economy reflects very much what is happening now, and the growth you see and the perception of growth that is created around Greek economy is really the difference between catastrophe and where we're today. Greeks have experience in sustaining serious hits. We are resilient. We have proven that we are resilient. We survive. We manage somehow out of a catastrophe to create what I would call a victory. And the example of both the bank that we are involved and Actor is very much reflecting this. We took two banks that they were bankrupt in all sense of the world, and through a process of 1.5 years and a lot of new money, of course, as always, we managed now to have what we believe to be the cleanest and healthiest, smaller bank in Greece, who is capable to play a significant role in Greek economy, in my opinion, and the way things are evolving. For instance, what happened yesterday, where I was delighted to hear that Eurotex decided to buy the Greek stock market, which is excellent news. In my opinion, will help everybody that has a healthy intention in terms of growing in Greek economy. I remember when we were attempting that, merging the two banks and then creating a new one, that most people were saying that taking two bankrupt entities, you don't manage to make a good one. Well, we did that in the banking sector. We did that in construction sector. We got Intracat, a very small...
Two wrongs don't make a right, as we say.
Two wrongs doesn't make a right, but sometimes they do.
Sometimes it makes a profit.
Indeed, indeed. And I think in both our cases, both the banking sector and the construction sector, we did exactly that. Yeah. We got not good material in the beginning, but now we have created something which, in my opinion, is
so I think what's a sort of puzzle that perhaps you can help us sort out is that at the moment, as we've heard yesterday and again today, the Greek economy is doing very well, as you say. It's sort of miracle. But the European economy is not doing so well, and particularly in heartland Europe, in Germany, is zero growth, more or less. So the question is, you know, why this Greek exception? Is it merely catch up from the crisis that Greece experienced so deeply in previous years, or is it something else?
European Union is a strange creature, in my opinion. I mean, it is not a state. So in a union, in any union in the world, USA, for instance, you wouldn't expect that you'll see one state so much different than the others. But the European Union is built in that. I will remind you that when the crisis struck, it was our problem to solve it. When taxes were on our border, it was our problem to solve. When COVID hit the European Union, it was a European problem to solve. So on the back of of this strange concept of using the same currency, but when things are getting wrong, moving away from a common target. What has happened with Greek economy was, in my opinion, reflecting this behavior. A lot of European states exercised immense pressure to the poor little small Greek economy at that time, creating the necessity to the Greeks to protect themselves. We suffered a lot, we lost a lot, but now, when we are recovering, we recovered because of the crisis that came from external, in my opinion, parameters, like the war in Ukraine. We were not dependent so much as other states to Russia.
Okay.
And therefore, we were forced to invest in things, protecting ourselves so early that allow us to continue growing under the conditions of what is now called the war in Ukraine.
So you entered that period in better shape, in a strange way, than the rest of the European Union, or much of the rest of the European Union.
Yes, and have been being forced to make provisions for what's happening.
Okay. Well, let's turn to the future, and I guess this question of how sustainable this turbocharged Greek economy really is. And construction is, I think, a good place to start for that, because the sorts of pressure points that you might feel in construction are relevant here. Maybe labor questions, maybe raw material questions, quite apart from demand questions and planning questions. How do you see this playing out over the next 5 to 10 years?
You're dead right. I mean, construction in Greece is booming. I mean, it's unprecedented. The extent of backlog now among the 4 biggest construction companies in Greece reaches 16 billion euros. Has never happened before. And the economy as a whole is...
Can you just explain, what do you mean by backlog?
Contracts signed, not yet performed, but in the pipeline of being performed.
Okay.
So the idea is that within the next 3 or 4 years, the 4 biggest construction companies in Greece needs to perform and complete works valued of 16 billion euros. For Greek economy, this is a miracle. I mean, it's very, very difficult to happen. Obviously, I don't expect that all projects will be on time, and I don't expect there are resources and funding necessary to satisfy this. So necessarily, what I expect to happen is some projects will be completed on time, some others a little bit later. But for the next 5 or 6 years in Greece, I assume and believe that construction will continue to be booming and create a lot of growth. Whether this is sustainable further to the 5 or 6 years, I will have my doubts. I believe that obviously this will go on a not deep but slight slip. And for this we make provisions, obviously, as...
Yeah, and what are the sort of the critical points here? What could be the bottlenecks that you will have? I mean, obviously you have to plan ahead. You look ahead to see where and how you circumvent them. But what are the factors that might cause difficulties that you have to plan for now in that boom?
In our group, what we are making provisions is obviously the fact that, as I told you, within the next 5 to 6 years, I believe that we will have a steep in terms of backlog. So we are creating revenues from other sectors. We are investing in renewable energy very heavily. We have a plan of 1.5 billion investment in renewable. We have acquired now the biggest package in concession contracts in Greece, which, because it relates to project that the construction risk has been over, it really generates income for the future in order exactly to protect our cash flow and our ability to be strong when the backlog will not be as high as it is now. And of course, we have significant participation in Romania. We have a backlog there, which I believe different economies, but Romania is more sustainable in terms of construction growth than Greece, mainly because they really need the infrastructure there, and also they're very close to Ukraine.
Could you see Romania becoming a bigger share of your business over the years?
Indeed. Yeah. I believe that after 5, 6 years, Romania will be very hot, and it will be our second biggest base.
Okay. And in terms of a vision for Greece, do you think Greece really has, the recovery is remarkable, as you've described, The next few years look good, but what about the longer-term idea of how Greece positions itself and the sustainability of this outsized growth?
Well, Greece is part of the European Union, so it's very difficult to see how is it possible to have Greek economy growing while you have recession in Europe. So I do believe that we will some stage follow European Union. I'm hoping that what's currently happening with US and the new rules of the world, which I think everything changes around us, and eventually we will go back to what was the case before the wars, which was who is stronger, and the rule of strength will force European Union to modify a decision-making process in order to be strong enough to exist. And if it does manage to do that, if the European Union manages to be able to take decisions fast enough and aggressive enough in order to face an aggressor, from wherever it comes, then I believe European economy will grow faster and stronger than ever. If they fail to do that, I am very pessimistic as to what will happen to Europe and therefore Greece as well.
So if I were to sum up, you can tell me if this is a fair description. Next couple of years, you have momentum. Greece is very strong with a pipeline of business. Over the slightly longer period, you also have expansion possibilities in the neighborhood, in Romania in particular. But for the longer term, you need Europe as a whole to be more dynamic, more decisive, stronger in your word, in order for Greece to thrive. And the Greece long-term vision depends on the European success.
Absolutely.
Is that?
Absolutely.
We've got there.
Indeed.
Okay, well, I think we should let everybody take a break now. We've reached a little bit late, but not too late. But let's take a break, and then we'll be back in, 20 minutes' time? Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the syncing with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
带的无敌的梦。
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Σήμερα, η Ελπέν είναι μία από τις μεγαλύτερες ελληνικές βιομηχανίες, χάρη στις σύγχρονες υποδομές της, τις πρωτοποριακές της έρευνες, την ισχυρή διεθνή δραστηριότητα και τη μοναδική συνεισφορά της στην εθνική οικονομία. Με όραμα να πρωταγωνιστούμε στην ανάπτυξη του ελληνικού φαρμάκου και να διευρύνουμε την παρουσία μας στις διεθνείς αγορές, δημιουργούμε για πάνω από 50 χρόνια θεραπείες που βελτιώνουν τη ζωή των ανθρώπων. Στοχεύουμε σε ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους και προχωράμε δυναμικά μπροστά. Ελπέν, σταθερά στην κορυφή.
a healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Create tomorrow. Start today. With new investment products backed by superior risk management. Asset management in a time of disruptive change. Financial well-being accessible to all. Calabas. Today for tomorrow.
Λένε πως για να γίνεις καλύτερος, πρέπει να έχεις κάποιον να ξεπεράσεις. Στον όμιλο Κουάλκο έτσι γίναμε καλύτεροι. Ξεπεράσαμε προκλήσεις, δουλεύοντας με όραμα. Ξεπεράσαμε εμπόδια, δουλεύοντας με γνώση. Ξεπεράσαμε τα δεδομένα της τεχνολογίας, δημιουργώντας τη δική μας. Και όταν ξεπεράσαμε και τα σύνορα της χώρας και γίναμε ένας όμιλος με διεθνές κύρος, δεν σταματήσαμε να γινόμαστε καλύτεροι για το καλύτερο όλων. Και ενοτομούμε διαρκώς την τεχνολογία, προσφέροντας λύσεις που δουλεύουν για όλους. Και δημιουργούμε αξία για την κοινωνία, επενδύοντας στη συλλογική πρόοδο. Πάντα ξεπερνώντας ακόμα και τον ίδιο μας τον εαυτό. Όμιλος Κουάλκο. Δημιουργούμε την τεχνολογία που μας πάει όλους μπροστά. Αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός.
θετικό αντίκτυπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ladies and gentlemen.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, παρακαλώ. Ελπίζω να πιείτε τον καφέ σας. Θα περάσουμε στην επόμενη συνεδρία, κατά την οποία θα εξετάσουμε τις ευκαιρίες και τις προκλήσεις στην εποχή της agentic τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Agentic σημαίνει της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης που λειτουργεί αυτόνομα μέσω πρακτόρων. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον κύριο Δημήτρη Παπαστεργίου, τον Υπουργό Ψηφιακής Διακυβέρνησης, και βεβαίως τον κύριο Φράνσις Φουκουγιάμα. Να ζητήσω επίσης από τον Σουντάντσου Αστάνα, τον Αντιπρόεδρο της Iron Mountain για την περιοχή της Σημεία, τον κύριο Γιώργιο Σιούφα από την Σιούφας και Εταίρη, τον Αλεξάνδρο Μπρεγιάννη από την Nova ICT, τον κύριο Αλέξανδρο Μάνο από την Net Company, την κυρία Έφη Πρεσβεία από την ΔΕΗ και τον κύριο Μπίλ Καρνάζης από τη Βιοχάλκο να έρθουν και αυτοί. Μάλλον τα ονόματα δεν τα είπα και πάρα πολύ καλά. Σας ζητώ συγγνώμη, ταπεινά. Υπάρχει όμως ένα χαρακτηριστικό των Βρετανών, το οποίο είναι ότι ξέρουμε πάρα πολύ καλά να υποκρινόμαστε όταν είμαστε ειλικρινείς. Φράνσις, έχεις το λόγο. Έχεις 5 λεπτά για να μοιραστείς τη σκέψη σου μαζί μας. Να πω ότι ο Φράνσις Φουκουγιάμα είναι από τους πλέον διακεκριμένους πολιτικούς επιστήμονες παγκοσμίως. Είναι διάσημος με τον ένα με τον άλλο τρόπο για ένα εξαιρετικό του άρθρο, το οποίο έχει τίτλο «Το τέλος ιστορίας». Ένα εξαιρετικό βιβλίο κιόλας. Το αν βεβαίως επήλθε το τέλος ιστορίας ή όχι είναι κάτι συζητήσιμο. Αυτό είναι κάτι που θα συζητήσουμε πιο μετά. Κύριε Φουκουγιάμα, έχετε το λόγο. Θες εδώ από το podium. Θα μείνω εδώ καλύτερα. Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Παρευρίσκομαι σε αυτό το συνέδριο εδώ και κάμποσα χρόνια και εκτιμώ πραγματικά την ευκαιρία που μου δίνετε. Υποψιάζομαι ότι το υπόλοιπο πάνελ θα μιλήσει πιο πολύ για τις ευκαιρίες, οπότε εγώ θα επικεντρωθώ στους κινδύνους. Θεωρώ λοιπόν ότι υπάρχουν δύο είδη κινδύνων. Αυτοί στους οποίους οι πιο πολύ επικεντρωνόμαστε και είναι οι βραχυπρόθεσμοι κίνδυνοι, δηλαδή κακοί άνθρωποι που χρησιμοποιούν τεχνητή νοημοσύνη για να κάνουν άσχημα πράγματα. Βρισκόμαστε εν μέσω αυτής της διαδικασίας. Στο Instagram θα έλεγα ότι η πλειονότητα των βίντεο που βλέπω είναι deepfake, με τον έναν τρόπο ή με τον άλλον. Πράγματα που δεν μπορούν να έχουν συμβεί, τα οποία δεν ξέρεις αν είναι αυθεντικά ή όχι. Αυτό είναι κάτι που θα συνεχιστεί. Το κυβερνοέγκλημα, το hacking, η χειραγώγηση των εκλογών. Ήδη βρισκόμαστε εν μέσω της χρήσης της AI για τέτοιους λόγους και εύλογα.
That, however, I think that there is a larger threat looming, and it's one that I had a hard time myself really coming to grips with, and it really does have to do not so much with generative AI as with agentic AI, which is the topic of this panel, which is AIs that will then be given the authority to make decisions autonomously. Now, the reason that I think that this is going to be very, very problematic is the following. I am not a technologist. I'm not going to try to predict how good these AIs are going to be, but I do think that people tend to generalize from their superficial familiarity with ChatGPT, and it hallucinates or it makes a mistake, and people say, well, this technology is not all that great. But I think that it is going to be much, much more powerful very, very quickly. And I do know something about the problem of delegation in organizations. All organizations have to delegate authority from the top to lower levels. Economists describe this in terms of principal-agent relationships, where you have a principal, the big boss that determines policy, and the agents are supposed to carry out the wishes of the boss. Now, for an economist, they think, well, the problem is when the agents don't do what the boss wants. They're following their own interests. That's called corruption in a lot of circumstances. But I think what people don't realize is that in any hierarchical organization, you have to delegate. You have to delegate authority because, in fact, a lot of times the agents know more than the principals. The agents are closer to the actual action. If they are not given the authority to make decisions on their own, you're simply going to have an over-centralized, micromanaged organization. And so there's this tendency to push decision-making theory to the lowest possible levels. You see this already in the military. The US military has a doctrine called mission orders, where young officers are taught you delegate the most authority to the lowest command levels possible. And that's one of the reasons that the American military has been so good. Yeah. And when this happens, and you've got machines instead of people to which you're delegating authority, I think it is inevitable that there's going to be over-delegation, because these machines are going to be much, much more knowledgeable than any human being. They're going to be able to make decisions instantaneously. You're already seeing this in the Ukraine-Russia war, where you've got AI-powered drones. They cannot wait for a human operator to give them permission to kill another drone, because they're going to get killed if that decision is not made immediately. And so it's already the case that the human in the loop in military affairs is being eroded. Now, the other thing that makes me very worried about this, it's what's called the loss of control problem, is that the latest generation AIs are not being programmed by human beings. They're basically programming themselves. And so the metaphor that's used in the field is that these machines are growing rather than being created deliberately. And that means that we actually don't know what is going on inside them. And so there are all sorts of scenarios for loss of control, that one AI talks to another AI in a language that only those two machines understand, and no human being actually can decipher what it is they're saying to one another. They can exfiltrate themselves to other machines. There's a lot of very scary scenarios. And rather than trying to make a specific prediction about how this will happen, the one thing I can tell you with certainty is that this over-delegation to a machine is going to happen. We're already seeing examples of it, and it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better.
Yeah. Frank, thank you very much. Actually, what you said about Ukraine, Russia, absolutely right. And I think also happening in Gaza, where you've got software really controlling things. Minister, the floor is yours.
Καταρχάς, καλησπέρα και...
Good afternoon. I'm really glad to be here with you, and it is a great pleasure sitting next to so prominent scholars. I think the debate is on. From what we already know, AI relies on its data. What we see in AI is that AI does stuff very quickly or much more accurately compared to people. So the first thing we have to consider is the kind of data we fuel AI. What troubles me is what we keep on seeing in various countries, especially when elections take place, is the quality of democracy and the extent to which AI intervenes with the quality of our democracy, trying to go well beyond above regimes or peoples. What we saw in various countries, elections have been cancelled because there was an algorithm manipulated by someone somewhere, eroding the results. What we've seen also has been bots making phone calls in favor of one candidate or another, or videos. Indeed, we have lost control. We don't know what's reality and what's not. Recently, I watched a Greek-made AI video in which AI has been trolling itself. It was a video of citizens complaining against AI. AI versus AI. So, I'm not saying that we have to freeze anything, but indeed we have to delimit what the machine can do and what the humans should do. This is a battle, it's not new. It's a kind of fight that we've been through in the course of any industrial revolution. There was always the fear, what is the machine going to do? What are we going to do? Is the machine going to replace me and take my job? It's not like we are in the second industrial revolution. I think now challenges are a bit more acute, extreme, and it is up to us to keep AI next to us, doing the jobs that we cannot do so accurately, or maybe we're too bored to do. Especially when talking about the dissemination of fake news, on how countries and governments are being destabilized, there are certain responsibilities. And we, the governments, the countries, and the platforms should be accountable to that, because the biggest part of fake news dissemination is carried out by specific platforms. So before something is uploaded on a platform, the platform can understand whether this is the produce of an AI algorithm or not. So we have to take profit out of our mind for a single second and try to see how we can balance this world and avoid extreme conditions because of technologies that are man-made.
Some time, that's excellent. Thank you. Senator, the floor is yours.
Yes, so thank you very much. I'll give you my business perspective because I'm not very good at other topics. So AI in the business world, definitely there is a value, but we need to think how do we want to optimally utilize the potential of AI. So definitely the potential is there, and now it's up to us to see what is the best way to utilize that potential. It's like every change will bring the fear, but at the same time it will bring the opportunities also. So in the business world, AI is definitely going to help us, but we need to also think that AI, we should give time to AI to get mature. We don't know the future. Right now, there are two key words for me. One word is to understand, and other word is to interpret. So if we humans get a set of data, we interpret it, but at the same time, we try to associate it with our memories, our experiences, our environment. So we understand the data, but where is AI? It works on the set of data. So the question is, how good is that data? Is that data relevant enough? And AI right now only interprets the data. So I personally see a combination of AI interpreting the data, but I will let humans take the decision. So right now and in the, say, near future, it has to be a hybrid model. We cannot give AI 100% responsibility to interpret, understand, and decide. We have to, if we want to utilize AI in the future and wants to get the benefits out of it, we have to accompany AI till it gets mature. That definition of maturity is our definition. So how do we want to use that? So it's good, but it has some concerns also. Like I was going through an article where it was like death of white collar workers. The title of the article is. So it's saying that maybe in 10 years' time, every economy will grow by 15–20%, having 25% unemployment. So these are some of the concerns, and it's up to us because right now, as of today, we are in charge, so we have to shape it as per the requirements of the humanity. So it could be good, it could be not so good, but it's up to us to make best out of it.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. The idea of keeping humans in the loop, as long as that actually remains possible. I mean, the hybrid model, fingers crossed. Giorgio Silvas, please.
It is a great honor to be with you today at a point where technology and justice do not converge but shape the future. Agentic AI is not an innovation alone. It is a transformation power which changes the way we perceive, implement, and evolve the law. Legal services that are at the crossroad. According to Forbes, 65% of legal firms believe that AI is necessary for them to remain competitive. This is not statistics alone. There are four forces. Clients demand more accurate and transparent services. New professionals choose employees that know technology. Mainly, technology is not an assistant, is of paramount importance, as Arxiv shows. Agentic AI is a partner, not an assistant. We're not talking about chatbot, but autonomous agents that have legal goals, take initiatives, adjust themselves real time, and cooperate with systems and people. Let's see some examples to make it more interesting, implemented today from Greek law firms. Agents that draw up legal documents combining different sources, laws, and court decisions. They identify clauses of risk for negotiations. The agents also find jurisprudences, and we have also agents for buyouts, agents for regulatory compliance that check legislation. These are reality applications today, and there are providers abroad that Harvey, Luminance, and Kira with applications in more than 70 countries. No matter how impressive the possibilities are, we cannot omit risks. False information. According to Stanford AI, 1 out of 6 answers may provide fake references. Security of clients demand control of access and accountability. Who is responsible when AI makes a mistakes? The lawyer, the programmer, or the company? Agentive AI should remain a cooperation tool and not substitute judgment, human judgment. Technology can enhance performance, offer new possibilities, but the responsibility and ethical crisis and thinking remain on humans. AI may think fast, but humans think in a responsible way. We need to use the standards for managing AI, and legal associations globally issue guidelines on how to use it. Compliance is part of responsibility. If we look ahead, the next phase is more important. We have AI negotiating AI. This is the plan in the next 7 to 5 years. Agents in trials identify arguments and weaknesses during a trial. Agentic AI of risks, warning for future risks. That doesn't mean that lawyers will vanish, but they will focus on what is more valuable: strategical thinking, ethics. The future is here. The question is, who will guide it? Thank you very much.
I'm tempted because, I mean, if you take the rankings of popularity, I think lawyers are probably almost, in fact, even more unpopular than journalists. So, but I'm reminded of that line in Shakespeare, let's kill all the lawyers. But I wonder if you can kill an artificial lawyer. This would be an agentic lawyer. I'm sorry, that's British humor, so forgive me. Alexander Brignanis, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. We are at the era of agentic AI. I think it's a new technology that combines all the previous ones. Until recently, we heard about computer vision, LLMs, enterprise automation. All these are combined by a new innovative technology that will give us the opportunity to focus on the goal and at the same time become more adjustive and apprehensive in receiving decisions from AI or help us take decisions. The companies and organizations are already at this era. Telecommunication companies have already started experimenting with these innovative technologies. I will give you some examples from Nova that has already started in some areas of interest to have some pilot project in agentic AI. The first is the optimization of our network of fixed mobile telephony. Agentic AI there can give exceptional results because network grid is a live organization that includes data transferred, antennas, etc. All these are done by monitoring from humans, but now with agentic AI, we can intervene and understand a failure, and without human supervision, system can reboot or maintain themselves in time and avoid problems for our customers that will lead to extreme changes in telecommunication because the benefits for the customers will be huge and money saving for the agencies. Something else that can create value is customer service from chatbots that give us information. Now we have the profile of the consumer, know the data, the use, the areas he lives, and we can offer via AI offers to them and services that one can receive without humans intervening. And now about our customers that are public organizations and businesses. It is important what is evolving because now a lot of digital projects from the ministry include AI. I'll give you an example. In Imitos mountain in Attica, we have implemented recently a project about civil protection. This includes computer vision and machine learning, so sensors that are in a forest can convey automatically information on early detection of fires. Via agentic AI, we can intervene automatically. The same system can inform fire brigade or volunteers in the area, and when we need to evacuate an area, to send warning in a targeted area so as to evacuate people. So you can understand what can happen in the years to come in civil protection and security. A last example in health, something that we run along with the Ministry of Health. We have the registry of cancer patients. We collect data. We create a database for cancer patients, but the value is not only in gathering data via algorithms. We can assist doctors to receive the personalized treatment protocol. Via agentic AI, we will be able to receive information and guidelines so as treatment protocols and the treatment for a cancer patient to be the appropriate for this individual. We talk about a lot of areas, we talk about a lot of benefits, so I believe that agentic AI is the maturation of AI. Until recently, we had young children who were taught. Now we are at maturation. We need to grow with it in the right way to avoid also divergences in ethics matters and data protection.
Yeah, you're quite right to point the benefits. That's a cost, but yes, indeed. Advantages, disadvantages. Alexandros, please.
Thank you, and real pleasure to be part of this panel and this conference. We are an IT company developing large-scale software systems for the private sector, for the public sector, and for the European institutions. As such, AI has been at the core of our interest. It's been a challenge, but also a huge opportunity. Now, AI came into the mainstream of discussion only a few years back, but it is way, way older than that, as we all know. We had our first, let's say, efforts in AI in, I think it was 2017 or 18, when we actually invested in a very promising startup that was focusing on machine learning and AI. And at that time, our goal was to see how we can use those technologies within our products and within our projects in order to be able to parse the huge amount of data that was collected by public systems and enterprise systems in order to be able to optimize operations, to identify new offerings for customers, to create profiles for customers, and so on and so forth. But back then, all of those were very, very technical, right? There was not much interaction with those systems. Then, with the advent of Gen AI, all of a sudden, it was much easier to use AI. It was much easier to bring it into your daily operation. So, and this is only, amazingly enough, 2-3 years ago, right? So we immediately started looking at, in two directions, but in parallel. One is internally. What did our organization have to gain by using AI? How could we support and assist our people in learning, in developing, in testing, in improving the processes internally? And of course, our goals were to, first of all, understand this technology as good as possible, as much as possible, experiment. Every 2 days, there's something new. So we had to build teams that experiment and continuously follow the evolution. But at the same time, prepare for our customers. And that was the other direction that we immediately started looking at, which was how can we use AI in order to bring value to our customers? How could we assist them in order to improve customer service? All the big issues that we always have to solve for our customers, how could AI play a significant role in that? So first of all, internally, today, most of our employees, and we have about 8,500 of them throughout Europe, use Easily AI, our internal platform, in order to be able to seamlessly use AI in their daily work, whether they want to find out something about, HR and their contract, or if they want to use it in order to develop code, or if they want to build specific tests for the code they're writing. And we are quickly adding, all other IT systems into that core so that people have a one-stop shop for interacting with AI. More than that, though, and over the last 2 years, I think, we have worked with many, many customers in order to build the first phase, which is the AI assistance, which I think people have referred to already. We've worked with financial institutions, with telecommunications operators, with the public sector, with insurance. I mean, there's applications everywhere, right? Providing customer support, internal support, and so on and so forth. But now we are moving to the next phase. And it's not now, I think it's already started, as it was discussed before, which is actually building agents that you can give them a goal and they can work towards it. They can work towards it autonomously, all right? They can use other systems and connect to other existing areas of information in order to be able to learn and execute the goals that you give them. And that is definitely what will be happening in the future. There's no doubt in my mind that from assistant, we're going to move to agent, where you give them the goal and they just work towards it. With that, though, comes huge responsibility, because there's many, many more ways that an agent can go wrong than an AI assistant answering your question, right? As soon as you unleash it with a goal, you have to be sure that you've put the guardrails in, the security, the human intervention at the right measure in order to make sure that you get, successful outcome and not a complete disaster.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Effie, the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to say that agentic AI brings a new era for organizations, and it represents actually a profound shift, not only in technology, but in how operations and organizations function at their core. We are at the end of the digital transformation era, in this period, actually, IT became the enabler of business evolution. Now, we're starting the AI transformation era, if I can call it like that, where IT will undertake a more strategic role. And actually, IT needs to become an orchestrator of connecting legacy infrastructure with AI transformation, a catalyst of innovation, and also a co-pilot in strategic decision-making. In PPC, we are actually looking into AI in two directions. At the long-term approach, where the company, we would like it to be in the next 3 to 5 years, and working in an overall AI framework, an AI environment, and also with a bottom-up approach and a more short-term, let's say, approach, where we're experimenting with specific scenarios. For example, we're working on AI scenarios based, for example, on optimization of the grid management, also in improving demand forecasting, also in freeing up human capital and allow people to work with higher value jobs and work, also with agents, as it was mentioned before. But there is something that we need to discuss, and I don't know if, you know, I didn't hear it before, and it's how we are preparing our organizations, how we are preparing our people to accept and to embrace AI. And this has to do, you know, with several aspects. We have, first of all, to understand AI, and IT must lead the education of the people inside the organizations about agentic AI, so that they overcome, you know, the natural fear for the unknown that they may have, and they embrace the benefits of AI. We should also look at our infrastructure, and we should upgrade actually our systems and infrastructure, because they should support the advanced needs of AI. When it comes to data management, we should improve the data collection and the management of the data, so that AI is being trained on better data, so that we have more accurate results and more accurate decisions. When it comes to integration, we should facilitate the integration of AI into processes and systems, because we are not going to change everything. We're going to build on top of what we have. When it comes to security, definitely we have to enhance cybersecurity, so that we're protected against cybersecurity threats due to the digital, let's say, disruption that AI brings. Skill development, we should train our employees to work alongside with AI and utilize AI tools. When it comes to change management, this is a very significant change for organizations. We should guide the organization, actually the organizational change, so that AI finds a place in the organization itself, in the decision-making, actually, that will be delivered through AI. Collaboration, we should not work anymore in silos. This started happening in the digital transformation era, but still we have a lot of work to do. IT, business, legal, and in general, all of us in organizations should work together, so that we define better strategy through the AI. When it comes to regulations, we need to ensure that our AI solutions comply with industry regulations and standards. And we should promote, in general, a culture where innovation will leverage AI, so that we design new, and we find through AI new business opportunities for our organizations. In general, IT must enhance, if I can say it in that way, a responsible autonomy. That means that AI autonomous decisions should be made and based on co-designed solutions between IT, legal, and business that apply to ethical and regulatory framework. And also, IT should become the architect of trust. not only in systems themselves, but also in how technology aligns with business, with company values, and with societal expectations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the way that you underline the need for trust. And also, you mentioned we need to get people to embrace AI, agentic. And it occurred to me that actually most people are familiar with AI only in the sense that when they make a phone call, you get a chatbot. And I doubt that anybody actually likes chatbots. Now, that's the simplest form of AI, basically. But my God, it turns you off. That's a personal thing. Last but not least on this panel, could I ask Bill to...
First of all, thank you very much for inviting us all here from this panel. I think it's a topic that is up on the top of the list of everybody's thoughts and how they use AI. I'm going to kind of follow along some of the other panelists here as looking at it from a business perspective. To just give you an idea, Viohalco is a $7 billion revenue business. It has a very diverse product portfolio, providing products in metal processing in aluminum, copper, steel. And we also have, we're in the energy sector with high and medium voltage onshore and offshore cables. So the reason I'm saying this is a very diverse organization, 32 factories, 14,000 employees, very global footprint. So how do we approach AI? And I think some of the panelists even mentioned AI is not new, especially in our factories and in the industrial side. Using machine learning has been something that we have been using. But now with agentic AI and the new technologies that have come with AI, is how do we introduce those in the organization and make sure that we provide value? Because for us, at least as a large organization, we want to be able to look at it and say, where do we provide value and an ROI? And we're not just doing AI to do AI. So we've developed a pretty good framework. We look at it, we have an organization that focuses on all the initiatives and tasks that we have as it relates to AI across the entire organization. And we use certain principles. One is KPIs. So the KPIs and the ROI that we're going to, is it going to give us value back to the organization? And so that's become part of our strategy and our strategy execution. So you have to make sure that all the organization is aligned, because it's not just IT, it's everybody. Everybody has to be involved on the business side, on the manufacturing side. And so the way we're doing and how we're rolling out AI, we look at it from two major streams. One is the business transactional stream, so it's more on the professional side. And then on the industrial side, we look at how we're going to do it in OT, so in the factories. So when it comes on the business side, we've already been introducing general AI tools to drive efficiency and drive employee empowerment. So using tools like Copilot, ChatGPT in areas like HR, finance, supply chain. So all these are helping.
Have your KPIs, your key performance indicators, have they adjusted for AI, or
how do we, what?
Have they adjusted because of AI?
The employees. So I was going to get to that. So if you want, I can talk about that. So one of the things you have to do is you have to prepare the organization to be able to work alongside with AI. So we have a very structured training program within our corporate academy that we make sure that people understand that AI is not just coming here to replace their jobs, because today, at least in our environment, we're having a hard time finding people. Yeah. So what we're doing is we're augmenting probably some lower value activities and tasks and allowing those individuals to move up in the value chain as far as activities and helping them be more efficient as it comes down to kind of the more less important tasks. How we're doing that is through upskilling, reskilling of employees, making sure that we have what I call change agents within the organization. So have ambassadors and make sure that we have people that are sitting there alongside and ensuring that people are going to be able to understand why we're doing this and not saying, oh, somebody's here to take my job. And so that's been the main focus, at least on the business transactional side. On the factory side, we're looking at leveraging AI when it comes to operational efficiency and predictive intelligence. So some ideas there that what we've already implemented is predictive maintenance. So using AI to be able to help us ensure that we keep the equipment running and it's running at an efficient way. We've recently launched, because again, being a metals processing company, we do process a lot of scrap material. So we actually have created a tool to be able to detect impurities in the scrap, which then has helped us gain efficiency as far as negotiating with our suppliers on that kind of yields that they're giving us. And then we're now leveraging also AI in the factory when it comes to quality. So quality, having especially, let me give you an example on our cable business that does submarine cables for powers. I mean, quality has to, the PPM there has to be pretty high. So having these kind of tools and helping us create product or minimize quality issues and at real time be able to take actions is really helping us within the factories. And I think the last thing I wanted to say is and since the minister's here also, and we know all the directives that is coming down from the EU, we have to do it in a safe way. So we're very focused to make sure that we're doing everything from an information security perspective. We're focused on that because we all have to be secured. And keep in mind, the other side, so the cyber side, they're also using AI, so they're getting smarter and smarter, so we have to be a step ahead.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
I always have the feeling that Professor Fukuyama is somewhat skeptical about the potential advantages of AI. But I thought that Alexandros Bregiannis has, in a sense, the reverse. I mean, you're rather impressed by the obvious advantages that can come from AI. What would convince you that there are also dangers? What do you fear?
As I said during my first contribution, I am a supporter of AI. If I weren't, I wouldn't have been in this company. I wouldn't have been involved in this industry. So we do recognize as an organization, and myself personally, we recognize that the autonomy generated and the evolution of AI leads or creates thoughts about potential risks. Sadly, we won't be able to swiftly deal with them. We don't have the time because developments run faster than ourselves. That's why I talked about us becoming adults, about maturity. We as a society have to become more mature. We have to take the actions that actually EU has been too slow to promulgate, like the EU Act. And now our organizations have to run fast in order to adopt this legislation. You see that our companies provide AI-enabled technologies to our customers, while the regulatory framework is now about to be enforced, both the ethical and the operational framework for AI to develop. But we should not lose this opportunity. The opportunities, the challenges are huge, and we have to keep up with the pace of technology. And in the coming years, we have to be able and delimit or set rules on AI in order also to protect ourselves.
I mean, of course, when you talk about maturity, once you become mature, after becoming mature, you then become elderly, which of course is what I feel. Minister, let me ask you the same question.
I had the same concern, or how to put it. Actually, AI runs so fast. and especially Europe has to reconsider certain things. That's why the EU AI Act is pending. We have to move quickly, however, on the following field: how algorithms on social media affect kids. If we don't want to witness the end of history, we have to make sure that the next generations will not be deprived of their childhood. Both our country and other EU countries like France are paving the way for EU-sponsored initiatives in order to have concrete and solid mechanisms for the verification of the user's age. That's why the age verification mechanism should be approved quickly. We have been the first ones to launch the Kids Wallet app. So we're saying yes to AI, but we're saying a bigger yes to the smooth development of children because of the addictive algorithms in social media. For me, this is the top priority, and we have to work on that.
I'm reminded of, was it Patrick Flynn, the Flynn effect? I think he was an American Marxist originally, who then went to New Zealand, and then he devised this way of transposing IQ tests over the generations. And he reckoned that actually each generation, maybe it's each decade, I can't remember, the IQ quotient would go up by, I think it was 3%. And the latest evidence is that actually it's going down. So the Flynn effect has been reversed. Whether that's because of the algorithms, who knows? But someone whose IQ is definitely not going down, Francis Fukuyama, you mentioned the dangers and I think, is it Stuart Russell, a colleague of yours at Stanford?
I don't think so.
There's a guy who warns about autonomous weaponry. And then you've got someone like Geoffrey Hinton saying, let's have a moratorium. What do you think of that?
No, I think that ought to be taken seriously. So I'm struck that every one of the other panelists used the word should a lot. Like, we should make AI safe. We should put restrictions on the way that it's used. And this all assumes that human beings actually have agency to control this technology. And I think there are a lot of reasons why we are going to lose that control, and we actually don't possess the degree of control that we think we have. There are several reasons for this. So it gets to the heart of agentic AI. We are increasingly dependent on these systems. You know, I used to think, okay, you have a dangerous machine, you can always turn off the electricity and shut it down. But we may not be able to do that in the future. For one thing, we may be so dependent on the running of this machine to make basic decisions, we can't shut it down. Or, you know, a more extreme scenario, the machine itself may not want to be shut down and may come up with strategies to prevent a human being from controlling it. You look at the competitive system that the other panelists are describing. It's already the case that if you put too many controls on this technology, you're going to get less of it. I mean, that's just a fact of regulation. And therefore, there's going to be a lot of political pressure to avoid the kinds of human constraints on the technology that will make it, you know, safe in the long run. And then you add to that the geopolitical competition. We're racing towards AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is going to be an extremely powerful, strategically.
And agentic is a step on that.
It's a step. It's a step in that direction. A lot of very reputable people think that we're much closer to this than anybody realizes. And in a competition between the West and China, you think we're going to accept a lot of constraints on the way our agentic AIs are going to operate if they're going to get there first? I don't think so. So I just think that realistically, we have to realize that this is not a technology that we're going to be able to control very easily. And so all these, you know, pieties about we should do this, we should do that, I just think it's not likely to happen.
It's a very good point. I mean, personally, I agree with you, but that's because I'm elderly. Let me get the lawyer's point of view. Let's not kill the lawyers. I mean, how could you regulate AI? I mean, if you look at the tech bros, they have enormous power. They're actually more powerful really than governments. And how do you actually persuade them to regulate? I mean, if you start from let's move fast and break things as a sort of philosophy, how do you control that when it comes to artificial intelligence, agentic intelligence, and then eventually artificial general intelligence?
Thank you. Θέλω να πω ότι
I would like to highlight a very basic principle. Creating a language doesn't mean that we comprehend something. The current AI models, including agentic AI, have no consciousness, have no intention. They produce a text on specific statistic templates, and they try, and the agentic AI builds new strategies, but there's a risk that lurks here. And that's why we need predictive governance. We need global coordination. We need enforceable security protocols and standards and ethical checks and balances. All the regulations we discussed before are moving to this direction. Perhaps we don't need a pause. We need a plan immediately.
Who will make the plan? Will it be AI?
Who?
We'll make the plan.
I mean, if you need a plan, but who is going to make the plan? This is the question. Well, if the human beings can, yes, but it's. I mean, you all talk in terms, in a sense, of a hybrid model where you keep the human being in the loop, but that may not necessarily be achievable. That's, I think, is the obvious danger. Effie, you made the point about the evolution of business. Is it going to be a smooth evolution, or is it going to be actually rather disruptive?
It's going to be, in my opinion, we spent more than 10 years in digital transformation, let's say, era, where we had the first, let's say, business evolution, and most of the people, in our companies, in our organizations, in our society, got used, to technology. It's going to be an easier step in the beginning, but it's going to be also a revolution, in my opinion. Of course, we should be, AI transformation is going to be it's going to be faster, I believe. The organizations will adopt faster, the changes that are coming. However, we should be focused and define AI with clear rules and guidelines. We should be aligned with our values and in societal, let's say, needs, and we should always put human oversight and accountability. We should not lose the control. It's a powerful technology, and as all powerful technologies, it should be treated with care and control. Also, AI is not here, to replace human responsibility, in my opinion. We should monitor, and we should, create AI agents, AI algorithms, AI systems with clear purpose. So this should not be out of control in this way.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think actually, though, you proved Francis Fukuyama's point, because you used the word should many times. I agree with should, but how can one be sure that should translates into will? Sudana, what's your opinion on this?
Oh, should. So,
sorry,
I don't know if
I meant Sudan should. Yeah.
You wanted to ask?
Yes, sorry.
Oh.
For me?
No, the question was over there.
Okay.
That's why I was looking up.
See, I think we are unconsciously saying that AI is better than us. This is what I understood from the conversation. But we need to be cognizant of the fact that we are still humans and we have the intelligence. So whenever this challenge becomes very apparent and visible, we will take a step back. I can give you a few examples. Like, while traveling, I have made this experience that in highly digitized countries, there are restaurants where they say, we accept only cash, no digital payment. So I personally see the beginning of the trend where there will be a visible resistance to a potential threat.
But that could actually be a visible resistance to having to pay tax.
And the second point, if you see, there is, if we want to see risk and a threat, I'm an optimistic guy, so I will say that how will I accept this challenge from AI? Actually, the fact is that we have never been in competition with somebody or something which could be potentially more intelligent than us. So that threat is there, but I think as soon as we recognize that this threat is there to our existence, we will pull the brakes. So being optimistic and seeing it from a business perspective, one more example I can give. When I passed out of university, everybody was saying, Java will kill the world. We will change everything. In the banking world, we will do a transformation and everything will run in Java. We started with that, and what happens today, even all the back-end IT systems in the banking world, they still run in BASIC, Fortran, Pascal, COBOL. Because we thought Java is going to change the world, but it did not happen. So from an optimistic view, AI is good, opportunity for us to become better, but I think we are still the master, and when we really see it's becoming a threat to our existence, we will pull the brakes.
Well, I hope you're right, but I mean, I'm not sure that referring to legacy systems is necessarily a positive sign, because I seem to remember there was a point at which the US nuclear industry was still using floppy disks, even though, we go.
So it's not about, so you have to understand, at some point of time, we saw that technological advancement as a challenge to us. So we can say we started neglecting that and we are still using floppy disk. So we need to understand the human behavior also. Instead of saying that AI is going to change the world, yes, could be possible. But we don't have to underestimate ourselves.
Well, let me ask Bill, because I have a feeling that, Bill, as a businessman, you're bound to be an optimist.
I am. And in general, my personality is a very optimistic one. The one thing I want to say is that with any evolution or new technology or the industrial revolution, the world figures out how to deal with it. I remember one of my previous roles at Qualcomm, when the founder and CEO of Qualcomm, Irwin Jacobs, 1998, he's saying these phones, which was a mobile phone, is going to replace landlines. The young generation is not going to even have a landline. And I was like going, what is he saying? And it actually did happen. And if you think of the evolution of technology, even on the wireless side, what it did with social media, so we're adapting to all these. And yes, we say we should, but there are things that we're already doing. Like especially when we're talking about security, our company was not waiting for the EU directive to be secured. I know the minister has come to our company, he's seen what we've done over the last 4 years, and we are securing our company because we have to. We have to protect our assets, we have to protect our customers, and we have to protect, especially because we're in a supply chain business providing products to our customers, we need to make sure that whole environment is secured. So everybody has to do a piece of it, and technology is going to be coming. We're going to have to figure out how to adapt to that. Is AI a bigger change? Yes, I would say. It is going to drive a huge change, but I think it's up to all the responsible business people, academics, the government, everybody together, they have to figure out how we do this in a way that it doesn't create problems and it's actually going to just drive things forward.
We need to end by 1 o'clock, which is 5 minutes. You told me 1 o'clock, Nectaria. And now you've sent me a message saying no. But these gentlemen this lady, they're so good. Let's give them 3 minutes. They deserve it. They've been very good. So your challenge now in 3 minutes is to imagine yourself. I mean, technology moves very fast, including AI. So let's go 10 years ahead. Okay, we're now 2025. Let's go to 2035. What is AI going to be like then, Francis?
You know, I just think that kind of prediction is kind of foolish because who the hell knows? I mean, I do think that the rate of change in this area is much faster, and it's going to be made faster because the machines are programming themselves. And so it's, again, this loss of human agency that is the most concerning to me. So I don't know what it's going to be like in 10 years, but I can guarantee you, I mean, of course, the society is going to try to catch up and get control of the thing. But I think that we've also seen that the social mechanisms lag considerably. And here, I think the lag is just going to be, you know, it's just going to increase.
Fair enough. Minister.
So, I share my Bill's viewpoint. I'm not concerned that much. I will tell you about what will happen in 10 years' time, but let me tell you what would have happened 120 years ago. This kind of discussion would have taken place in a saloon in the Wild West or in a cafe in Paris. What's going to happen with the bikes or the bicycles or the cars? They will kill us. I think they had the same kind of discussions back then. I think we have to, we should put the brakes on, but as you said, should is one thing, but on the other hand, we have to take action. I talked to you about how we fight kids' addiction, right? That's why I'm saying that in 10 years' time, I'm looking forward to technology finding solutions against cancer, for instance, in order not to lose people.
This time, AI will process, AI will interpret, recommend, and AI will decide together with us what to do.
Okay, perfect. Succinct.
I believe that every new change brings resistance. And history has shown that humanity evolves and triumphs. I believe this is an opportunity for mankind, and perhaps not the last invention of mankind, as many say. Thank you.
We will always need lawyers. You're quite right. Alexandros.
I reckon that we have all realized the challenges and the opportunities that AI sets, but we have also highlighted the risks. So I think it's up to humans to contain these risks, to put the brakes on, as the minister said, institutionally, practically, so we deal with the evolution.
I'm going to challenge a little bit how humanity has dealt with previous revolutions. There's two big differences. This revolution is happening way faster than anything we've experienced in the past, A, and B, it is accessible to everyone for the first time ever. Therefore, I have no idea how things are going to be in 10 years. There's going to be many, many good things that will have happened, but I'm afraid there's also going to be a lot more inequality in the world, and there's going to be a lot more danger because the power can be in the wrong hands.
Yeah, indeed. Effie.
Well, I can just say something that I read in some research, that AI doubles its IQ every almost 6 months. So I think that we're going to see a lot of, capabilities that are going to be added to humanity many changes that are going to happen in medicine and in sciences, applied sciences. I hope we will be sensible and responsible enough to control things, as we mentioned before. But one thing that I can say is that AI will not replace humans. It could replace humans that do not have AI, let's say, experience and AI education.
Effie, thank you very much. I like the way you've gone from should to could. Bill.
Bill, since everybody covered everything that's going to happen in 10 years, the only thing, I'm going to end with a lighter note. I want to be able to continue to golf 10 years from now without having any impact from AI. So I want to go down to Costa Navarino, golf, and I won't have any AI.
Great idea. You've got to convince your president to do that as well. Take care. Thank you very much. Excellent panel. Thank you so much. And we are finished right on time at 1 o'clock, Ektari. The podium, this way? Going this way? This is like Dancing with the Stars. Excellent. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much. That's great. Watch the steps here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're moving on to our next panel. We're back to energy because we know that you can't get enough of it. We've heard from the traditional, some would say legacy industries. We've heard from the climate scientists. And now we're going to hear from the world of renewables, electricity. So let me ask my speakers to join me on the stage. Alexandra Sudoku. Welcome, Alexandra, back to the stage. Come and have a seat. Christian Ruby, Secretary General of Eurelectric, the Union of the Electricity Industry. Have a seat here, Alexandra. Christian. Hi. Hi. And we have our business representatives, Manos Manousakis, Chairman and Chief Executive of the Independent Power Transmission Operator, welcome. And Antonis Metaxas, Managing Partner of Metaxas and Associates Law Firm. Okay, AI has taken 20 minutes from us, it was a great discussion, but now we've got to try and catch up as usual. Ideally, I would like to dispense with opening remarks, but I won't do that to you completely.
Do you think that renewables will be so exciting as AI?
I hope so. I think the main questions that we want to look at are sources, now and in the future, costs, pricing disparities, which has already come up this morning, reliability, keeping the lights on, grid storage, financing, and the kind of legal regulatory issues which might present challenges, especially for interconnectors and so on. So let's try and cut down the time to just a shorter opening remarks, and then we can go to questions.
Thank you. I think, well, big picture, the question in this panel is whether renewables, let's say, can go hand in hand with competitiveness, right?
Yes.
Let's take let's see first what do we have about renewables and what do we have about competitiveness, and then try to unite them and see whether they can really go hand in hand. So in renewables, what do we have in renewables today and where we stand? We see let's get some data very quickly. We have in 2024 renewable energy sources in electricity mix that have rose to 47%. So compared to 30-something%, which was back in 2019.
In Greece?
No, in Europe.
In Europe. Okay.
Greece
is more, yeah?
Sorry?
Greece is slightly
in
more.
Greece, we are in 56-57%.
Yeah.
So what do we have? We have a milestone here for the green transition, because for the first time we have solar panels that have generated 11% and coal plants 10%. And that's important because we've never seen this in Europe before. What do we have as a target? We need to double it, actually, from in 5 years from now. So from 24%, we have to go to 42.5% in the energy mix. What we see is that progress is strong in Europe. So Europe is well on track, we would say. And there are, I think, 3 prongs on that. First of all, we have the cost of renewables that has dropped significantly, and that's important. Now it's the cheapest source of new electricity generation in Europe. And I find also something as data important. The International Energy Agency says that it estimates that every euro invested in renewables returns 3 to 4 euros in GDP via employment and industrial activity. So things are good, let's say, in renewables. What is the problem is that we need massive investment in grids. And the European Union actually estimates, correct me if I'm wrong, some 700 billion, I think, in distribution, and another 470 something, as far as I know, in transmission by 2040, in order to avoid outages and instability. And here I see an imbalance. An imbalance because on the one hand, yes, there is a progress in renewables. On the other hand, the investments in grid doesn't go so well. What we have in competitiveness? In competitiveness, and the problem is that we have cheap generation from renewables, but we don't have electricity prices that are cheap. So retail electricity prices still remain high, and this is a problem. Something we have to do with that. Why is this happening? Because the European electricity market doesn't function properly. We don't have, in reality, an integrated market. I'm sure you will have more to say on that. But this is something that we have to deal with it urgently. And this goes, I think, aligns perfectly with Mario Draghi's report about competitiveness. I know, and I'm finishing. Who talks also about the necessity for a unified and flexible European electricity market. What we have in reality in Europe is that we have 2 to 3 times higher electricity prices. We have gas prices as well, which are, I don't know, 4 or 5 times higher than in the US, and this creates a serious competitiveness gap. Yes, my conclusion is that obviously renewables, they go hand in hand with competitiveness, but we will face serious concerns in Europe regarding competitiveness, especially industrial competitiveness. If we don't find a way to reduce electricity prices, then this deindustrialization in Europe might become worse.
Thanks very much, Alexander. To the point, so very good. And I'm going to ask you to take up the challenge now, talk about, you know, it's been raised, this energy pricing, electricity pricing divide in Europe. What's your view? You agree?
Yeah, maybe let me start by saying that I spoke to the European Commissioner the other day, Dan Jorgensen, and he told me that, you know, when there's a politician that gets sworn in the US, they put their hand on the Bible. In the European Union, they get sworn in by putting their hand on the Draghi report. Now, there's a tendency, in my view, to sort of misinterpret that report just a little bit and focus it very much on the energy component when it comes to competitiveness. As we've heard from different panelists today and yesterday, competitiveness is about a lot of other things than energy costs. It's about political predictability. Are policymakers going to change everything like it's happening in the US for clean energy right now? Do we have the necessary administrative agility so that you actually get your permits, you get rid of the bureaucracy? Do you have the skilled labor force? Do you have societal stability so that people want to work in that market? Do you have access to capital? So it's a much broader equation, and that's an important point for competitiveness. Now, the second point I want to make is that we have to look at the question of competitiveness in the broader context of the challenge landscape that we're facing. Yesterday's discussion was all about the security situation that we have in Europe, and this is something that we cannot exclude from the equation. We have heads of state of the NATO countries now signing up to a pledge of spending up to 5% of GDP on defense in the coming years. And what that means is that we critically have to look at competitiveness together with defense spending and with our energy strategy. We need an integrated approach, and when we look at public money, we need to make sure that any euro we put out there is one that is basically favoring our competitiveness and our security situation, and ideally also our climate situation. So let's take an integrated approach. And the last thing I then want to say, let's look at renewables and electrification here. Do they tick those boxes of security, of defense, of competitiveness, and climate, by the way? Because climate is a threat multiplier. So essentially what we're looking at here is a big check mark. Yes, it does. If we invest more in renewables, if we invest in a faster electrification of the economy, we have the potential not only to have a more secure Europe, a more clean Europe, but also a more competitive Europe if we do it right. Now, let me just spend 2 seconds at the end of doing it right. There's a number of issues relating directly to electricity. We need to get much faster permitting. We need to stabilize the supply of electricity as much as between the defense spending and the industrial strategy. Now take clean steel, for instance. If we're going to spend 5% of our GDP on tanks, guns, all kinds of stuff, that's a lot of steel. If we now make the defense market a lead market for clean steel and gradually ask that clean steel is integrated in the weaponry we produce in Europe, all of a sudden we're going to have a very strong market pull for those companies that are forced by legislation, to transform their
renewables. We can have a competitive economy. Sets the question in a way it cannot be answered. We have no option than proceed to energy transition. Either we see it in our geographical area, either we see it from climate crisis point of view, in days that we have thermal crisis in Europe and whole Europe be hit by a heat wave. Either we see it in the local economy or at the level of Europe that we don't have natural gas and we have to import it. What we have to see as Greece and EU is how we can go at an energy transition in a way so as not to destroy social cohesion. We should focus technically on how to do that, and our contribution to that is to develop network grids and interconnections in Greece and with other countries. And even though I understand the joke about Draghi report, we cannot forget what has said at the end of we exceed 50% in the energy mix to have an electricity market that is dependent on natural gas pricing. In that way, prices are higher for consumers, for the retail sales, but they are quite high for industry, and that undermines the advantages that can make our economy more competitive. That is the use of renewables. The cost is zero. It's quite low. And at the same time, it creates a geopolitical uncertainty for our country and in total for the European Union, since it is obliged to follow the geopolitical developments in an environment which changes constantly and in a way which is not predictable, as we saw from the latest political change in the United States, our traditional ally of Greece and the EU. For our country more specifically, the development of renewables, I believe, is an advantage, an opportunity for Greece to make our country autonomous on energy and become an exporter, because exporting brings money, will contribute to the development of all industries linked to renewables like metallurgy, and the area of Greece will be used on the islands or mainland so as to help the country develop. IPTO works on that with an ambitious investment plan based on the real needs of Greek economy and society, 6 billion euros by 2034, and at the same time we try to internationalize our action by connecting with adjacent countries. We study the connection with Saudi Arabia at this very moment, but also contributing to private companies that develop connections internationally.
And then, get ready, I'm going to open up to a question from the audience. I feel there may be pent-up demand from the audience for a question, so think of one from any of the topics on energy we've discussed so far. Antonis, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joan. And thanks again, Nektari and her team, for this marvelous job that they're performing every year. We have to highlight that. I'll switch to Greek.
I am at a difficult position, having heard or haven't seen the development of the energy market since its liberation, to jot down some thoughts. Let's go to what is a reality. The market is not good. It has a problem, and I say so in a panel with two people that have done an exceptional job, Mrs. Doukou and Mr. Manoussaki. But for some reasons of not good programming, things have problems. Climate change is here. We have heard that, and nonetheless, the cost of facing it should be discussed, or how we will tackle it, and not if. The market nonetheless has a problem. Any other aspect or idea does not recognize that, which does not recognize that is not true. There are delays in things that needed to be done, enhancing the grids, that is, the storage also is a problem. Because those who will say that storage is at the right path is wrong. Additionally, all these lead to a difficult situation. All of us who are in the renewables, we see the cuts in investment, understand that deprives us of predictability in investment. This is quite important. It's a structural issues that should be dealt with, and even though we knew that we would have a problem, we didn't do anything to tackle it. Before I rest my case, I would like to say the following. Mrs. Zdoukou, rightly so, talked about the energy cost. There is a problem there because for the competitiveness of Greek economy, we need to look into it seriously and more widely, because it's not the question of competitiveness, but sustainability of the society. The question of energy cost should be the object of very serious priority setting. Daily, I hear from everywhere the problems of manufacturing, of Greek industry in order to deal with international competition. And the energy cost plays an important role there. At the same time, it's quite important, and IPTO plays an important role there, is to see any other ways of approaching the issue, CCS issues. There is an interesting project by IPTO and Ecolog that talks about aggregation in CCS, but there also is important to have a proactive legal framework that will give the opportunity to investors and off-takers to have a predictive framework for investments, and especially for implementing investments timely to tackle the problem.
Thank you
complying with your...
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
okay, I promised a question from the floor. Let's see if I have any takers. No, nothing. Come on.
There's one.
The lady here, please introduce yourself, short question, and to whom you address the question, maybe all. We need a mic, thank you.
I'm Victoria Dumbrava. Now I'm representing Embassy of Moldova here. Yes, I'm Victoria Dumbrava, so I'm representing here Embassy of Moldova.
Can you?
Yes. What we are talking about energy cost. We are talking about efficiency using of energy cost. But what government doing for in four fields that we are having: personnel at home, how people can use or how people can do efficient energy efficient cost, in businesses, so how the buildings are designed here, in transportation and mobility, yes, or even how the government address to personnel, to the people, for using efficient cost, or for to investment. How they are using, you know, the legal part for to do the investment. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Okay. I don't see any other takers. You understood the question? What is the government doing about investing in
energy efficiency of buildings, of public transport, and even encouraging households, I guess, to make efficiency savings. Now, I have a question as well, which is, did Europe make a mistake in turning its back on nuclear energy? And the Prime Minister, Mitsotakis, recently said that he sees no way in which we can reach carbon neutrality without nuclear power. Now, Greece doesn't have experience in this area, but said that the Prime Minister said that Greece should join the nuclear alliance. I mean, could this signal a policy shift that could see the country move in this direction in future? I mean, it does seem to me that the future does lie to some extent in these small nuclear reactors, so modular reactors. So I just wanted to hear your view about that, maybe a kind of broader European view. And then please feel free to respond to points that Antonis made as well. So who would like to start? You want to start on?
Yeah, I can maybe start with the question of nuclear. I think we need to be a bit pragmatic in this phase of the energy transition, and there's been a tendency to be a bit picky on technologies in the European debate. Right now, the most important argument in this whole debate is not so much a technological one, it's one of cost, and it's one of policy. We've seen over the last few years that the question of nuclear and the attempt of some countries to push out nuclear from the European policy has really created a divide. And if there's something that we don't need at this stage in Europe, it's division. Putin will be rubbing his hands in the Kremlin if Europe is bogged down in a fight over which low-carbon technology to choose. And certainly from a competitiveness perspective, if we phase out nuclear before its useful end of life, that's going to have a direct impact on prices, and therefore also negative impact spillovers on competitiveness. Whether a country chooses to go with nuclear or not, I think that's really a national choice, and it's also a choice that involves the company that needs to make that investment decision. But if we look at the price disparities here in this part of the world, we can see a combination of things that have contributed to these uneven price formation. There's an element which relates to the market design and how fast things are being implemented, but there's also very much a dimension that relates to how fast have dispatchable assets been phased out, and have they been phased out in a coordinated way in the countries that are actually interconnected in the region. So there needs to be more coordination, and there needs to be active thought processes over the backup. And there needs to be investment signals in making sure that dispatchable assets, whether it's nuclear in some countries or storage or other types of machinery that can provide electricity at will, so that they are basically incentivized to come into the market. And this is where a capacity market could play a role. So further to the evolution of the market design, we strongly believe that capacity mechanisms have a place in the market design alongside the energy-only market. This in turn will also then help create a situation where it's not all the time gas setting the price, but rather at some points storage, hydro, nuclear, or another source. So that's the way to essentially transition away from a situation where we're too tied up between gas and electricity.
Mm-hmm. Sandra?
No, I just wanted to say that it's true that the Greek Prime Minister dared to, maybe for the first time, to put on the table the word nuclear, which was, let's say, a forbidden word here in Greece. And what he actually said with that is that simply we need to follow up on the developments, what is happening in this technology, because we have no idea about this technology. And being in this European family and seeing things being developed, we cannot be behind on that as a country. So we want to join, let's say, this European discussion about this technology, about SMRs, as you mentioned, about how these investments, because we're talking about long-term investments, right, which still are expensive investments, how these can be developed. So we want to be part of this discussion. As you know, so far in Greece, our energy mix is actually was based on coal, lignite, natural gas and renewables, just wind, solar, and water, hydro. But let's be open and see what is happening. And in terms of energy efficiency, for energy efficiency, I absolutely agree. Consumers, houses, buildings, whether households or businesses, they need to be incentivized by the governments if we want to achieve the European targets regarding energy efficiency. And I'm proud for the Greek government's policy on that, because since 2019, we set quite a couple of policies and measures to help and incentivize consumers and businesses to have energy efficient measures in their buildings, with more than 3 billion euros coming from the RRF and other financial mechanisms. And this is something that we'll continue doing that. People need to have affordable prices. One issue is how you manage at a national level to reduce energy costs, and the other is what other incentives you provide at a household in order to have heat pumps, let's say, or electric cars, or all this stuff. And this needs money for that, obviously.
Thanks very much. Thanks for answering that question. I have to give the final word now to you, Mr. Manasakis, because I've been told we have to stop now. But yeah, just to allow you to come back on any of the comments that Antonis made about some of the delays and maybe some of the legal problems, or anything else that you've heard.
Tolerate me again to speak in Greek.
I believe that saying that there is a problem with the renewables market, which is the 6th or 7th most rapidly growing market in the world, I think this is a bit too much. It's a bit excessive as a comment. The fact that we have the curtailment, this has to do with the stability and the security of the system itself, and with the fact that we have a storage technology which is not mature yet. The more this technology becomes mature, and the more the storage technology in general becomes more mature, the more the corners will be rounded. But it's important to have a renewable system with no disruptions. What I know is that the task force that has been established by Mrs. Duku in the ministry about that is we're working on the following. How are we going to deal with these curtailments as a commodity, so that we can have a more balanced state of affairs compared to what has been described before by our acclaimed lawyer, legal scholar, Mr. Metaxas.
The discussion short. I have to try and win some time back for the next sessions, which we have done, I think. So thanks, all of you. Please join me in thanking our speakers. Let's have a photograph.
We are all the victims of the clock and of the urgency that Nectaria brings to us. We're all under her thumb, but nonetheless we persevere. And Joan, thank you so much. It's my pleasure now to ask Stathis Kalivas from All Souls College, Oxford, to come to the podium, Theophanis Tassis from Austria, and Sofia Efstatiou, Professor of Ethics at the American College of Greece, and Andreas Petropoulos, Chief Executive of I Know Health. This is a fascinating subject, the debate on human enhancement and transhumanism. And I was just thinking, I mean, I'm very much against drugs in sport, but there are going to be some enhanced games taking place. I think the latest date for it is next year, but the idea of actually having drugs used in sport to see what will happen is an interesting idea. So, gentlemen, lady, the floor is all going to be yours. We have some very interesting topics here, and let me ask Stathis Kilves to lead off.
Okay, I'm not a technologist, I'm not a philosopher, I'm a political scientist.
But you're a pretty smart guy, because you're a fellow of all.
Well, that's the assumption.
It's the wrong university, but never mind.
We'll check it out, we'll see. But the question is, that I've asked myself is how AI, especially in the forms it's going to take, which we just discussed in the previous panel, is going to affect politics. Is democracy possible?
Yeah.
And so in preparation for this panel, I checked all the studies we have now that try to assess the effect of the internet and especially social media on both beliefs and behavior. And there is now, I would say, a substantial body of evidence suggesting that the effect has been, on average, negative. That is, populism, far-right ideas, xenophobia, polarization, toxic attitudes.
So we're not being enhanced?
No. So there is an inverse relationship between our ability to communicate in real time, to have public conversations, and negative effects in politics, especially the undermining of trust. And trust is fundamental for democracy. You cannot have democracy if you believe, for example, that the result of elections is not fair, if elections have been rigged.
Yeah.
And so the question is, when we move to the next step in which you have an AI agent, whom you treat as your assistant, as your mentor, first of all, your beliefs are going to be mediated by that agent, and therefore the question is who controls that agent? You could say the potential for hijacking, either by an authoritarian state or by a bad agent, increases, goes up, and therefore hijacking politics for these kinds of purposes is likely to become more important. But also, you can think ahead in a sort of science fiction way and say that if the machine gains control over human agency, then AI not only has more intelligence than us, but can control us in more direct ways via politics. And so it's difficult not to see a dystopian future if you think in a sort of analytical way. Now, in practice, very often, things do not operate in a linear way. And so to go back to your previous questions about the should and the will, the question is whether, say, competition or our terrible instincts, greed, may create non-linear processes in which we cancel some of the, the worst effects.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer to that. It's impossible to provide an answer, but certainly the experience of the past suggests that very often, I always ask myself, who would have imagined when the internet was invented that it was going to cause a rise in rents in most European cities? The relationship between the two is very difficult to imagine. So we have a lot of these kinds of effects that are very difficult.
And you think it is a causal relationship rather than correlation?
Because it allows you to travel more, it allows you to gather information, and therefore it makes attractive places much more expensive.
Okay, yeah, no, I see the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mentioned the Flynn effect in the last session.
Right.
I mean, do you buy into that theory as well or not?
In what sense?
Well, in the sense that AI is actually making our intelligence less than it was.
Well, certainly. I mean, the question is, you can have a collective, you could think of a collective good that is compatible with individual stupidity. I'm not sure if that's something.
I'm distracting there. Yeah. Let me go to Theophanis, please.
But the same question.
No, just whatever you would like to say about. The topic is human enhancement and transhumanism, and I mean you can define that in different ways. So.
Can you have democracy?
Να ξεκινήσω πρώτα απ' όλα με τους ορισμούς.
Let me start with the definitions and why human enhancement is important and how it is related to AI. Firstly, 5 or 6 years ago, nobody could imagine.
So I apologize.
No, it's quite all right. I mean, it's my fault for not. I studied classical Greek, but that was.
I was too fast.
That's a language which died out some time ago,
I'm sorry.
all I can do is read and not understand. So, which is of course a feature of humanity. The floor is yours now.
So, 5 or 6 years ago, nobody could imagine, I'm not talking just about ourselves, I'm talking about AI researchers, that the growth of AI would have been so exponential. The same is likely to happen with human enhancement. What does human enhancement mean? It means the use of techniques on or in human bodies in order not to preserve or maintain health. For instance, someone can have an eye surgery not to fight myopia, but in order to have can see through the UV spectrum. Those in favor of human enhancement are transhumanists. How is this related to AI? Firstly, AI, by accelerating medical research, makes this hypothesis more realistic than in the past and offers to them an argument in order to go forward to that, because they say if the challenges of AGI or the superintelligent AI are so big, then human enhancement is totally necessary in order to adapt, in order not to lose our autonomy vis-à-vis machines. So this is the current state of affairs. I believe that we have an amazing opportunity not to allow research to the direction of human enhancement, which is heavily sponsored in Silicon Valley. Solve death. This is the motto in Silicon Valley. And all multi-billionaires, and of course you have the money, the only thing you can aspire to is to have everything forever. So you place your bets on immortality. So coming back to the question on status about the political repercussions and the impact on democracy. This will be catastrophic, because if we're talking about financial, social, cultural, and political repercussions on the same species, and they are already dramatic, imagine those people having access to those technologies. The current elite will also be biologically superior to all the others. This will create a society of humans and upgraded humans. And it won't be a democratic society for sure, because a democratic society relies on a social contract, a social covenant that I limit my own freedom because it is to my benefit. If I can do whatever I want, then you can do whatever you want, and then this might be to the detriment of my health. Second, on my own, I cannot do everything, or I cannot build everything. I cannot do anything. I cannot build a bridge. But if we are together, I can. So this social contract presupposes a term of equality. But if we have radically advanced or upgraded beings, there's no reason for them to sign this contract with us, because their freedom is much more valuable compared to our own, because they can do many, many more things, and they can do them on their own. So if we have a society of Spider-Man and Superman, and the others are just like us, then we won't have a good time. So there is no reason to move to this direction. One might say, okay, then why are we moving towards this direction? Because transhumanists play in blurred waters. Don't you want to cure this disease? Don't you want to live a bit more? So this is the Trojan horse. By blurring the lines between research and enhancement, they move to this direction. What they currently do is the following. They're trying to avoid the longevity, avoid velocity, which means if I can live 5 or 6 years more, the technology and the treatments to be developed in this period might allow me to live another 5 years. And in these 5 years, there will be other technologies to give me another 5 years. So if immortality is achieved, this is not something that will happen by means of a pill. It will happen progressively. So, one last bit in order to conclude with the definitions and the theoretical context of human enhancement. I told you there is physical advancement, enhancement. We also have mental enhancement, increased of memory capabilities, or we're going to have emotional upgrade or enhancement. I can feel whatever I want, whenever I want, for as much time as I want. And these advancements, these enhancements will be implemented by means of genetic intervention, by pills or implants. So, full stop.
Really interesting. Larry Ellison will be impressed as well. Sophia, please.
Thanks, that was amazing. Thanks for setting it up so nicely. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. And one of the dangers that was already mentioned with human enhancement technology has to do with how we're going to deal with justice in our societies, having had these like haves and have-nots as concerns these enhancement technologies. So that's like an obvious, I think, challenge with human enhancement. And it's a challenge because we already have societies that are not equitable, that are segregated, and that also already suffer from a technology gap, a digital divide across all kinds of categories, not only socioeconomic status, but also gender, ethnicity, or race. And so we already have inequalities that could become even more exacerbated, given that what we know is that these who take on and take up these technologies are already privileged social groups. So, so that's kind of a definite risk. And then we are also creating new kinds of people, potentially. People who see infrared, or, you know, who live to be 200 or 120, or I just want to live to, you know, 95. You know, so then we could have all kinds of new kinds of people to adjudicate and try and be fair towards. And we already know we're not very good at that. So that's one obvious risk. Another issue I want to raise with transhumanism, as also presented by Themis, is like transhumanism, it defines itself through this vision and this aspiration of transcending human limits. And so transcending our, you know, expiration date, transcending our mental abilities, our bodily abilities, all these things. However, one of, I think, oops, sorry, cannot touch my mic. One of the things close to my heart in my research is how we can be caring for the human by actually decentering the human. So we are living in an age of climatic degradation and looming climate catastrophe. And this way of thinking and this kind of vision for the human, which involves basically perfecting man, you know, and some idea of man, is really jarring for me, and jars with what we know is that we need to take a step back and understand ourselves not actually as the exceptional, very smart, intelligent, machine-making animals, but as animals who are consuming, are pooping, you know, are, you know, wasteful. What are we going to do with all of those aspects of our humanity? So caring for the human and in some ways enhancing the human and benefiting the human race, I would think involves a different type of post-humanism that looks at the human as also itself a living animal and an organism that wants to and that can be imaginative about existing alongside other species, alongside natural resources, and alongside our living Earth. So,
thank you very much. No, absolutely fascinating. The ethical questions are really big. Now, from iHealth, let's ask Andreas, please.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk to this panel. I come from technology sector. What I have seen that technology is like the hammer that helps you build a house or destroy something. I've seen in the last 25 years, it has two aspects. It can bring people together or manipulate opinion. Technology gave people via automation the possibility to become more productive. At the same time, it automated frauds as well. So technology always has two aspects. In medicine, we have a lot of opportunities. We see how AI can help doctors understand diseases faster and easier. We can see how implants can help us get back our senses, how genetics can abolish certain diseases. At the same time, when there are benefits, there are also risks. For me, the effort of people to exceed limits and constantly trying to do so, it's part of our human nature. We always try to become better, younger, smarter, more beautiful. Even this company here, all of us try to learn from each other. And for me, if I could have a magical way to understand everything that is said here, I would be glad to gain something. So the effort of people to be able to conquer more and expand the limits is part of our nature. Evidently, though, there are a lot of risks. There is also how to create, for example, there is a risk to create a two-speed society. Inequalities do exist. It won't be brought by technology. I was in Ethiopia, and we were trying to build an X-ray program there, healthcare to 80% of the people who don't have access to medicine. And we see people there working for hours to bring some water back home, and on the other hand, we have people traveling to space. Technology is like a tsunami, and we see, and we still play with our buckets, having our back to the sea. So we need to see how society can cope with this speed in order to allow everyone to have access to these new beautiful things brought by technology.
I mean, there's a sort of irony at the moment that one of the big debates in the UK has been about assisted dying. Now, obviously, as human beings, one of our great instincts is the desire to live, to preserve ourselves. So there's kind of a paradox that there's a legal thing about...
But also pain avoidance.
And also pain avoidance, absolutely. But if you take someone, I was thinking of Larry Ellison, but there are plenty of other tech bros who seem to want to live forever. Does that bring in a moral issue as well? Because I think as societies, we imagine we'll have infancy, we'll have adulthood, maturity, then gradual fade away, and we'll die. So what happens to our sense of morality if we try to subvert that process?
That's something you've thought about a lot.
I was saying earlier, would you like to be married 800 years and have grandsons of 6 generations back? The notion of ethics is linked to our body. The perception of good and bad derives from the fact that we are mortals. What do we do when we love someone? We take care of him, because after a while he might not be there, because he or she is mortal. Taking care of the others, when we say that something is good or bad, derives from the fact that something might happen to us and stop existing. Immortal beings would not have an ethics, or they will have an ethics not similar to ours. So, wanting man to become God, this is for man, it's a hubris, and should be recognized as hubris. There is no limit. It is our ability of civilization to say enough. We are not at a position to do that. Our inability of stopping things will lead us to our destruction. So,
for Andreas, because, I mean, if you're in the health sector, you can try, you can exert lots of effort and money to try to keep someone alive, even though you know that their expectancy is limited. But you try to extend that limit. There must come a point at which you think actually you're doing more harm than good. How do you assess that limit?
For me, medicine is always there to bring the best medical service, and we work on creating the environment where with less resources to always have a better medical service. As far as the assessment is more medical aspect than technological aspect.
You mentioned the enhanced games at the very beginning. I mean, that seems to me it's actually quite a moral issue as well. What do you think?
Enhanced babes?
Games. The Olympic Games, but in which everybody is allowed to dope.
Yes,
and to see what the effects will be.
Well, it seems like an interesting...
And I think it's backed by Peter Thiel, for example. I mean,
yeah.
You've got lots of money behind it.
Yeah, so of course it seems like an interesting experiment, right? To see, okay, what kinds of limits or human capacities might have in this situation. Of course, resources are finite. So if we choose to invest in these enhanced games, then we have less money to invest in other things potentially. So it's always for me a question of also a question of science governance and policy of how are we directing our funding as a society, what kinds of technologies do we want to support. I mean, speaking back to the point of our limitations and how important it is morally on some level to how we learn, right? How we learn through limits. Even as children, with rules or with boundaries, we train each other within societies about what's the right way to act. This is in a way very common knowledge for human society and human ethics. If I may,
I think there's a more interesting counter-argument to enhanced games, which is the idea that winning would be much more a function of resources.
Yeah.
And therefore, the outcome will be much more predictable. And I think that's a powerful way to counter the negative effects of technologies, to rely on our better instincts, and one of those is we don't like total predictability. It has made hiking a sport and something valuable.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't want to be working for everything, but we also don't want to be sitting all day. So the question is, how do we reach this point in which those activities that are analog can be used instead of destroyed, can be used to enhance our well-being?
I promised Nectaria that I would finish the session at 2 o'clock. We have 60 seconds left. And I want to actually ask a question to the audience. Now, I have a feeling that nobody in this audience is 100 years old. 100 years old is quite an age. I'd like to have you raise your hand if you want to live to 100 years. Raise your hand if you want to. Okay, raise your hand if you don't want to. You know, it's quite an even split.
How about 100?
How about, let's raise the, okay, Sophia's got a point. Let's say 110. Who wants to live to 110? Wow, that's interesting. And then I guess you are assuming that those extra years will be in good health, of course. And I'm not sure that even with the greatest medical technology and advancements in AI in the world, that we can guarantee that. But look, let's wish you all a very happy next few years and as many years as you want. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much to the panel. Thank you very much. And Nectaria, it was bang on 2 o'clock. So let me ask my colleague here, Daniel, to come to the platform. And oops.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John, of course, who every year looks younger, miraculously, so, you know. Okay, so we're going to move on to what is one of my favorite highlights in this conference, and I'd like to invite Yanis Thimiandidis, if I'm getting the name right. Yanis, if you could join me. And also the Minister of Education, Sofia Zacharaki. Very welcome. Hello. So if you want to come. Yanis, very nice to meet you. Come and sit down. So, we're also joined remotely by Nefeli Ziku. Very welcome. I hope you can hear me. So this is about young inventors in Greece. This is about the intellectual and entrepreneurial talent that is emerging from Greece. And we've had some fantastic sessions in recent times. This one looks to me to be particularly intriguing. So come next to me.
Okay.
Why didn't we join? Yeah, why didn't you come here? And I'm going to give a very rough idea of what you do, and then you're going to really tell me what you really do. But Yanis and Nefeli are co-founders of something called Green Wave, and they've been recognized widely for their work already. Forbes 30 Under 30 list for 2025. You are both on it, so congratulations on that. I think we can.
Thank you so much.
But what's particularly intriguing about this is that it seems to exploit the idea that plants, in effect, talk. So you're going to have to explain this, and that using the effect that plants talk and acting upon, interpreting what the plants are, the communication that plants are giving out, is a way to respond quickly and therefore improve productivity with all sorts of other benefits for agriculture. So I'm sure we'll have many questions about in what way plants talk. But let me just say, Nefeli, you are, I believe, still a student. Are you still a student?
Yeah.
Both still students. So this is coming out of Greek universities and is absolutely impressive and intriguing. But Yanis, I've done a terrible job, I'm sure, of explaining what you do. Why don't you start by giving a proper account of the insights that you have and how you're applying it?
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction. Maybe I have to do it in Greek.
Yeah.
So, καλησπέρα σας.
So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. Tomatoes talk, and sometimes they are crying. And not only tomatoes. They cry, yes. The problem is who's listening to their cry. So that was the reply we tried to give, and this is the reply provided by Green Wave. As mentioned, Mr. Franklin, we're just two young scientists. We built a team in order to become the translators of what plants need, just by listening to them. everything started when we read the recent scientific, let's say, invention that according to which plants, if stressed, they talk, they produce sounds. That's how we built a team in order to use this bit of information in order to take one step closer to a more efficient and sustainable agriculture. Allow me to say, over the past 2 days of this conference, I heard a term again, uncertainty. So in these times of big uncertainty, we also have another concern, which is the food supply crisis, and I think this is its impact becomes more and more visible. And of course, traditional farming practices that normally farmers opt for fail to reply to this problem, to respond to the problem. Our delayed response to the needs of a plant. So we fail to prevent, to anticipate early enough the problems that a plant faces, and as a result of that, we see the impact. The crop is compromised, and of course, the yield for the farmers is dropped. Our team, the team of Green Wave, is here to give an answer. We built an innovative system for using these informational needs of our plants. Actually, we use supersonic frequencies that have been correlated to specific types of stress. And in order to stop with the definitions, stress means every biotic or abiotic parameter that might make a plant feel disillusioned, not that happy. So these ultrasounds help us build a barcode of the plant's needs that has been scientifically documented. These needs start from lack of water until a pesticide, or a pest, sorry. So we're using the international literature, we use a lot of experiments, and our team is building this digital platform that will be available to all farmers. Allow me now to give the floor, if I may, to my friend and partner, Nefeli, who's connected online. She will provide us with her own insights on how we approach this research, this philosophy, and perhaps through our own eyes, the eyes of two young scientists, to see something different. So, Nefeli. Thank you, John. Good afternoon, everyone. Listening the plants has been the beginning. The next question is, how do we use the information we collect and at what cost? Our idea, like with many innovations of our period, are relying on AI and machine learning. And as it is the case with all technologies, AI has its bad dimension and its evil one. It can solve problems, that's good, but at the same time it creates many. There are applications serving common good, some others create some concerns, and some other forms of this technology might lead to exploitation. So we emphasized on the benefits AI might offer to our own venture, which is to interpret the needs of plants. Of course, this discussion takes place on a social context that might not be ready to accept the solutions. Greek reality sometimes has to deal with a lack of awareness, lack of infrastructure, and this natural suspicion that many people have. This is one of the main fears of ours, which is the reluctance of the farming society against machine learning. People who know what land does because of their experience, because of their emotions, which is a bit traditional, a bit remote. This is because of the lack of infrastructure and the reluctance of the government to invest in technologies and ideas like ours. Although we have been supported by academic or private incubators, there is still a big gap. And now let me share our own personal approach, a bit utopic, a bit romantic, but let's keep that because we're young. One day we hope we'll be able to deal with research without struggling with profit, which is hopefully we will work in a way so that patents are not an end per se, but based on the principles of science, which is first to research and then to earn money. By means of this approach, we try to listen to the language of plants while at the same time building another kind of language for humans in order to understand the plants. Thank you.
Well, this is fascinating, and I want to sort of step back one bit for ignoramus like me to understand in what sense the plants do talk or emit sounds of some sort. So perhaps you could explain a bit the basic science of the communication that plants emit and why you think they might emit these signals.
Yeah, sure.
Truth be told, we don't just believe that this is the case. It has been proven by means of a series of scientific research and experiments, and now I'm replying this because of my background. I'm on molecular I'm about to get my degree on molecular biology from the Thessaloniki University. So the quick answer is the following. The short answer is the following. It is assumed, following the first scientific results, that the mouth, as we call it, of the plants through which they breathe, they vibrate. This generates ultrasounds. So it's something like a barcode of a product in a supermarket. Every single plant uses different ultrasounds for every different need. So we develop a hardware, which is a microphone's assembly. This is the current stage of our research in order to build our first MVP. So we try to identify these vibrations and interpret the need of this plant in order to have a call to action for the farmers. So this is how we have designed our process. I don't know if Nefeli would like to add something to that.
I was going to ask Nefeli whether the microphones that you develop are actually picking out the sounds from plants already, or whether this is still in development.
Developing hardware, as in creating a new microphone. We're trying to use existing resources to reach the proof of concept ourselves, and as Jan said, to create the first MVP, and we will continue from there. Currently, we are trying to pick up some signals, but we have not yet fully succeeded.
You haven't yet heard the plants, as it were, but I'm also curious to know why the plants might be emitting these signals. Is it a means of communication or with other plants maybe, or is it something else going on? Do you have a theory for this?
That's a very good question. The truth is something that is close to my interest as well. We have, in order to reply properly, we have to see that through the prism of evolutionary biology. We have plants that have been in the planet for many, many years, millions of years before humans. So perhaps this is a very primitive way of communication, as you rightly said, between plants and the insects. Some insects have these antennas that they vibrate, and we have new experimental findings showing that these vibrations have specific ultrasounds, and that's why some very lean plants are vibrating more, because they need some stuff more. So these plants are also more needy. This is what we're trying to do. This is what is innovative about what we're doing. We're not trying to reinvent everything. Sometimes, we confuse what a discovery and an invention is. We are trying to become innovative and bring about an innovative system that will investigate this untapped vocabulary. It's a tabula rasa for us, this new vocabulary, this new dictionary we're building, and we're trying to write everything from scratch.
Fascinating, but one more question for you, Nefeli. If I understand it right, the stage you're at is getting the reception in place first with the microphone so that you can hear the sounds, and then the next stage is to interpret the sounds, and the third stage would be to act on that interpretation by providing whatever the plants are signaling that they need. Is that a correct understanding?
So yes, you're quite correct. So our main goal in the start is to, as I said before, have the proof of concept ourselves. The next step would be in laboratory settings and controlled environment to actually have experiment on plants, cause them some, let's say, no water, or cause them harm, and see what they're going to say again in controlled environments, what sound they're going to make, And from this, we can start building the vocabulary of each different plant. And this should be cataloged for different species, and this is the base of our experiment. And by knowing what this voice means, then we can provide the respective response that needs.
Well, it's completely fascinating. I wonder how long you think it might take you to get from, you're at point A now and you want to get to point C, I guess, on this. How long will it take you, do you think, to get there?
Maybe I'm a bit naive, but I don't think it will take as long as maybe someone can think. I think we can do it in quite a few times.
Allow me to add the following. The previous session on AI has been very, very interesting. If one wants to build a robust AI system, then one needs good quality of data. So the first goal is to build this robust data set to bring us to this point very quickly.
I think this sounds completely amazing what you're doing. I'm going to give the floor now to the Minister to give her comments. But to me, this represents a great hope, not just for Greece, that it's producing imaginative scientists like yourselves, but for mankind, because what you're doing has very wide resonance beyond the narrow application that you're looking at. So I think this is, I always like in a conference where we're talking about often very difficult things happening in the world, this is a ray of optimism. Anyway, Minister, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and it is indeed the spirit of optimism. Thank you for the opportunity to also be addressing you in our native language, but I would like to address everybody and, of course, greet everyone who's here, esteemed guests and people that have come to the Economist Conference in order to exchange views and definitely have a take on what we see and how we see hope. And today, this panel is actually dedicated to hope, and I would like to contribute also by giving the Greek perspective of the Greek educational system, starting from early on, because it all starts with primary education, leading to higher education. And I would also like to acknowledge Nefeli and Giannis's effort. I think Green Wave actually represents the true ray of hope that we have to instill on many young people that have attended the Greek public school system. They are now students of the Greek public universities.
You were in Thessaloniki, yes?
Thessaloniki is Nefeli. And Giannis is even further from Athens, so Komotini, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to acknowledge also the role of the Greek public universities, at the same time welcoming the perspective of potentially private universities here in Athens. Political message here, warning. But anyway, χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που είμαι εδώ.
I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that I'm the Economist Conference, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity to listen from the experience of these children, things that we try to tackle in the ministry. My predecessor, Mrs. Kerameos, and Mr. Pierakakis and other before them had set a priority that I followed. It was highlighted in the last years, how to be able to talk beyond hard skills, how we get knowledge, and how we can convey this knowledge by promoting soft skill and developing special skills for children. That means ask questions and find answers. It's something that we lag behind in the Greek educational system. So I am glad that people who are at university students later become part of new scientists that want to stay in Greece. What we need to do is to keep young scientists in Greece. And how can that happen? It can happen by facilitating access to funding, irrespective of being a student or young. We have introduced the Skills Lab, in which 1.3 million children attend courses of young entrepreneurship, issues that have to do with the daily lives, driving and walking safely. And we have also supported with the previous ministers other projects of young entrepreneurship, which might be intangible, cannot produce tangible results, but cultivate skills that will allow them later to proceed with their own projects. Earlier you talked about digitization and AI. That cannot happen unless we take a step forward as public educational system. We have taken steps forward, and the RRF helped us a lot. We have interactive blackboards, we have robotic centers in primary and secondary education, and we program additional reskilling of the personnel and on issues that have to do with AI and IT, so as all this knowledge to be able to transfer to younger children. We want to have an educational system to teach you how to learn. We are far away from that. Since we talk about innovation and something that will be introduced from the next academic year, 25-26, a regional innovation center at educational level, so as to be able to get all this richness produced by school and be in interaction with the civil society and scientific world, so as to get ideas from children and promote them. We will focus on the secondary education most, and something which is of paramount importance, something that we lacked in the past. It was professional orientation, to put it this way. People that are about to take exams need to learn about different professions, to have an idea of what can do in the future as professionals. So we try to inform them about different professions, about the possibilities of being involved with agriculture, and new programs in universities that link research, primary sector, and innovation.
Sorry, I just say we have to end there in the interest of time. But I thank you very much, and thank you both, Yanis and Nefeli, for this fascinating presentation of your creativity and your scientific insights. I think really it's the green wave of the future that we've been hearing about. So we wish you well, and maybe you can let us know how well your venture goes. We'd love to hear, and perhaps tell future conferences how it's all going. Thank you very much, and best of luck. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. I'm sorry Nefeli couldn't be with us here today. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, it's fine. And now I'd like to invite Socrates Fermelios, please, to join me here.
Welcome.
Yes, yes, welcome. So as all of you will well know, Socrates Famelos is the leader of Syriza. You have a hard act to follow after these two superstars here, but let's try. And of course, you know, it hasn't been an easy time for Syriza in recent years, but perhaps you can tell us how under your leadership you hope to create a new momentum for them. What do you see today as the main challenges for you and for Greece?
Not only for Greece, but thank you very much for the invitation and for this discussion. Let me continue in Greek language.
Of course.
I would like to thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the economists. It's a very important meeting, and you have picked, let's say, the most critical issues for the day after, both of Greece and the planet. Geopolitical uncertainty, geopolitical turbulence, and the climate uncertainty or crisis, as I would say, and the unknown world of AI, and sadly add more uncertainties both to societies and countries. And allow me, I'm not going to be let's say, simulate economists. Allow me to add the crisis for the institutional crisis on democracy in Greece and abroad. The recent scandal of corruption that, let's say, covers the pages, all the cover pages of our newspapers is something that touches the very core of democracy, because a healthy environment is important for democracy, and every long-term investment has to make sure that the money is not going to be, let's say, lost, which is the case in OPEKP over the recent period. Allow me to add one more uncertainty, which is the tariff war. This shows the bankruptcy of our political model or pattern. We have no coincidences here. These are the outcomes of wrong political decisions, wars, arms race, potential refugee crisis, again, climate crisis, natural disasters, the poor use of AI benefits by the political leaderships is a matter of political decisions, and the solution cannot come based on the previous mistakes. This political model cannot go on. This is the outcome of neoliberalism, which, when failed, fuels the extreme right that might become also government. So we need a society that will fight its values once again. International law, disarmament, Green Deal, we forgot about that. The issue of democracy, the rule of law. These are the prerequisites in order to discuss about social development and entrepreneurship. And an example. Europe cannot afford to forget the Green Deal and the independence to fossil fuels. If something like that is done because of the war, the economy of war, then this will fuel extreme perceptions. And as is the case with AI, the question is for whom to whom these policies are addressed. Syriza replies: security, policies on security, or climate change, or AI, or the rule of law. These policies, these decisions have to be taken to the benefit of the society, not to the benefit of a very few making more money. The more wealth is accumulated in the hands of some, then social inequalities and dead ends are multiplying. And sadly, also in Europe, this leads to an extreme right shift and social challenges. Syriza, after a long time of uncertainty, has tabled a proposal which is both effective and feasible, but it is completely contrary to the political model that has prevailed also in Europe. Sustainable future starts with peace, goes through social state and peace and democracy, and ends with pluralism and transparency. Sadly, we lack both these, transparency and pluralism. We have to go back to the basics. Syriza is back, and policy and politics have to go back to social welfare and democracy.
Can I turn it to Syriza and your you know, after the heady days when you were in power under Prime Minister Tsipras, you've steadily lost lost support in Greece, and now in the polls, you're at a very small percentage of the polls. So the question for you strategically is, how do you get back? You have outlined a few of the points that you have emphasized of the different model that you think Greece needs. But so far, it doesn't seem to be resonating enough in Greece to get you into a point of political influence on this.
I have to admit that Syriza has been through a big crisis that has been reflected on the lack of trustworthiness. The election of a new president, and my election last December, has been the reply of 70,000 members of Syriza to the need that we had and to the new political model that we evangelize. The recent conference, the Congress that we finalized, and we have a new steering committee, showing that Syriza is back to a completely new way of operating. We need time. We need time to recover this gap of trustworthiness, of reliability, given that the political model, the political system, tries to make everyone believe that everyone is the same like others. So, as it was discussed before in the previous panel, whether you have a teacher at school, it's an issue of policy. If you have a doctor in your village, it's a matter of policy. So Syriza itself, by means of our decisions, have to prove that politics can be trustworthy and to contribute to this change. Now, given this state of affairs according to the polls, what can be the political solution? We have taken many initiatives in order to have political cooperation because, as I said before, we need political change. The neoliberalism and the model evangelized by Mr. Mitsotakis generates scandals and crisis. This initiative has not been accepted by the other parties, which means we are even more responsible to become stronger so that Syriza can become the pillar of progressive responses. So we have taken a decision. We implement policies to the benefit of our country and the social majority. This is a decision we have taken. We have a long way ahead. We have lots of work to do. I knew that the day I was elected president. We have been doing that in the past 6 months, and we didn't betray that. There is no such gap of trustworthiness in our course, in our trajectory over the past months. Many have said that we're about to get dismantled, we are collapsing, etc. The Congress and the steering committee election showed that the basis is here and we have a steady political orientation.
Time is very short, unfortunately. but let me ask. You said this is going to be a lengthy process to get. This is not a quick process for Syriza. How long do you think it will be?
Recovering our reliability indeed is a difficult and critical period. It takes building a new relationship with our society. But I have to say that society doesn't have the time to wait for us because currently we have a big political problem in Greece. And the question arises, new investigating committees, new investigations, new ministers under investigation. What should Syriza do now? Syriza is not taking care of its own interests. We're taking care of the country's interests because this is what prevails, the society interests. So we have two big issues. I shared that with before the parliament. The first one is the investigative committee on the OPEKP scandal. And the second thing, no prime minister can hypocritically say that I assume responsibility and still remain at the seat of the prime minister. This is hypocrisy. So yes, it takes some time to regain our trustworthiness, but we are ready to give political solution today. We cannot afford to, the society cannot afford to wait. So very quickly, we have to perhaps at the onset of the autumn period, we will have to have more mature political decisions ready because this situation with the scandals and corruption cannot go on.
We have time for, but again, we come back every year. We'll see how progress gets on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I hope in a different environment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And now back to John for the next session.
Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to get on to the big business now, real money, to ask John Koudounis and Dean Metropoulos to come here as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Excellent. choose your seats with care and whatever. They're great to see you both. Absolutely. Well, look, as that wonderful English phrase goes, money makes the world go round. You were the guys. I mean, there's plenty of money in the world.
Yes.
The question is where you invest it. And it seems to me that we're in a kind of rather difficult situation. I mean, not so long ago, The Economist was raving about how healthy the American economy was. That was in the Biden administration. And then we had the election, and then we have Project 2025 being implemented, and then you have all these tariffs now, and you have a weaker dollar in the last few days, actually a few weeks. You have a change in the American debt profile. There's just been the big, beautiful bill passing the Senate yesterday. And now what happens in the House, I presume it'll pass there as well. That's going to add enormously to the debt to GDP of America. You have Elon Musk threatening to set up a new party, America Party. So what are your thoughts? Let's go with John first.
Good.
Well, you did a great job of outlining a lot of things that are happening, a lot of the negative things that are happening, but there's also a lot of positive things that are happening in the economy. So you can look at it glass full or glass empty. I tend to be a little bit more optimistic. I think that there's two things. There's the markets, and then there's the economy. And there's the United States, there's the rest of the world, and they're not all equal, right? And each one has to be addressed separately. If we look at the economy, I think the economy, at least in the United States, is pretty healthy.
Yeah.
I think that Europe is doing okay, but is a little bit behind. In terms of the markets, we are hitting all-time highs in equity markets in the United States.
Europe is sort of divided, isn't it? I mean, you've got quite sluggish growth in the north and pretty good growth in the south, not least in Greece.
This is true, and I think that Greece is doing extremely well versus the rest of Europe, and I think that hopefully they could keep that up. But in terms of what's happening I was fortunate enough to have a conversation with Secretary Bessent about a month ago, and he talked about a three-stool approach, and the approach was tariffs, taxes, and deregulation. And the administration in the United States is approaching those in that order. When the president put the big bombshell of the tariffs, we saw the uncertainties that caused, and it was really awful for the markets around the world. Then they started calming down, and the markets came back as we started to get negotiations finalized and whatnot with China and everybody else. That seems to have calmed things down, at least for now. We're looking at the taxes. I think we're on our way to get at least the bill passed. We'll see what happens. We can't speak too soon because it's not done yet. And then deregulation is something that takes a little bit longer time. All these are very positive for the market, let alone the investments that we're seeing of people committing from SoftBank, from Meta, from all these others. That's over $7 trillion. We have Doge that is hopefully finding up to, call it, $1 trillion, that supposedly. We're looking at taxes.
Do you believe that on Doge?
Well, I think they're not going to get to that number, but they are finding some pretty good numbers. We haven't even talked about the energy boom. In January, let's not forget, oil was in the 80s. And now it's mid-60s and it's fallen beneath that. And that has a lot to do with the economy and the boost, let alone if the Fed lowers interest rates too. So that's another boost. Another thing that is is something that could stimulate the economy even further, is the golden visas that the United States is talking about at $5 million a piece. There's over, Secretary Bessent said that there was almost 2 million people that were interested in buying those. Those numbers, even if 10% of that gets done, that's $1 trillion.
Did you get the impression, by the way, that President Trump listens to Scott Bessent?
I do.
Right. And did you get the impression that Scott Bessent knows how to, knows how to play the president?
I think Scott
That's a slightly dark, I'm not sure I sort of express it that way, but you know what I mean.
I think Scott is the adult in the room, and I think he's viewed not just by the president, but the rest of the room as someone that has safe hands.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important, and it's something that's needed in this administration. As let's say the president's very unorthodox on how he does things and approaches things, being that he's not a politician.
You could be a diplomat and unauthorized. Let me stop you there for a second. Dean, what's your perspective on this?
I'm not entirely in agreement with John on some of these issues. On many of them I am. I think the economy is generally sound. I'm very concerned about the deficit and adding to that deficit. We've never been there before. I'm also concerned about the geopolitical environment. That concerns me a great deal. There's a lot of instability. And I'm also concerned about the multiples of earnings that stocks are trading at. So I think they're trading at a pretty perfect environment. And that concerns me a little bit, so I'm a little more cautious. That doesn't mean I buy and sell. I keep our portfolio balanced. And our focus is private equity, and that's what we do. And I think I want to get into that conversation a little bit. But I think some of the things that are going on, rebalancing our alliances around the country, around the world.
Yeah.
Both at NATO and both with economies and tariffs. And I don't have all the details about those necessarily, where the tariffs need to be by nation and all of that. I can't claim that I have an opinion on that. However, we've been allies for centuries. We share a culture, all of us, and I don't think that's going to be disrupted. I think we'll find compromises, and I think we'll find a way forward because we need to. We need to be united in a lot of these issues, and I'm very confident that that will happen. Perhaps a lot of pain along the way and how we do it and how we transact that. But I think in general, I think we need to rebalance our relationship. And I think it's a fairly constructive thing. I'd like to see it done a little more positively, but I think in general, I think that's going to be a positive thing. And I am concerned, as I said, about the U.S. deficit. I'm concerned about spending and credit at the consumer level as well, that crossed $1.5 trillion, although the consumer's savings to spending still is in a pretty good position. So in general, I should also tell you, private equity is not finding deals as easily as we did 5 years ago, 10 years ago. IPO markets are difficult. Companies are not selling businesses as they used to. And so I think there's a slowdown in that capital deployment as well.
And when John mentioned Doge, what's your feeling about Doge? I mean, John was quite, I think, optimistic. It was a good, I think that's fair enough. Was a slur of being, asset strippers. I think you give value, so I'm not part of that.
I'd love to address that, actually. Yeah. But I think, in general, every entity, and we're talking governments now, over time, particularly politicians, they're not accountable for monthly performance like businesses are. Yeah. They're not accountable for cash flow. Oh, just add to the deficit. Let's pass the deficit bill and extend the deficit. So it is good that here we are shaking that tree, perhaps globally, and it's an example because everything gets fat over time, bureaucracy builds, and decisiveness and agility and all of those things, we lose some of that. And America's been a beautiful leader in the economic development, and I think it's good that we shake up that business, just like our businesses, we do our businesses, and I think it'll be a positive trend. Now, I can't offer an opinion on whether foreign aid and hurting children around the world is the appropriate way to do it. But I'm confident there's a lot of fat in bureaucracy if we look at the overall government. So I think there's an opportunity to do that. I would like to make sure that we are as refined in our decision-making as possible, not to create more pain than efficiency.
John, I mean, going back to the whole debt and the big, beautiful bill, which is going to increase that debt. I mean, 3 trillion is, I think, the figure that Office of Budget Responsibility is coming out with. I mean, at some point, I mean, I don't see how the American consumer is actually going to really change his or her habits. So tariffs, it seems to me, would actually succeed, but am I wrong? And if, I mean, tariffs is a way of, well, tariffs is a way of actually paying down the debt. I mean, putting money into the treasury. So therefore, I mean, that's a bit of a long shot, isn't it?
Actually, I disagree with you. It's not a long shot. You know, I think it takes longer than most people think it will for certain areas. But even if you see during COVID, how fast the world was able and the United States was able to come up with, whether it be the drugs, whether it be ventilators, whether it be where people would say, oh, it takes 5-6 years to do that, and they were able to do it in 6 months. So it is possible when you bring businesses back to the United States, and you know, and money always goes where it's treated best. So if you make it a place where you want to bring business, we're seeing it. People are coming back to the United States, and the companies are coming back. Every day you look at who's coming back.
Well, that's true, but I mean, but are you going to get, you know, sneakers, trainers made in the U.S. when they can be made so much more cheaply in Vietnam, in Malaysia, in Bangladesh, in China, etc.? I mean, you know, Americans will still want to have their, you know, Nike.
We've all benefited for years for the products being made in China. Europe, the United States, everybody. And we've always, and we've all realized that it wasn't sustainable. And it wasn't sustainable for this to keep going forward, for us to create so much debt in one United States.
Absolutely.
And if you look at the policies that are being installed right now, they will grow the economy enough in order to pay down the debt. And also, it's really important that interest rates come down. The key levels on the 10-year, right today, I think where I saw it at 4.26. If we can get the 10-year down below 4%, it triggers a lot of great things because we have a lot of debt to pay. We have $36 trillion worth of debt, 9 coming up in the next year and a half. If we can get down below 4%, it saves billions and billions of dollars for the United States. It stimulates the mortgage market, which is really a key thing in housing. You see applications go through the roof as soon as you see 10s below 4% because mortgage rates goes 30-year below 6%. And that's a key mental thing for people in the United States that then they go in and they buy houses.
Along allegedly with the price of eggs.
That's true. But that's energy. Gas is an all-time low for many years. For many years right now, and that affects the price.
No, I mean, I'm not being a bear on the American market. It seems to me that anybody who bets against America is making a very foolish bet. But on the other hand, you know, the debt is enormous.
It is.
Social inequalities are pretty staggering. The political situation is extraordinarily polarized. And I wonder, you know, what unforeseen repercussions there might be. Well, I mean, it's unforeseen. It's a bit like Rumsfeld, you know, known unknowns, unknown unknowns. Dean, what's your philosophy on this?
Well, I think, first of all, I think consumers have to adjust too. You know, Americans tend to be a little impulsive and using their credit card. And, you know, why do you need to buy 5 teddy bears coming in from China? You have to adjust. Why do you need 3 pairs of sneakers, like you said? So tariffs might make that a little more balanced. I must tell you another thing. You can buy, say, a drug that's produced by a U.S. pharmaceutical company. You can buy it in Europe 40%, 50% cheaper than you can get in the U.S. There's an imbalance there that has to be adjusted, and I think we will.
Sure, but I mean, in a sense, America allowed that to happen.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, the NHS, for example, in Britain, charges, I think it's 40%, pays 40% less for its pharmaceuticals Medicare.
Yeah. Mexico the same.
Yeah. So that's a mispricing somewhere along the line.
Yes.
But presumably from big pharma in the first place.
Yes. Part of it.
Yeah.
Part of it, VATs and all of that play a role. Look, I think we're going through a rebalancing all around. And I think it's good to shake the tree a little bit and rebalance it. As I said, I'd like to see it constructively done. I think we can sit down as partners. I do feel very comfortable about the alliance staying united both economically and militarily, because we have much more uncertainty by dividing and separating than not. But at the same time, I'm generally positive over time. I think technology and AI, you folks talked about the AI this morning at length, and I thought there was, and I'm looking forward to spending a little time with Fukuyama, because I think the whole issue of AI and the uncertainty, do you know, recently we invested together with Google and Amazon and NVIDIA in a company called Sandbox about a year and a half ago. And they work with the defense departments, certainly in the US and around the world. The number one concern for these defense departments, cybersecurity. They just cannot, they're very fearful of that because it's beyond their control. It's beyond their control.
Yeah.
And I heard Mr. Fukuyama's comments about we should regulate this and that, but are we going to actually do it? And I sit with a lot of brilliant young people from Silicon Valley that talk about AI, and they get excited, and I challenge them and say, where's this going to take your life? Look at, we got a beautiful life. Look out, sometimes we sit outside on terraces, enjoy life the way we're having it. Why do we need it to move faster? And they said, we can't help it. It's moving ahead of us if we don't stay with it. And yet you never hear how we're going to control its potential risks. By the way, one of the things, again, this morning on the AI issue, it affects everything, from industry, from writing, energy, everything, productively. It does not yet get to the point of reasoning. That's been a study recently conducted, reasoning, and that's why it can overwhelm us.
Indeed.
It can overwhelm us.
We have just 2 minutes and 28 seconds left.
Boy.
Now, at the moment, you have the exorbitant privilege of having the world's reserve currency, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to, which, in a sense means, who cares about the debt? No, we keep blah, 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 blah.
I care.
But I think, at some point you have to care. But let me ask you as a final comment, John first. What scares you? What could go wrong? I mean, you sound as if you were quite optimistic, having talked to Scott Bessent. What makes you frightened?
Look, there's a lot of things at the beginning of the year that I was scared about. What's going to happen with the tariffs once the president unleashed his plan? I'm not scared about that anymore. If this tax...
But you assume they will
equalize,
become stable somewhere.
It'll be stabilized. Right. We're already starting to see it. I was scared if this tax bill does not get passed. I think that'll be devastating for the markets, and it could take down I think some form of it will get passed. I think we're 75% there, if not more. That would be dreadful for the markets. Of course, geopolitical risk, whether it be Ukraine, Russia, or Iran and Israel. That's very, very scary if that gets out of hand. I think it was worse than we thought when this new administration came back. I think they were too optimistic that they can, reverse what had been started. But I do think that we made some strides in both of those. All of those four things were the things that were really worrying me the most.
I think the geopolitics is a fair one. Personally, I don't mind if taxes, I'd rather see a 28% minimum tax, a flat tax rather, than so many loopholes that exist both corporately and individually. And I'd rather apply...
But that's not going to happen while you have campaign finance as it is.
I understand. I realize that. I'd rather see a little higher tax base and less debt, long term, if I look at me as a family, for example, I don't want to see my family in a lot of debt. I don't like it. It makes uncomfortable. The same thing for my country. And so I would rather see a little more moderation on the tax side, because we often reference what the average tax rate is, but how many loopholes lower that average below the average? That's why I would advocate a flat tax of 28%.
This is the Warren Buffett approach, if you remember.
Yeah, no, and
Why
Mr.
am
Buffett's
I
a
paying
good
this
friend.
tax to my cleaning lady or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Gentlemen, it's been fascinating. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really good. And good luck with all the investments, because if people don't invest,
We love it.
there's no growth.
We love
So
investing.
good luck with everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we'll get it immortalized on film here.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Oh, careful. Don't. Whoa. No, Dean, we've got to have your photograph, because otherwise you can't be a star in Hollywood. Come on. There we go. Excellent. And Joan, I think the floor is yours now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the final session before our lunch, and we're going to talk about growth and business environments and investment in Greece and in Europe. This is a kind of taster on a topic that we're going to explore in much more detail tomorrow. But I'm very pleased to have with us the Minister of Development of the Government of Greece, Takis Theodorakakis, Doina Nistor, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization, Government of Moldova. Online, we're joined by Mikhail Baranovsky, Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology for the Government of Poland. Welcome. And Andreas Fiorontinos, Secretary General of the Greek National Tourism Organization. Please, Minister and speakers, come and join me on the stage. Hi, nice to see you again. Thank you, Minister. Please take a seat. Welcome. Have a seat. Okay. Are you hearing us loud and clear? Mikhail, yes, very good. Okay, so we are the people who are standing or sitting between this audience and their lunch. So we have to make this a really good session, which I'm sure it's going to be. Now, we have to finish by 3:30. That's already keeping people a few minutes late from their lunch. So I am suggesting that we try and keep our opening remarks as short as possible so that we can have some Q&A and a conversation. But let me turn first of all then to the Minister, once we get this connection sorted out. So I'm just going to ask you really, what do you see as the main growth opportunities and challenges for Greece in the coming period? The government's halfway through its second term, a lot accomplished already, but it'll be good to hear just now about how you see the priorities in terms of business environment improvements, incentivizing investment, and so on for the next couple of years.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate and the question. It's well understood that in the last years we have taken steps forward in the economy. We have achieved fiscal stability and reliability. We have decreased public debt as a percentage of our GDP. We have improved the business environment by decreasing red tape. we have achieved at the same time growth rate, stable growth rate, higher than the EU average, and at the same time Greece has achieved the lowest unemployment percentage. We received unemployment at 18%, and today it is at 8.3. This is the data. Based on that, we make our new plans. It's critical at the same time to understand that Greece, despite its positive steps, increasing exports, and the relative role of industry, continues to have a trade balance deficit, which after 25 years participating in the Eurozone as a percentage of GDP, continues to remain the same. This is a big challenge, so the topic for us is not just continue our growth, quantitative increase of GDP is not enough. We need to proceed with productive reform of the economy to place burden on industry, manufacturing and innovation. These are requirements in order to improve more our exports, enhance productivity and competitiveness of the Greek economy. And to work on these goals beyond the tools that we use like RRF, and which we absorb positively as country, we as Ministry of Development, we use the new development law which is underway. It prioritizes industry and manufacturing, and we want to have pharmaceutical industry more supported. Pharmaceuticals are quite dynamic in Greece. Another sector is manufacturing of agricultural products. And at the same time, we want to open the economy in new dynamic sectors like shipmaking, shipbuilding, so we can compete also in this sector. Other countries, we enhance research infrastructure. We want to enhance innovation. We give money for infrastructure and R&D programs supported by the state. And we proceed with the reforms that have to do with the certification policy, as we want Made in Greece to become a reliable label for products exported. We try to help businesses that export by reducing red tape. We want to decrease it further by 25%, especially red tape that have to do with businesses contributing to the economy. All these occur in an environment of greater uncertainty for Europe, which is tested also by energy uncertainty and protectionism of other countries.
Exactly on time. So we're keeping up the tradition on my panels. Everybody's sticking to time. Thanks so much. That was a really useful outline of not just the accomplishments, but of the Greek government so far, but the priorities now for the next couple of years. It's great to have you with us from Moldova. So maybe an economy that's less familiar to people in this room. So maybe you can share us a little bit about what the challenges have been of recently, which have been quite formidable, I think, for the country, but also, what's the kind of short-term, medium-term outlook, growth outlook, how you see it, and what are the main priorities in terms of reforms and business environment?
Well, I'm very glad to be here. Of course, I always feel like at home in Greece, first of all. But I had an exchange of opinions with the Minister of Education of Greece just a bit earlier, because I think education is so fundamental to economic development. And we remembered that just last year, the Moldova national robotics team was here competing in Athens for the gold medals, and actually won 2 gold medals. And if at all to understand where the capacities of Moldova lie, just to note that of the young people that are the future of the country, Moldova national robotics team is the most awarded in the world. So that's one thing to remember about Moldova. And the second one is that we have the highest ratio of vineyards per agricultural land in the world. So the 2 famous things about technology and wine, knowing about Moldova, and that's very important. But as a small country rising at the periphery, say, of Europe, where Moldova's shifting, it stems from a period of consecutive crisis, being at the borderline of the Ukraine war, energy crisis. So that has put a lot of strain on the Moldovan economy in general. So I think when we are speaking about the opportunities that lie ahead for the Moldovan economy, I would say a couple of words. First of all, as a smaller country, is value addition. That's very important for smaller economies. Second is regional integration and integration in the EU single market. Being a small and vulnerable economy, it's very important to have that broader integration. And number 3 is to have economic convergence and sustainable economic growth. What is different with Moldova today is that we have a historic opportunity. We are an EU candidate country, and I think that changes the game for Moldova, and that brings a lot of change, positive change, and opportunity for the country that we want to pivot on. We have a historical financial package of 1.9 billion that was approved on May 9th. It was the Europe Day, the EU Day, and that would allow us to fast track in a matter of 2.5 years what other countries have done in a decade. And this financial package, of course, will fast track our investments in critical infrastructure like roads, railway, schools, education system. But beyond that, what is important is to unlock a lot of other private investment, because a country like Moldova needs blended finance to evolve and develop, and needs a lot of investment today. So we want to fast track investment in our country. Where the minister mentioned also, what is important to pursue is the business simplification. We always talk about how difficult is life for businesses. Come to Moldova and see, with the transposition of a key, that's thousands of acts, and that makes life for the business even maybe more difficult. And this is where we've put together in the past 2 years over 150 reforms, including competitiveness, justice, public administration, digital services, and connectivity. But beyond that, we are constantly cutting red tape. We, just last week, with the government, we've approved in the parliament the 9th deregulation package, and I think that has to be an ongoing exercise of any government to make life easier for the business. Number 2 is innovation. That's very, very important. Moldova wants to be a 100% digital country. 50% of our services are digitalized. We're aiming 75% by the end of this year. Everything should be very easy. But beyond that, we've just announced 2 big parks. One is an agri-tech park, and one is a deep technology park, together with the universities and the private sector, to have new venues of innovation, new engines of innovation for the country and for the region. And number 3, I would say that for Moldova it's very important to be a regional player. We share 1,200 kilometers common border with Ukraine. We are building ourselves as a corridor of transportation, logistics, for our neighbors and for the integration into the EU with our Romanian neighbors. So we will continue to do that. And on that path, we aim to double our GDP in the next decade. Of course, I agree with the minister, it needs to be very consistent and stable growth. And I hope that for our country, we will see sustainable, innovation-based, and value-added productive growth in the next decade.
Excellent, thanks so much. And having just recently, a couple of weeks ago, been on a road trip through Moldova with a friend of mine, I would recommend all of you to, if you haven't done so, to visit that country, very beautiful country, not just to sample the wines, but also to, find out more about a country which is now on this EU accession path.
And you actually visited the Gagauzia region, which is one of the challenging regions as a multinational country, and with our upcoming elections at the end of September, so it's a quite sensitive period now for the country.
Absolutely. Let's turn now to our online guest. I hope you've been able to follow so far. It's great to have you with us now. If Greece is a front runner now in Europe, in Southern Europe, Poland is leaping ahead really in Central Europe, Central East Europe, and has been for some years now, and the growth outlook for Poland is extremely positive. Obviously, a very large country, largest in this region, in the Central European region. So maybe you can tell us a bit about this success story, and what are the kind of key ingredients of it, and in the Q&A we'll talk a bit more about the future. So thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be with you, and I hope you can hear me well as well. And I wish I was there with you in beautiful Athens. Unfortunately, there is some pressing government business here in Warsaw. I want to start by saying that clearly and apparently all roads lead to Moldova, because I had a chance to visit last week as well and meet with Madam Minister. And I just wanted to also recommend for all of the guests to visit this dynamic country that is going to boom with the 1.9 billion of euro funds that Madam Prime Minister mentioned. But back to Poland, even though the relations with Moldova are key for Poland, we approach this. I think Poland is a very good example for Moldova, for other countries, to see what European integration can bring to our economy and our society. Just to give you some of the figures, but then I want to actually zoom out for a second to European perspective, because we have just a couple days ago finished the EU Council presidency, which was key for us, but also in a formative moment for the European Union and its new team in Brussels. So Poland is now the fastest growing economy in the EU with 3.2%. It's a large economy by European standards, but it's also very innovative economy with a great human resources. Lots of people who are very well educated, so the growth in the IT business is very strong, and it's at the edge of stability in Europe, which gives we border Ukraine as well. And there is a great focus, and this was in fact a motto of our presidency, Security Europe. And it gives edginess, but also a certain spark, not only when it comes to our defense expenditures, which are now at 5%, but also when it comes to an influx of ideas, including to and from Ukraine. But where I would, what I would like to signal in our panel as well, in our discussion, and perhaps for other sessions as well, is what we were able to accomplish with other member states in the EU that is critical for not only Polish economy, but for the wider Europe. It's really on the economic side has been the focus on simplification. In our case, in Poland, deregulation, where the government have gone through a very rapid process of cutting red tape domestically. But importantly, this idea has gotten a very wide support in the EU Council, with the Prime Minister working closely with all the other member states. And as you know, European Commission has come in now with a number of so-called omnibus deregulation simplification packages. And that's something that is clearly needed for European economy to boom. And the last thing I would mention too, that we have been working on, and that's something that was part of my responsibility as a deputy minister responsible for trade. But this has not been the quiet time in international trade, also in the transatlantic context. But to say it very, very diplomatically, we've been engaged, of course, in the negotiations. But I wanted to focus, I wanted to focus on the sort of intra-European element that it produced, because of course it created challenges economically, geopolitically, but it gives us an impetus as Europeans, as leaders in the Council, especially perhaps, to focus on Europe's superpower, which is our single market. And single market that of 450 million wealthy consumers, but also importantly, single market that is not yet completed. And many of you know, and this is something that was also in Draghi's report and Mr. Lette's report, that our barriers to trade within the EU amount to 40% of tariffs in goods and over 120% in services. So this has been also, especially when it comes to liberalizing trade in services, our priority, but there is so much more that we can do as Europeans. And this challenge internationally, the challenge from in our trade negotiations is pushing us dynamically in this direction. That's a perspective I wanted to bring from Warsaw, but with a distinctly European flavor as we just finished our EU Council presidency. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yeah, important point that you raised there at the end. Let's come to our final guest, representative of the Greek tourism industry. So Greek tourism has been growing extremely fast in recent years, basically breaking previous records. I guess the big question is whether that can be sustained over the next few years, and what might need to change, both to make that possible and to make it sustainable.
Yes. Thank you, Joan. Thank you, esteemed panelists and guests. It's a pleasure to be able to join this discussion about the future of Europe and Greece. And we must acknowledge that at the moment, Europe is at a turning point, confronting global instability, navigating trade tensions and economic realignment, and striving to maintain competitiveness in a rapidly changing world. Europe's business landscape, with EU member states, have enacted wide-ranging reforms: labor markets, taxation, regulatory simplification, and digital transformation. But despite all these efforts, Europe still faces a competitiveness deficit, lagging in productivity, and especially in small and medium-sized businesses. So we must ensure that Europe does not retreat inwards, but rather evolves outwards with resilience, innovation, and sustainability and openness. Greece's economic journey is well known. It's a decade-long crisis that led to deep structural reforms. Greece has improved significantly in the ease of doing business, in tax policy and investment incentives, in digital governance. Tourism is a strategic growth lever for Greece. It represents 13% of the GDP directly and around 30% indirectly. It is a strategic sector that drives employment, regional development, and cross-sectoral innovation. The Greek National Tourism Organization and Ministry of Tourism are working closely with the Minister of Development and International Investors to attract sustainable, high-quality investments, develop digital and green infrastructure in tourism, diversify product offering, wellness, gastronomy, culture, religious, MICE, and natural tourism. Tourism is a force of peace and also a bridge between tradition and transformation. It leverages Greece's identity in a way that strengthens both local communities and national branding. Looking ahead, I will highlight 5 key policy directions. One is to continue cutting red tape, especially in permits and licensing, support of SMEs and startups through access to capital, mentorship, and export readiness, accelerate green and digital investment in tourism, manufacturing, and infrastructure, invest in skill and talent mobility, vocational training, language skills, and digital literacy by upscaling and rescaling the workforce, and finally, promote inclusive regional development by bringing the urban and rural divide. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, and thanks for saving us a bit of time there. That means we've got 10 minutes before we're breaking for our lunch. So I think every single speaker mentioned the importance of deregulation, simplification, digitalization, cutting red tape. So I don't think we need to go much further in that, but obviously it's something that, Greece has done very well in this regard in recent years. Moldova has, and Poland certainly has, but something maybe that needs to be replicated more widely in Europe. I guess the question I have certainly for the 2 ministers and for our Polish friend as well is, to try and focus now on the kind of more radical or, substantive reforms to diversify and restructure, to invest in the industries of the future, which is where the race is really for those who are going to be competitive in Europe. So I wanted to come back to that to ask all of you about that, about how you assess the current level of innovation of your own economies and the European economy more broadly, and whether you think enough is being done. I mean, R&D levels in many places, including Greece, probably not as high as they could be or should be. So, yeah, I think a lot of obvious things have been done, and now there's some very, very difficult reforms. These are the most difficult reforms, probably, that related to the kind of restructuring and real diversification of the economy. So just wanted to, maybe in the few minutes we have, focus on that, really. So, Minister, first to you.
It is a priority of the Greek government and the Ministry of Development and in general to enhance R&D in Greek economy. Undoubtedly, we have taken steps forward these past years in some sectors. I mentioned earlier pharmaceutical industry. Nonetheless, it's a big challenge for our country to enhance the GDP we give for R&D. That is the reason I mentioned earlier that we have a program that we've been implementing in order to upgrade the infrastructure of technological institutes of the country, placing burden on applied research that leads to innovative products linked to industry. And we can achieve serious things. This is linked with a series of strategic investments implemented by Greece. Greece is a small economy in the regional Europe, but via a business group, we prepare an investment that will produce gallium, which is important for state-of-the-art technologies in Europe. This investment will produce 50 tons of gallium as the total of EU economy needs. Since we talk about energy security and autonomy of Europe, today here we have an investment, innovative investment that contributes decisively to achieving the goal of security and autonomy of Europe via gallium. And I want to underline that innovation is a sector we have taken steps forward, but we also need to speed up. And we facilitate new capitals in businesses. We have linked Golden Visa with money invested in innovative businesses and state-of-the-art businesses to attract foreign capitals in this sector as well.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Doina.
Well, for a small country like Moldova, our tech industry is quite large, I would say. It's now 8% of our GDP, and it has grown at a fast pace, 20–30% per year over the past 10 years, just rising from a little under 1% in our GDP. So now we have a very fast-growing tech sector. Now the question is how to absorb that value of the tech sector for our country. Well, just first to mention that the reason why the tech sector has been growing is again a deregulation, because we have a very simple 7% flat tax that was now extended, and it's a virtual park. So that has shown how a good fiscal policy and deregulation can get an industry booming in a country like Moldova. Now my next question is, for a small market like Moldova, a small country, what is our true role when it comes to innovation and diffusion at the level of Europe? Well, a small country like Moldova can be used as a springboard, as a test bed for new technologies. 5G was tested in Moldova, one of the telecoms. Now we have nanotechnology that's being produced in Moldova for in vitro fertilization and for aerospace. So I think for us, now the priority is to find those niche capabilities where we can be front runners in terms of technology and innovation, and to cross-pollinate, to interconnect the tech industry and the traditional industries. So for Moldova, this is again the medical, healthcare sector, agriculture, which is a large industry, underproductive, but with a high production capability, so we can innovate here. And last but not least is the energy sector, and I have here our Minister of Energy with a huge panel. But the way that we see innovation, for example, in the energy sector, we've adopted a law on sandbox, on energy sandbox last year, so that again gives partner countries and Moldova the capabilities and the corporates in the EU to innovate using Moldova as a test bed.
Great, thank you. Mikhail, so how do you see the state of play regarding innovation in relation to Poland and EU more widely? And I'm going to have to hurry you because I'm under strict instructions to finish, to get to lunch, so very briefly.
So very briefly is that we need to do much, much more. It's clearly a priority, but if we look at let's take it at the European level, at the Draghi report that recommends additional 800 billion euro investments per annum, it shows you how far we need to go. For Poland, it's like for others, the digitalization and IT sector clearly, but I also really want to point out to the space and defense sectors as well. We now have on our orbit a Polish astronaut, and we just had the Prime Minister here in the ministry connecting with him. It's not just fun to have that kind of capabilities, but it's critical for the development of our industry. And the defense industry, where Europe will be spending hundreds of billions of dollars, and euro actually, hundreds of billions of euro in the coming years, will become and needs to become the engine of our economic development, not only in Poland, which it already is, but also throughout Europe. So those are the main areas that I would mention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Andreas, how does your industry need to innovate then in the next few years? What's the crucial thing?
Very promising, I think. Tourism is without a doubt very important for our economy. We broke all records last year with about 40 million guests and about 22 billion euros in revenue. So it is very important. It continues to expand. The challenge for us is the geopolitical situation around our area and the source markets that we have people come from. It's very important how their economy goes. As far as we are concerned, we're trying very hard to diversify our product, disperse people in the rest of Greece, take advantage of new technology, and we are very optimistic on that.
Excellent. Well, please join me in thanking our speakers. That's all we've got time for. We could go on, I'm sure, for a long time, but thanks very much indeed. Thank you, Mikhail, for joining us. Just to say, we're going to have a photograph, but lunch is served now outside, so please enjoy your lunch and hope to see you all later as well at cocktails and dinner with the Prime Minister. Let's have a photograph, and thank you all. Thanks for staying with us for this session. Bye.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Σήμερα, η Ελπέν είναι μία από τις μεγαλύτερες ελληνικές βιομηχανίες, χάρη στις σύγχρονες υποδομές της, τις πρωτοποριακές της έρευνες, την ισχυρή διεθνή δραστηριότητα και τη μοναδική συνεισφορά της στην εθνική οικονομία. Με όραμα να πρωταγωνιστούμε στην ανάπτυξη του ελληνικού φαρμάκου και να διευρύνουμε την παρουσία μας στις διεθνείς αγορές, δημιουργούμε για πάνω από 50 χρόνια θεραπείες που βελτιώνουν τη ζωή των ανθρώπων. Στοχεύουμε σε ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους και προχωράμε δυναμικά μπροστά. Ελπέν. Σταθερά στην κορυφή.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do. We're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Tomorrow. Start today. With new investment products backed by superior risk management. Asset management in a time of disruptive change. Financial well-being accessible to all. Calabas. Today for tomorrow.
Λένε πως για να γίνεις καλύτερος, πρέπει να έχεις κάποιον να ξεπεράσεις. Στον Όμιλο Κουάλκο έτσι γίναμε καλύτεροι. Ξεπεράσαμε προκλήσεις, δουλεύοντας με όραμα. Ξεπεράσαμε εμπόδια, δουλεύοντας με γνώση. Ξεπεράσαμε τα δεδομένα της τεχνολογίας, δημιουργώντας τη δική μας. Και όταν ξεπεράσαμε και τα σύνορα της χώρας και γίναμε ένας όμιλος με διεθνές κύρος, δεν σταματήσαμε να γινόμαστε καλύτεροι για το καλύτερο όλων. Και ενοτομούμε διαρκώς την τεχνολογία, προσφέροντας λύσεις που δουλεύουν για όλους. Και δημιουργούμε αξία για την κοινωνία, επενδύοντας στη συλλογική πρόοδο. Πάντα ξεπερνώντας ακόμα και τον ίδιο μας τον εαυτό. Όμιλος Κουάλκο. Δημιουργούμε την τεχνολογία που μας πάει όλους μπροστά.
Αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον, ο πολιτισμός και ο αθλητισμός. τρόπο σε περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια ανθρώπους στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow. Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Το Nova Fiber φέρνει τη δύναμη της οπτικής ίνας. Όχι μόνο μέχρι το δρόμο, αλλά μέχρι και το σπίτι σου. Nova Fiber. Σούπερ σταθερό και σούπερ γρήγορο ίντερνετ για όλους ταυτόχρονα. Ακόμα και ασύρματα με τη δύναμη του Wi-Fi 6. Βάλε Nova Fiber πρόγραμμα στο σπίτι σου. Από μόνο 27,22 ευρώ το μήνα με Gigabit Voucher. Nova.
check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the syncing with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
Why?
Why? ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate. Let's elevate.
带着无敌的梦，
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work
Σήμερα, η Ελπέν είναι μία από τις μεγαλύτερες ελληνικές βιομηχανίες, χάρη στις σύγχρονες υποδομές της, τις πρωτοποριακές της έρευνες, την ισχυρή διεθνή δραστηριότητα και τη μοναδική συνεισφορά της στην εθνική οικονομία. Με όραμα να πρωταγωνιστούμε στην ανάπτυξη του ελληνικού φαρμάκου και να διευρύνουμε την παρουσία μας στις διεθνείς αγορές, δημιουργούμε για πάνω από 50 χρόνια θεραπείες που βελτιώνουν τη ζωή των ανθρώπων. Στοχεύουμε σε ένα καλύτερο μέλλον για όλους και προχωράμε δυναμικά μπροστά. Ελπέν, σταθερά στην κορυφή.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patience. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. Our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Create tomorrow. Start today. With new investment products backed by superior risk management. Asset management in a time of disruptive change. Financial well-being, accessible to all. Calabas. Today for tomorrow.
Λένε πως για να γίνεις καλύτερος, πρέπει να έχεις κάποιον να ξεπεράσεις. Στον όμιλο Κουάλκο έτσι γίναμε καλύτεροι. Ξεπεράσαμε προκλήσεις, δουλεύοντας με όραμα. Ξεπεράσαμε εμπόδια, δουλεύοντας με γνώση. Ξεπεράσαμε τα δεδομένα της τεχνολογίας, δημιουργώντας τη δική μας. Και όταν ξεπεράσαμε και τα σύνορα της χώρας και γίναμε ένας όμιλος με διεθνές κύρος, δεν σταματήσαμε να γινόμαστε καλύτεροι για το καλύτερο όλων. Και ενοτομούμε διαρκώς την τεχνολογία, προσφέροντας λύσεις που δουλεύουν για όλους. Και δημιουργούμε αξία για την κοινωνία, επενδύοντας στη συλλογική πρόοδο. Πάντα ξεπερνώντας ακόμα και τον ίδιο μας τον εαυτό. Όμιλος Κουάλκο. Δημιουργούμε την τεχνολογία που μας πάει όλους μπροστά.
Αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Με στρατηγική παρουσία στο εξωτερικό. Αναπτυσσόμαστε δυναμικά στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή και παρουσία σε όλη την αλυσίδα αξίας. Δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Με ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη. Δημιουργούμε συνέργειες με αξία και προοπτική. Πάνω από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες μας εμπιστεύονται κάθε χρόνο. Και εμείς ενισχύουμε συνεχώς την εμπειρία τους. Μετασχηματίσαμε τον όμιλό μας με πυξίδα τη μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Ενδυναμώνουμε τις κοινότητες. Συμβάλλουμε έμπρακτα σε τομείς όπως η κοινωνία, η υγεία, η νέα γενιά, το περιβάλλον